Chapter 43:16. This was the voice of King Kong. He sounded extremely excited and ecstatic. His voice was also much louder than usual. After that, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Hearing the word magic treasure, many people were moved. Some of these people were natives of the Divine Dragon mystic realm, while some were experts of the Kunlun mystic realm. Naturally, they knew that magic treasures were above magic weapons. Usually, it was hard to even see a magic weapon, let alone a magic treasure. If one could refine a magic treasure, they would truly be invincible. Everyone surged in like a tidal wave. The calmest person present was Lin Fei. Magic treasures were powerful things. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, they were nothing much. In the face of true strength, even a magic treasure could be destroyed. Moreover, the magic treasures in this ancient tomb were probably not of good quality. When everyone entered the ancient tomb, they realized that it was extremely huge and spacious. However, at this moment, the three demon kings of King Kong were fighting over the magic treasures. It turned out that at the end of the ancient tomb, there was a stairway to heaven. There were treasures hanging on both sides of the stairway. At the top of the stairway to heaven, there was a stone coffin with a treasure floating above it. There are magic weapons and magic treasures hanging there. Ha! The founder is such a good person. He actually left behind magic weapons and magic treasures. As long as I can get my hands on any one of them, my strength will improve tremendously. By then, I will be invincible among those of the same cultivation level. The heavens have eyes. To think that I would be able to see magic weapons and magic treasures in my lifetime. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed towards the treasures. Just like that, a fight began. No matter who it was, they all hoped to get their hands on magic weapons and magic treasures. Even if they could not get a magic treasure, they would at least get a magic weapon. Otherwise, they would have made a wasted trip. Young Master Lin, are those really magic weapons and magic treasures? Yi Zixuan did not go for the magic weapons and magic treasures. She knew that she would only be sending herself to death if she went up. Yes, these are indeed magic artifacts and magic treasures. However, their quality should be very ordinary. However, with them, one's strength will increase by a lot. Basically, those without magic artifacts and magic treasures are no match for them. Lin Fei smiled. At a glance, Lin Fei could tell that these magic tools and magic treasures were indeed very ordinary. For these people, these magic tools and magic treasures were top-notch items. The magic treasures that the three demon kings were fighting over seemed to be of decent quality. Now they were fighting fiercely. No one could snatch it away. And at that moment, even the Holy Master made his move. He actually wanted to fight for the treasure as well. It's rare for us to come to the Divine Dragon enigmatic realm, and we've even come to the ancestral cemetery. We have to bring something back no matter what. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a ritual implement. Yi Zixuan suspected that she had heard wrongly. But there are so many people. Don't worry, I'm here. If we don't snatch it now, we probably won't have the time later. Yi Zixuan didn't understand. Could it be that something was going to happen here? No matter what, Yi Zixuan was still very tempted by magic tools. Lin Fei led Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan towards the sky stairway. The treasures on both sides of the heaven stairway were wrapped in a special power, so they had to break the power seal in order to take out the things inside. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Lin Fei's sword will crashed into these experts like flowing water. Those who could fight for the magic tools here were basically at the peak of the innate stage. After all, it wasn't that easy to step into the Qi cultivation realm. The sword will directly crashed into these experts like flowing water. Yi Xian and Lin Fei didn't kill them. They just chased them away. When these innate stage experts felt the sword will that was like flowing water, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. They didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying. They only breathed a sigh of relief after they landed on the ground. Their bodies were numb, but they were glad that they survived. When they saw that the person from beyond the sky, Lin Fei, made a move, everyone didn't have any more thoughts and quickly retreated to the side. This flying sword artifact should be alright for you. But when you step into the Qi cultivation realm, You can use this artifact again. Its power will be even greater. Lin Fei's sword will broke through the defense and swept away the flying sword. He took it down and casually threw it to Yi Zixuan. The quality of these magic tools was indeed very average. The crafting method was very crude. But it was better than nothing. Lin Fei decided to pack all of these magic tools back and give one to each of his innate stage subordinates to increase their strength. If Lin Fei were to craft them, it would be too degrading. He wasn't interested. The sword will opened up a path like flowing water. No one could stop it. One by one, the magic tools were easily collected by Lin Fei. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, who were following behind, felt like they were dreaming. It was actually so easy and simple. The four kings in the distance also grabbed a magic tool. But when they turned around and saw Lin Fei's method, they felt that the magic tools in their hands weren't good at all. You're all great experts. Why fight with us over magic tools? Can't you at least leave one for us? If you take all of them like this, we'll have wasted this trip. Our hearts were already thumping in fear. At least take a magic tool to comfort us. That was what they thought. But no one dared to stand out and say anything. They were really afraid. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei took away all the treasures. Lin Fei actually managed to collect more than 20 Dharma artifacts in total. It could be said that he took all the magic tools here in one fell swoop. The three great Yao kings were fighting over the magic treasures and were in a heated battle. With the addition of the Sacred Lord, it became very lively. Young Master Lin, are you not tempted by the magic tools? Are you not planning to make a move? Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Lin Fei chuckled. If it's just this magic tool, then forget it. I'm not interested at all. Moreover, do you really think this magic tool is a magic tool? After taking the magic tools, Lin Fei didn't go up again. He didn't look at the stone coffin. Instead, he returned to the empty space below. Haha, I finally managed to snatch this magic tool. If I'm not wrong, this magic tool is the 7-colored glazed pagoda left behind by the primogenite. Long Qianzu laughed. Using his 18 arms and his strong fleshly body, he used the 18 levels of hell to send the 2 monster kings and the Holy Lord flying. One of his arms carried a glazed pagoda. It shone brightly and was very dazzling. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. When the Vajra King and demonic shadows saw the glazed pagoda, their hearts sank. Their strongest magic tool had been snatched away by Long Qianzu. Damn it, this is really too damn it. After Long Qianzu obtained this magic tool, they were no longer a match for him. He could easily suppress them with a magic tool. Vajra King, Holy Lord, demonic shadow, are you guys convinced? And you, the visitor from outer space, Lin Fei. At this moment, Long Qianzu was in high spirits. Chapter 43:17. At that very moment, Long Qianzu felt invincible. With the 7-colored glazed pagoda in hand, he would have the strongest magic treasure. Although Long Qianzu was one of the Yao kings in the Divine Dragon Secret Dimension, he was not the strongest Yao king. That was because he was still incapable of suppressing the other 2 Yao kings. But now, he could finally do it. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Then he used a secret technique to control the 7-colored glazed pagoda. In an instant, the magic treasure floated above Long Qianzu's head. Long Qianzu, to think that you would secretly learn a secret technique to refine magic treasures. You sure hit it well. Looks like you took all the items from the pocket dimension back then. King Vajra swore loudly. Damned monkey, there is no one more stupid than you. Last time, when we went to the pocket dimension, I used you as a blade. How could you have imagined that all the good items there would be swept away by me? As for this treasure used to refine magic treasures, I obtained it from that pocket dimension. Don't you feel envious? A pity, you don't have the life to do so. Chen Feng laughed coldly. Swoosh. The 7-colored glazed pagoda smashed down. King Kong raised his 6 arms and a loud rumbling sound rang out. In an instant he was smashed into the ground. Didn't you claim to be strong? In front of my 7-colored glazed pagoda, you are nothing. Long Qianzu's gaze swept towards Imoing. The 7-colored glazed pagoda moved again and smashed down. Another loud rumbling sound rang out as Imoing was smashed into the ground as well. Trash. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. Long Qianzu laughed. Sacred Master, are you going to submit or resist? I only want one thing from you. From obtaining the 7-colored glazed pagoda to refining it, to defeating King Kong and Imoing, everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Instead, they were filled with fear and unease. Long Qianzu was already very strong to begin with. Now that he had this magic treasure, his strength could not be underestimated. King Kong and Imoing were smashed down in an instant. If it had been them, they would have died without a doubt. You want me to submit? You need to have the strength to do so. Sacred Master had no intention of submitting. Then I will fulfill your wish. The 7-colored glazed pagoda descended once again. You can obtain a magic treasure, but do you think I, the Holy Lord, don't have a magic treasure? The Sacred Lord snorted coldly and took out a magic treasure. It was a pearl the size of a fist. After the bead flew out, it released a dazzling radiance and blocked the attack of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Holy Lord, as expected, you still have something good hidden up your sleeve. To think that you would have a defensive magic treasure in your possession. You are finally willing to take it out and use it. I had assumed that you would be hiding it for the rest of your life. Long Qianzu was only a bit surprised. Then he controlled the 7-colored glass to attack again and again. I want to see just how many attacks you can take. No matter how strong your magic treasure's defense is, it is still nothing in front of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Bang 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 bang. Not only did Long Qianzu control the 7-colored glazed pagoda to attack the Sacred Master, he also pounced forward with his remaining 17 arms. Young Master Lin, what should we do now? I didn't think that Long Qianzu would obtain a magic treasure. Not to mention, it is a magic treasure left behind by the primogenite. It was one thing for Long Qianzu to obtain a magic treasure, but he was also able to refine it in such a short period of time. Although he was unable to unleash its true power, the power of the magic treasure alone was enough to defeat the Vajra King and demonic shadow. By the looks of it, the Sacred Master would not be able to escape this fate. Don't worry. Long Qianzu will be in trouble soon. Didn't you notice that the power of the primogenitor's magic treasure, the 7-colored glazed pagoda, is very average? It is completely unbefitting of the primogenitor's status. Lin Fei chuckled. He appeared very calm. Yi Zixuan pondered it for a moment. That seemed to be the case. The magic treasure was very strong, capable of instantly defeating the Vajra King and demonic shadow. It was even capable of putting a great deal of pressure on the Sacred Master. However, she kept getting the feeling that the magic treasure was not as world-shaking as the legends made it out to be. The smart Yi Zixuan seemed to understand something. The Sacred Master relied on the defensive capabilities of the bead to continuously defend against the attacks of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Long Qianzu did not realize that as he was attacking the Sacred Master, his emotions were in turmoil. His entire being seemed to have sunk into a state of rage. The 17 arms kept slapping at him. Any one of those attacks could easily kill a Xiantian realm expert or even a Qi cultivating realm expert. However, he was actually unable to break the defensive capabilities of the bead. Sacred Master, I will definitely kill you. This broken bead of yours cannot withstand the attacks of my 7-colored glazed pagoda. I will let you witness the true power of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. After attacking for a while, Long Qianzu realized that he was unable to break the defensive capabilities of the bead. Without saying a word, he spat out another mouthful of blood and pushed the 7-colored glazed pagoda forward. This time, the 7-colored light shone brightly and a phantom image appeared. The moment the phantom image appeared, everyone's breathing became hurried. It was as though a huge mountain had appeared in their hearts, pressing down on them. That's the phantom image of the primogenitor. An expert from the sacred lands cried out and knelt down. It was an ancient figure. The moment the phantom image of the primogenitor appeared, the power of the 7-colored glazed pagoda skyrocketed. The defensive bead of the sacred master was finally unable to withstand it. After countless ripples, the bead was finally blasted apart. The sacred master was also severely injured. All the defenses were broken by the 7-colored glazed pagoda, and the sacred master was slammed against a huge pillar. See that? You are overestimating yourself. I already have the treasure left behind by the primogenitor, the 7-colored glazed pagoda. How are you going to fight me? Long Qianzu laughed out loud, and the 7-colored glazed pagoda in his hand shone even brighter. Right now, your life and death are in my hands. You can either submit to me or be killed by me in one strike. The severely injured sacred master's face was pale. However, at this moment he laughed out loud and knelt down on the ground. He spread his arms wide open as though he was prostrating himself on the ground. Welcome, primogenitor. The moment the words of the sacred master fell, Long Qianzu's face changed slightly. What do you mean by that? Isn't the primogenitor already dead? Don't tell me he's still alive. Who said I'm dead? I'm the primogenitor, and I'll never die. Your physical body is not bad, and you have 18 arms. It's perfect for me to possess. A jingguang flashed out of the 7-colored glazed pagoda and entered Long Qianzu's mind. Hand over your body. Let this old man use your body to ascend the world. His voice was cold and domineering. Long Qianzu's face was ferocious. Dream on. Shukju website. Chapter 43:18. Long Qianzu's voice was extremely pitiful. His face then turned even more menacing, as though he was fighting with something. Long Qianzu, this old man is giving you face by using your body. With your potential and aptitude, it's impossible for you to break through that barrier. Only by using your body will you be able to go further. Don't you want to see how far you can go? You must know that the later stages of cultivation are what people yearn for the most. If nothing goes wrong, it's impossible for you to do so. Holy Master, you be *starred. You lied to me. This is your scheme. You must know that the Holy Master isn't dead. He's in the 7-colored glazed pagoda. You're using us to bait you. Long Qianzu roared. His 18 arms waved continuously, wishing that he could tear the Holy Master's body into pieces. But at this moment, these 18 arms were no longer under his control. There weren't many people present who could remain calm. Even the 4 kings from the Kunlun mystic realm had a drastic change in expression. Under this pressure, they could not bring themselves to think of leaving at all. This time, they were truly regretting their decision. The primogenitor wasn't dead. He had left behind a strand of consciousness within the 7-colored glazed pagoda, waiting for them to take the bait. Now, they finally understood why the 7-colored glazed pagoda's power was so ordinary. It was clearly placed here to be used as a bait. Yet, Long Qianzu was the first to snatch the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Furthermore, he had the strongest physical body, much stronger than a human's. Furthermore, he had 18 arms. If the primogenitor were to possess this body, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying than before. Who didn't know that the monster race had the strongest physical body? Someone like Long Qianzu was even scarier. This was because he had inherited a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. Compared to him, the human race was far too lacking. I, Long Qianzu, am the strongest. I will never be possessed by you. I'll tear you into pieces. Long Qianzu continued to roar and struggle. However, his struggles were getting weaker and weaker. Young Master Lin, you really guessed it right. There is indeed something wrong with this magic treasure. I didn't expect that there would be a strand of the ancestors' will hidden inside. Yi Zixuan had already covered her mouth, almost unable to speak. The primogenitor, who had been dead for so long, was actually still alive. This is actually very normal. Otherwise, you would think that a treasure like this would be placed in the most obvious place. Lin Fei had sensed that something was wrong from the beginning. Even if the primogenitor had left behind a magic treasure, it definitely wouldn't be this ordinary. It would not be so easily obtained by others. Lin Fei had also noticed Long Qianzu's change, but he didn't warn him. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined. The dead primogenitor had actually left behind a strand of divine sense to specialize in possession. Moreover, the target of possession was Long Qianzu. It seemed like he had predicted that a demon king would come in. The Dragon Thousand Feet Demon King was the most outstanding in all aspects, mainly because it was able to unleash its full strength and recover its strength in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei didn't stop them, nor did he want to. He remembered that there were quite a few experts on the same level as the primogenitor. Now that this primogenitor had been revived, it was clear that the other primogenitors had left behind their trump cards. All of a sudden, things became even more interesting. Lin Fei was a lively person. Now that he had the God Tree of Life to recover his strength was recovering day by day. Even if these primogenitors were to cause trouble, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. More importantly, Lin Fei felt that something big was about to happen since Shi had used such a secret technique. Long Qianzu's struggle didn't last for too long. In the end, he silently stopped moving and floated in midair. This didn't take long. In less than a minute, Long Qianzu slowly opened his eyes. When the possessed Long Qianzu opened his eyes, his gaze became extremely ancient, as though he had experienced a long time. At this moment, Long Qianzu was no longer Long Qianzu. He had been replaced by the primogenitor. This body is not bad. It's much better than this old man's previous body. Just 18 arms can increase this old man's strength by more than 18 times. The possessed Long Qianzu shook his head and moved his body. Kacha-kacha sounds came from all over his body. Saint Master, you've done well. After so many years, you've finally brought him in. The Saint Master stood up and said respectfully. His originally pale face had regained its rosy color. Master, this is what I should do. Without you, I wouldn't have become the sacred master. It's all thanks to these extraterrestrial visitors. If not for them, it wouldn't have been so easy for Long Qianzu to come in by himself. The Vajra King and Demonic Shadow, who had just climbed out of the ground, also saw this scene. Without saying a word, they fled to the left and right. It was too scary. It turned out that this was a trap left by the primogenitor. They originally thought that there would be something good in the primogenitor's graveyard. Who would have thought that it was a trap that could take someone's life? Long Qianzu was in high spirits. He had just flaunted his prowess for a short while, and now he had been snatched away. This made them realize that if they didn't leave now, they would be completely finished later. The Vajra King and Demonic Shadow were also smart. They each chose a direction. No matter how powerful the primogenitor was, it was impossible for him to keep both of them here at once. Long Qianzu glanced at them indifferently. Have I given you permission to leave? Two rays of holy light directly hit the Vajra King and Demonic Shadow. With a crashing sound, both of them were instantly frozen. Both of them were Qi refinement experts, but they were instantly frozen by Long Qianzu's spell. The Sacred Master cast spells, but compared to Long Qianzu's spell, the power was on a completely different level. At the very least, the Sacred Master didn't have the strength to confine the Vajra King and Demonic Shadow in one go. I don't know who still wants to leave in front of this old man. You can step forward and this old man will fulfill your wish. A cracking sound was heard. The Vajra King and Demonic Shadow were severely injured, and they collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were covered with frightening cracks that looked like ravines. If it wasn't for their lingering breath, everyone would think that they were dead. This time, no one dared to move. I can smell the aura of the Kunlun mystic realm on you. It seems that the four of you came from the Kunlun mystic realm. However, your strength is too weak. Long Qianzu's gaze swept across the four kings. With this sweep, the four kings knelt on the ground with a plop. They couldn't bear it at all. Your strength is too weak. A ray of holy light landed on them, and the four kings groaned and fell to the ground. May I ask, how much of your strength do you still have? Remember the mobile version. Chapter 43:19. Suddenly, a voice rang out. His words pulled everyone back from their panic and uneasiness. Only then did they realize that the visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei, had spoken. But why did his words sound so unbelievable? The three demon kings had been completely wiped out. The Holy Lord was this ancestor's disciple. The four kings from the Kunlun secret realm were also heavily injured. No matter how they looked at it, Long Qianzu was the strongest. No, it should be Ancestor Long Qianzu. Lin Fei chuckled, lightening the atmosphere. Could it be that this ancestor was bluffing? But if he was bluffing, he had only heavily injured the King Kong and Shadow Demon King. The Holy Lord said respectfully, "Master, this person is the visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei. He's a rather mysterious kid. I suspect that he saw through it from the start, but just didn't say anything." The primogenitor dragon 1,000 feet looked over with a hint of tyranny in its eyes. "So you're from the secular world. You sure talk big, but you don't know your place. Is this a place where you can speak as you please?" A beam of holy light shot out from the ground. This beam of holy light came out of nowhere. There was no movement at all, as if it had appeared out of thin air. "You're a dignified ancestor. Is there a need to be so sneaky? Isn't it perfectly justifiable?" Lin Fei snorted. His sword intent flowed like water and protected Lin Fei, as well as Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian. Layers of ripples appeared on the flowing water of the sword intent, easily blocking the attack of the holy light. He's a sword cultivator expert. His sword intent has reached such a high level of mastery. "Defend." There was a loud rumbling sound. Beams of holy light shot out from the ground once again. In an instant, the area where Yi Xian was turned into a holy light attack. Ancestor Long Qianzu's technique enveloped the area, not giving the sword cultivator a chance to attack. He wanted to see what this secular expert was capable of. Could he be stronger than the King Kong and Shadow Demon King? Even they weren't a match for his attack. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, who were in the middle of the holy light's attack, turned pale. However, they were obviously a little excited. This was the ancestor's attack. More importantly, Lin Fei had actually managed to block it. Relying on his sword intent, he had easily blocked it. "Primogenitor, is this all you've got? You can't even break through my defense, and you still have the nerve to pretend here? I'll stand here and fight for half an hour. If you can't break through, then you're just a puppy." Lin Fei laughed. A trace of unease flashed across Long Qianzu's eyes. The spell attack did not heavily injure the other party, nor did it kill him. Judging from the other party's tone, he seemed to be unscathed. "You are the disciple of the old ancestor of the Sky Sword Mountain. Other than him, I don't think there is anyone else who could cultivate the sword intent to such a level." As the holy light receded, the ancestor dragon 1,000 feet squinted its eyes. "Your eyesight doesn't look good. Who said I'm from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? Do you really have to be from the Heavenly Sword Mountain to be able to cultivate sword intent? Can't I become a self-taught genius? I think you'd better hurry up and attack. Could it be that you don't have the guts to attack? It would consume too much of your energy. Don't think that you can control Long Qianzu's body on the surface." How could Lin Fei not see that the primogenitor was not as strong as he had imagined? He had yet to completely control Long Qianzu's body. Just now, he had unleashed his ultimate move. He wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. After all, everyone had witnessed the might of the primogenite. Even the two strongest Yao kings were no match for him, let alone the others. The deterrence was quite good. At the very least, everyone was afraid and no longer dared to have any other thoughts. Now that he had encountered Lin Fei, the situation had changed. Those few attacks were all genuine foundation establishment techniques. That kid's sword intent defense is impenetrable. There are no flaws to break through. I can't break through it for a while. Due to that, progenitor Dragon 1,000 feet was unable to see through his opponent. His opponent was even able to tell him his greatest weakness. "If you don't believe me, I'll just attack. At the same time, I can see for myself how strong the rumored primogenitor is." Hua 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 hua. The sky was filled with sword shadows that shot out like a colorful stream of light. Previously, Lin Fei had been attacked by the group of holy light. Now, it was progenitor Dragon 1,000 feet's turn to be surrounded by the sword intent. The dense sword shadows blotted out the sky, causing everyone to panic. Even progenitor Dragon 1,000 feet's face sank. This was completely different from the plan. Even Sacred Lord felt the same. He had underestimated the strength of this outsider, Lin Fei. Bang 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 bang. Dragon 1,000 feet's 18 arms pushed forward. Even the 7-colored glazed pagoda landed on his head, emitting a brilliant light. The sword shadows that Lin Fei had released were like rain. They did not stop at all. Progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet could still block them, but Sacred Lord did not have it so easy. In an instant he was sent flying by the sword shadows. Bloody wounds appeared all over his body. King Kong and Demonic Shadow crawled out at this time. Their injuries were severe. After all, that attack just now had directly torn apart their physical defenses and injured their foundations. Now, seeing the sky full of sword shadows attacking Progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet, the two of them looked at Lin Fei with fear and wariness. At the beginning, they had looked down on this person. Although they were a little wary, they were far from being as fearful as they were now. An expert. He was definitely a hidden expert. Did he have to toy with them like this? For some reason they felt very happy now. At least they could hold back this huge threat. Progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet seemed to be in trouble. What were they waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Monster Kings were all very cautious. King Kong and Demonic Shadow slipped away just like that. Those who had followed Sacred Lord also slipped away. It was better not to watch this kind of battle. If they were not careful, they would die without even knowing how they were affected. Primogenitor Dragon Chenzu relied on the strength of his fleshly body to blast away the sword shadows. However, the sword shadows were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. They were so powerful that he could not break through them all. Instead, wounds appeared on his body one after another. His expression grew more and more serious. This was a bad start. Friend, let's talk this out. Didn't you come to the Divine Dragon Mystic Realm to find treasures? I know the whereabouts of a treasure that can definitely satisfy you. It's the god blood that you can't bear to part with. No, it should be the dragon god blood. Blood flowed from the corner of Dragon Thousand Feet's mouth. His body was covered in sword wounds. Fortunately, Dragon Thousand Feet's physical body was very strong. The sword shadows were condensed from sword intent. Naturally, they were not as strong as sword intent, especially when they were divided. Chapter 43:20. The primogenitor's words shocked many people. He was a powerful primogenitor, yet he said such words to Lin Fei. Didn't this mean that he was afraid of the alien Lin Fei? You are an expert primogenite. An invincible existence hundreds of years ago. No matter what, there should be a great battle. Could it be that his opponent had hit a sore spot? Or could it be that this body was not perfectly fused together? It was difficult for him to display Long Chenzu's full combat power. Lin Fei's sword intent attacks did not stop. They rained down on Long Chenzu like a meteor shower. You can scheme for a physical body. I have to discount your words. I think I should beat you half to death first. Lin Fei chuckled and did not show any signs of stopping. Long Chenzu was suffering. Although he had occupied this body, he could not perfectly fuse it. He could not perfectly unleash his power, so he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, Lin Fei's sword intent was not that simple. It possessed an extremely strong penetrative power. A single sword intent might not be a big deal, but what about tens, hundreds, or even thousands of sword intents? The sword intents that filled the sky would definitely cause Long Chenjing to experience a sour feeling. Without saying anything, Long Chenzu shook off the sword intents and rushed towards the sarcophagus. Did I say that you can leave? The sword intent formed a barrier in front of Long Chenzu. Long Chenzu hit the sword intent head-on. God knows how many sword intents had counterattacked his body, leaving wounds all over his body. Although Long Chenzu's body was very strong, he still suffered a lot. Alien Lin Fei, are you sure you want to fight me to the end? This old man advises you not to do this. Although your sword intent is very strong, this old man's means are not as simple as you think. Let's all take a step back. It's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Long Chenzu looked at Lin Fei with even more resentment. It wasn't easy for him to occupy Long Chenzu's body. However, before he could completely control it, he had encountered such a powerful fellow. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator. He was as disgusting as the one from Sky Sword Mountain. I'm not interested in the past. I just feel that there should be a lot of secrets in this sacred mountain. As the person who knows the most, you can't possibly leave, right? Otherwise, who am I going to ask? Lin Fei chased after him unhurriedly, and the sky full of sword shadows attacked again. However, this time, The sword intent seemed to be even sharper than before. Every time, it would strike at the wound. Even though the progenitor dragon's 18 arms were pushing it to the limit, it was still unable to block these airtight attacks. In the past, he had fought against that person from Heavenly Sword Mountain many times, but his sword intent had not been this brutal. Not only did it have extremely penetrative power, but it also had a powerful destructive power. Once it entered the body, it would instantly cause a huge chain reaction. If it had been a weak body, it would have been turned into a hornet's nest in a single exchange. After Long Qianzu was pinned down by Lin Fei, Long Qianzu's expression turned ugly. He couldn't think of a good way to deal with this sword intent. If he relied on his powerful body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan looked at each other. That powerful ancestor of the Kunlun secret realm was actually not a match for Lin Fei. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that it was true? Now that this ancestor has been resurrected, do you think the other ancestors are still alive? Yi Zixuan suddenly said something. After this trip back, I must make things clear to the sect. Who knows, something big might happen in the Kunlun secret realm. The appearance of the ancestor was no less than the descent of a supreme being expert. There were 6 supreme beings in the Kunlun secret realm. Now that there was another ancestor, there would be a total of 7 supreme beings. They would definitely be able to affect the situation in the Kunlun secret realm. Long Qianzu was having a hard time resisting. Lin Fei, you forced this old man to do this. Since you won't let this old man live, this old man won't let you have it easy either. Hehe, since you're preparing to unleash your ultimate move, bring it out. Let's see what other ultimate moves you have. Let me have a taste of them. After all, you're the ancestor. Your current moves are still a little too weak. That's right. The current progenitor dragon 1,000 feet was indeed too weak in Lin Fei's eyes. Although it could still unleash the power of a foundation establishment cultivator, it was still too weak. Although he could also unleash the strength of a foundation building realm cultivator, his foundation building realm strength seemed a little too weak. It was as though his strength had been greatly reduced. Lin Fei had not fought with the 6 supreme beings in the Kunlun secret realm before. Naturally, he didn't know how strong they were. But he also knew that they were in the foundation building realm. But this ancestor Long Qianzu's strength was indeed not as strong as he imagined. 13 transformations of the dragon god. Long Qianzu snorted coldly and unleashed a powerful secret technique. Fresh blood flowed from his body. Dragon scales emerged from his body and covered his entire body. Even his face was covered in dragon scales. Long Qianzu's voice turned extremely cold. This old man can finally unleash the 13 transformations of the dragon god. The feeling of being strong is really good. As expected of the dragon god bloodline. Whoosh! Long Qianzu's figure charged forward. All 18 of his arms were covered in dragon scales as he attacked. The moment he opened his mouth, dragon might roared out from Long Qianzu's mouth. The entire graveyard was filled with a whistling sound. This sound was like a primordial dragon emerging from the depths of the abyss, rushing straight into everyone's heart. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the experts vomited blood and fell to the ground. Even King Kong and Mo Ing were the same. Their faces were pale. The suppression of the bloodline caused them to lie on the ground, unable to move at all. Dragon God. This is definitely the might of the dragon god. Long Qianzu's 18 arms turned incomparably sharp, shattering the sword intent one by one. No matter how strong Lin Fei's sword intent was, when it landed on Long Qianzu's body, it was blocked by the dragon scales, leaving only a few white marks. This is this old man's trump card. I can't bear to use it. But since you don't know the meaning of death, this old man will fulfill your wish. I'll let you see the means of the dragon god. Now that this old man is impervious to swords and spears, even your sword intent can't break this old man's defense. This old man wants to see what makes you think you can fight with me. Long Qianzu's attack was like a torrential storm. His strength had increased by more than 10 times. It had definitely skyrocketed. 18 arms came crashing down, and each arm had the power of a foundation establishment powerhouse. If I'm not wrong, you took away Long Qianzu's body to unleash the 13 transformations of the dragon god. I wonder how many transformations you'll be able to unleash. The flowing sword intent blocked in front of Long Qianzu. If Long Qianzu's attack was like a torrential storm, then Lin Fei's sword intent defense was watertight. One hard and one soft. It seemed like neither could do anything to the other. Chapter 43:21. After Long Qianzu used the 13 transformations of the dragon god, his strength had indeed soared. But even so, Long Qianzu still couldn't easily break through the layer of sword intent defense. The sword intent was like flowing water, layer after layer. Even if he broke through one layer, a new layer would immediately appear in front of him. There was no end to it. That was a very sad thing to happen to him. Long Qianzu had planned to use Long Qianzu's body for a long time to use the 13 transformations of the dragon god, but he had been very careful. Fortunately, Long Qianzu had obtained the body in the end. But when he thought about how he had failed on his first try, how he still couldn't break through Lin Fei's sword intent defense after using the 13 transformations of the dragon god. His opponent's sword intent defense was as stable as Mount Tai. This made Long Qianzu more and more flustered. Could it be that he really couldn't suppress this guy? Could it be that he really had to use his strongest move? That was his true trump card. Once he used it, it would be gone. Long Qianzu had been in a very good mood when he had obtained control of Long Qianzu's body. But now he was in a very bad mood. Why didn't this guy show up earlier? Why did he have to show up now? His plan back then had been completely wrong. Your 13 transformations of the dragon god is still lacking. You can't even break through this small layer of sword intent. You can only say that you're unlucky. Lin Fei said indifferently. Do you really not want the dragon god blood? That's a rare treasure. Once you consume it, your body will instantly reach a new level. It might even let you step into the Supreme Being Foundation establishment level. I can tell you an even more shocking secret. Do you really not want to know? Long Qianzu kept bombarding the sword intent defense, trying to distract his opponent with words so that he could find an opportunity to attack. What kind of person was Lin Fei? Even if it was the dragon god blood, it wasn't real god blood. He naturally wouldn't be moved by it. Lin Fei probably wouldn't be moved even if he had the divine snow blood in front of him. Forget it. I'm not interested in that thing. I'm just interested in you. Let's talk about the past. Why do we have to fight here? Look, almost everyone has run away. Lin Fei said casually as he allowed Long Qianzu to attack him. The more Long Qianzu fought, the more anxious he became. Every strike from the 18 arms was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, but they could not break through the defense of the sword intent. After Long Qianzu launched another fierce attack, he instantly left behind an afterimage and landed on top of the sarcophagus. If you don't let this old man have an easy time, this old man won't let you have an easy time either. Let's all die together. The stone coffin opened. Long Qianzu jumped off the cliff. A loud rumbling sound followed closely behind. Lin Fei didn't expect Long Qianzu to be so cunning. He actually ran back into the sarcophagus. He didn't even want the 7-colored glazed pagoda outside. Not good, let's go. There was a loud noise. The ground exploded. A huge skeleton drilled out from the ground. The ground kept cracking, forming a huge crater. It was the skeleton of a divine dragon. It was huge and over 1,000 meters long. The entire primogenitor's ancient tomb collapsed in an instant. Swoosh! The moment the divine dragon skeleton appeared, the boundless dragon might cause the remaining people to look at each other in dismay. They couldn't resist it at all, and they were all suppressed there, unable to move. Lin Fei recognized that this was a divine dragon. He didn't expect to see a divine dragon in the divine dragon mystic land. What surprised Lin Fei was that this divine dragon wasn't a powerful divine dragon. Its bones were still white, not gold or dark gold. Lin Fei had seen bone dragons before. He had even fought bone dragons before. The bone dragon before him was only average in terms of strength. Even so, it was still very powerful. At the very least, Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure. This was the only thing that could make Lin Fei feel pressured. Lin Fei, aren't you very powerful? In that case, You can have some fun with this bone dragon. Originally, this old man was prepared to use it as a trump card, but unfortunately, I met you. In that case, this old man can only use it in advance. Good luck. There was a divine dragon skeleton under the primogenitor's ancient tomb. Lin Fei didn't notice it at all. At least the primogenitor dragon Qianzu had schemed against him. The primogenitor is so weak. If I'm not wrong, even if you let me know the whereabouts of the divine dragon's blood, I'll still have to fight this divine dragon. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan had never seen such a huge divine dragon. It could even move. Its dragon might was so strong that they couldn't move. Lin Fei came over. He protected the two with his sword will and flew out. With a sweep of the bone dragon's huge body, it swung its tail. Everywhere it passed, there were ruins everywhere. The divine dragon's attack was much stronger than Long Qianzu's. It was filled with overbearing might. This divine dragon was extremely fast, even faster than Long Qianzu. Lin Fei's speed wasn't slow, but he was still hit by the dragon's tail. A large amount of sword will defense collapsed and landed on his body. This was Lin Fei's first time being hit by the divine dragon. In just a moment, he felt as if his body was about to collapse. I underestimated this divine dragon. It's actually stronger than the foundation building realm. Dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu, who was hiding in the dark, didn't leave. He wanted to see Lin Fei killed by the divine dragon. He's fine? This guy's body is so strong. Dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu took a deep breath. He wasn't that lucky when he was hit by the divine dragon. His body was destroyed and he had to escape into the seven-colored glazed pagoda to survive. Seeing that Lin Fei was fine after taking the attack, it was really infuriating. Even a monster king would be destroyed by a divine dragon's attack, let alone a human expert. But dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu guessed wrong. It was ridiculously strong. This old man doesn't believe that his body can always be this strong. The divine dragon seemed to have its eyes on Lin Fei's group. It attacked continuously, its huge tail sweeping left and right. In the blink of an eye, the primogenitor's tomb was reduced to ruins. All the traps were destroyed by the divine dragon's attacks. Lin Fei pushed lightly, and Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan flew out like two rays of light, landing lightly in the distance. Ancestor, I have to thank you. You left a divine dragon here, and even used a secret technique to activate it. Seems like you've obtained quite a lot of good stuff. Although this divine dragon looks huge, it's pretty good for traveling. Lin Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he faced the divine dragon. It's been a long time since I used this dark technique. I wonder if it'll work. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. This smile seemed to be bad in the eyes of dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu. Chapter 43-22. The bone dragon's huge body rushed out of the sacred mountain, blotting out the sky. The moment it appeared, everyone on the sacred mountain was scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a huge bone dragon before. The bone dragon's aura was so oppressive that they couldn't breathe. All of them lay on the ground, their minds blank. It was just a skeleton, yet it could fly and release a terrifying dragon aura. No expert could withstand the dragon aura released by the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon didn't have a body of flesh and blood, its huge frame was the most powerful weapon in battle. Houses and palaces collapsed wherever it passed. Dust flew everywhere, and more than half of the sacred mountain turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. No one had expected that there would be a bone dragon under the sacred mountain. The Vajra Monarch and Mo Ying, who had just escaped from the ancient tomb, looked at each other and felt even more uneasy. They had finally thought that they could escape, yet another bone dragon had appeared. This bone dragon was terrifyingly powerful. The suppression from their bloodlines made it impossible for them to even think about fighting. Meanwhile, progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet had been hiding in the dark, but he felt a trace of panic and uneasiness when he saw the smile on Lin Fei's face. If it weren't for the series of events that had happened before, progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet wouldn't have cared. But now, he couldn't care less. He had a feeling that something bad had happened, but he quickly cheered himself on. No matter how powerful this outsider, Lin Fei, was, could he subdue this bone dragon? Now, this bone dragon didn't have a body of flesh and blood, and was only a skeleton. but it was still a peerless expert. Everywhere it passed, there was nothing it could do. Even the sacred mountain couldn't do anything to this bone dragon. This old man must have been too suspicious. When Lin Fei saw the bone dragon appear, he was indeed a little surprised and astonished. Then he smiled. It had been a long time since Lin Fei had seen such a dark creature. He didn't expect to see one in the divine dragon's secret territory. Although its strength wasn't very high, it could still be a helper. Fortunately, Dragon Thousand-Foot Primogenitor was hiding far away and didn't know Lin Fei's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been dumbfounded. In the other world, Lin Fei had fought with these dark creatures many times and knew how to control them. Darkness Totem. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands, and a mysterious seal flew out from his hands and hit the bone dragon. After the imprint landed on the bone dragon, it was easily shaken off by the bone dragon and split into pieces. Perhaps it was because of this, the bone dragon directly rushed towards Lin Fei. Whoosh! This bone dragon actually spewed out black dragon flames. The earth and even the void were corroded in the blink of an eye. What did this kid do to the bone dragon? He actually forced the bone dragon to use its most powerful dragon flame. 1,000 feet sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that he had died under this dragon flame in the past. There was no way he could resist it at all. In just a moment, his physical body had been completely destroyed. The memory of this dragon flame was still fresh in 1,000 Feet's mind. It was no different from a nightmare that he would never forget for the rest of his life. With the bone dragon's dragon flame, this kid is definitely finished. No matter how strong his physical body is, can he withstand the might of this dragon flame? This is an existence that can corrode the void and even the earth. Lin Fei did not take it head-on. He knew how powerful the dragon flame was. If he was at his peak, he would naturally have nothing to fear. But right now, he was still far from that level. Sword intent after sword intent appeared in front of him as he retreated rapidly. The dragon flame was indeed the bone dragon's strongest move, as it continuously corroded the sword intent's defenses. In just a single exchange, dozens of Yi Xiaolong's defenses had been destroyed at an unbelievable speed. Fortunately, Lin Fei managed to resolve it in the end. Lin Fei did not idle around as he continued forming seals. One seal after another was formed, landing on the bone dragon's body. In the beginning, the bone dragon was still able to break free. But as the number of seals increased, the bone dragon's speed began to slow down. This kid seems to be trying to control the bone dragon. How could he have such a move? We can't let him succeed. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was getting anxious. This was the strongest killer move of the Divine Dragon's secret ground. He wanted to use this bone dragon to deal with this outsider, Lin Fei. If Lin Fei were to control the bone dragon, he would have to run for his life. The moment Ancestor Dragon Qianzu appeared, with a swoosh, a torrent of sword intent surged forth, instantly turning into a meteor shower that kept him at bay. Not good. It's this move again. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was most wary of sword intent attacks. It wasn't easy to break through, and he would suffer if he tried to take it head-on. This was the most disgusting move of all. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu pushed his 18 arms to their limits. Even so, he was still unable to break free from the sword intent attacks. Compared to the previous sword intent attack, this sword intent attack was actually a 5-line attack. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu attacked furiously with the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Under the combination of the 5 elements, its power skyrocketed. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was completely dumbfounded. He actually grasped the 5 elements? What the hell? This is going to be troublesome. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu didn't say anything and turned to run. If it was an ordinary sword intent, then it would be fine. Ancestor Dragon 1,000 Feet could still resist it. But if it was the 5-element sword intent, then it would not be easy to resist it. It would be a huge loss. The old man from the Sky Sword Mountain had never managed to cultivate the 5 elements sword essence. However, this kid was able to display it so easily. For a moment, Ancestor Dragon Qianzu felt that he was old. He was actually no match for this kid. Or was this kid an old monster and not as young as he thought? Ancestor Dragon Qianzu didn't dare to think about it. Right now, he just wanted to run for his life. If he didn't run now, he wouldn't have a chance if this kid really controlled the bone dragon. Lin Fei sent one imprint after another on the bone dragon's body. These were all darkness magic, specifically used to control the bone dragon and other creatures of darkness. Although the bone dragon's resistance was still quite strong, it could not withstand the imprints. One after another, the bone dragon's speed gradually slowed down, and the strength of its struggle also weakened. Finally, the dark magic was successfully imprinted on its body. The bone dragon completely stopped its attacks. Lin Fei somersaulted and landed on the bone dragon's head. Dragon Qianzu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have a good chat. Swish. The bone dragon actually tore the void apart. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu, who was running for his life, had already escaped from Sacred Mountain. A voice rang out from behind. Next, he saw the void move and a bone dragon charged out. It opened its mouth and breathed out dragon flames. Chapter 43:23. The moment Ancestor Dragon Qianzu saw this, he broke out in cold sweat. Even his voice was trembling. You've activated the void traversing ability of a bone dragon. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was someone who had seen much of the world. Naturally, he knew that the strongest ability of the dragon race was their spatial abilities. However, after the death of this bone dragon, he had never activated this ability again. To think that this outsider, Lin Fei, would be able to activate the void traversing ability so easily. Even though it was a short distance, this short distance was enough to give Ancestor Dragon Qianzu a huge amount of pressure. After spitting out a ball of dragon flame, a huge stretch of the void was corroded. No matter how fast Ancestor Dragon Qianzu ran, he was still no match for the bone dragon. The bone dragon spat out a mouthful of dragon flame from the skies. It almost took the life of Ancestor Dragon Qianzu. With a sweep of his tail, Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was sent flying. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu landed heavily on the huge mountain, causing his entire body to cave in. The bone dragon swung his tail through the air once more. A tremendous amount of power came crashing down on Ancestor Dragon Qianzu's body. To begin with, Ancestor Dragon Qianzu's physical body wasn't much to begin with. It wasn't a perfect fit. Therefore, this strike caused him to spit out fresh blood. Hold on. Don't attack anymore. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu could no longer sit still upon seeing that the bone dragon was about to spit out dragon flame. Even if he were to control Ancestor Dragon Qianzu's physical body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Half of his body would be crippled. Now, we're going to have a proper conversation. Weren't you running really fast just now? Go ahead and run. Since the Divine Dragon's secret grounds isn't small, I'll let you run one round before we talk. Lin Fei stood on the head of the bone dragon and looked down at Ancestor Dragon Qianzu. By now, they were far away from the Sage Mountain. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother Lin, let's talk this out. Killing this old man is useless to you. Why don't you keep this old man alive? I'll tell you everything you want to know. I even know those big secrets. Among the primogenitors, Dragon Qianzu smiled bitterly. Lin Fei did not directly kill progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet. Naturally, he wanted to know some of the past events from its mouth. He wanted to explore the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm again. Lin Fei did not think that the Divine Dragon Arcane Land was that simple. There was the primogenitor's ancient tomb and the appearance of a divine dragon. Although it was just a skeleton, it was far more than all the secrets of the Divine Dragon's secret realm. Therefore, he felt that the progenitor dragon 1,000-legged must know some other big secrets. That was why Lin Fei had spared the Ancestor Dragon's life. The Ancestor Dragon's strength had already reached the foundation establishment stage, but his foundation establishment wasn't truly stable, so he couldn't fight for long. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to crush the Ancestor Dragon's 1,000 feet so easily. He had to thank the Ancestor Dragon 1,000-legged for giving him such a generous gift. To think that there was a dark creature in the form of a bone dragon in the Divine Dragon mystical land. Lin Fei might not be able to deal with other things, but this dark creature really had a way. With this bone it would be a great help. At least when it came to traveling, no one would be able to catch up. Even if the ancestor dragon thousand-legged ran 3 laps, it would still be able to catch up easily. This was the bone dragon, the dragon clan's most proficient spatial ability. Then tell me what other big secrets there are in the divine dragon secret realm. I don't think that the primogenitor's ancient tomb is a secret. You purposely released all the secrets about the divine dragon secret realm to lure us here. You've been planning this for a long time. The ancestor dragon thousand-legged's plan was indeed very good. It had been eyeing the demon king dragon thousand-legged's body for a long time, but it had no way of obtaining it. Now that it had borrowed the demon king dragon thousand-legged's body, it finally got what it wanted. Unfortunately, it had encountered Lin Fei, and everything had gone to waste. Given the current situation, the ancestor dragon thousand-legged did not dare to hide anything anymore. Who knew if the bone dragon thousand-legged would spit out a mouthful of dragon flame? With its current heavily injured body, 2 or 3 mouthfuls of dragon flame would be enough to turn it into ashes. This time, there was no chance for it to escape. Previously, it could still make use of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. But this time, it was completely hopeless. Actually, there is no divine dragon blood in the divine dragon secret realm. The most important thing about the divine dragon secret realm is that it leads to the Kunlun secret realm. Leads to the Kunlun secret realm? Lin Fei was a little surprised. This was obviously the divine dragon secret realm. How did it have anything to do with the Kunlun secret realm? Back then, the divine dragon secret realm was also a part of the Kunlun secret realm. It was just that it was separated from the Kunlun secret realm after a great battle between experts. They even set up a formation here. This place is a holy land for cultivation. If you cultivate for a year in the Kunlun secret realm, you can cultivate for 5 years here. Ever since he entered, Lin Fei felt that the divine dragon's secret realm was different. If he cultivated here, he would definitely be able to get twice the results with half the effort. Unexpectedly, it was as he had imagined. If he could cultivate for a year in the Kunlun secret realm, he could cultivate for 5 years here. It was indeed worthy of being called a holy land. Not killing the ancestor dragon thousand-legged was somewhat meaningful. At the very least, this fellow knew some secrets. Continue. Just this alone isn't enough. Lin Fei felt that the story behind this would be very interesting. The ancestor dragon thousand-legged could still feel the murderous aura of the skeletal dragon. He knew that if he didn't give a rough explanation today, he would definitely not have a good ending. The divine dragon secret realm connecting to the Kunlun secret realm is just one of the secrets. Back then, this place was a holy land for cultivation. However, the most important thing is that there is a Real teleportation gate in the divine dragon secret realm. It can be used for long-distance teleportation to reach the so-called cultivation world. The ancestor dragon thousand-legged took a deep breath. He wanted to see if this visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei, would be moved. However, he was very surprised because there was no change in Lin Fei's expression. Don't be fooled by the unfathomable strength of the few supremes in the Kunlun secret realm. If they don't enter the cultivation world, they will reach the end of their lifespan. In the end, they will die of old age. All of us have the same wish, which is to enter the cultivation world. Only by entering the cultivation world will we be able to raise our strength to the next level. This news was nothing surprising to Lin Fei. He really didn't care much about fighting and killing. To Lin Fei, the long-distance teleportation gate was something that he could do without. You've been here for so long. Didn't you activate the long-distance teleportation gate to head to the cultivation world? Lin Fei was very curious. The ancestor dragon thousand-legged replied leisurely. I also wish that it was true. However, I discovered an even bigger secret. This long-distance teleportation gate is unique. It's not from our side to the cultivation world. Instead, it's from the cultivation world to our side. Therefore, after a long period of searching, I discovered that there's a really big secret in the divine dragon secret realm. Chapter 43-24. Initially, Ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet hoped that his secrets could pique Lin Fei's interest. However, the outcome surprised him. Lin Fan did not seem to have changed at all. Did he really not care about the cultivation world? Did he not care about those secrets at all? If any of these secrets were to be spread to the Kunlun Mystery Land, those powers would all be dumbfounded. It's good to hear about the big secrets. Let me broaden my horizons. What other big secrets are there in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land? Lin Fei was not too shocked. Fortunately, there was no one around at this time, so the news would not spread. Therefore, this secret was only known to Lin Fei and Ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet. Just as Lin Fei had expected, Ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet knew quite a lot of secrets. He had probably researched a lot in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. I think that the Divine Dragon Mystery Land, including the Kunlun Mystery Land, is actually a prison. We are all people locked up in this prison. The progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet's voice became a little excited, but also a little angry and unwilling. All sorts of emotions tangled together, causing its entire face to distort. If you guys can't break through, just say that others have limited your potential. To put it bluntly, it's your own potential. If you have enough potential, even if this is a prison, you can still break through. Lin Fei shook his head. This secret was really not that big of a secret. If it's just these secrets, then forget it. I'm really not interested. Let's talk a bit more. You're the primogenitor, yet you survived. It's impossible for the other primogenitors to disappear or die for no reason. Tell me, what do you think? Lin Fei asked again. Let's talk about it after you survive. The face of the Ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet turned cold. In an instant, his entire body expanded, and a destructive force swept out, instantly enveloping Lin Fei. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet had detonated his entire body. After the destructive force swept out, the entire place was turned into ruins. One could only imagine how strong this force was. The sword intent flowed like water, but Lin Fei remained as still as a mountain. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. It must have been hard on you to stall for some secrets. But at least I can make you happy. That's more interesting. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei didn't believe that Ancestor Dragon Thousand Foot would be so convinced, so he must have some other thoughts. In Lin Fei's eyes, this little trick was simply too childish. Therefore, he simply beat the progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet at its own game and allowed it to use its secret technique. The power of the secret technique was very strong, but it could not hurt Lin Fei at all. At most, it was just a fluctuation in his blood qi. On the other hand, the primogenitor Dragon Thousand Feet was definitely severely injured. It might take a long time for it to recover. Even if he could recover his strength, he would definitely be weaker than he was now. However, Lin Fei believed what the primogenitor had said. He did know a lot of things, but that was all. Lin Fei returned to the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was reduced to ruins, and the huge bone dragon appeared once again. One by one, the experts of the sacred mountain knelt on the ground. At this moment, the sacred leader had just come out of the tomb. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw the bone dragon appear on the sacred mountain. He also saw that terrifying figure. The sword was shrouded down and swept the sacred leader up. Spare me, spare me. I was just following orders. I didn't really want to harm you. The sacred leader, who was shrouded by the sword will, hurriedly surrendered. If he didn't surrender, the sword will would turn him into a hornet's nest. He couldn't be more dead. If he were to be casually tossed down, he would become a meat patty. Until now, the sacred leader still didn't understand why the powerful primogenitor had disappeared. Instead, the bone dragon appeared here. It seemed like it had been subdued by this outsider, Lin Fei. The sacred leader more or less knew some secrets. But now, it seemed like the primogenitor was a little unreliable. However, it was better to stay alive first. You're quite smart to be able to shirk all responsibility so quickly. However, since you're so smart, I'll spare your life. At the same time, help me manage this sacred mountain, as well as this divine dragon mystery land. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the divine dragon secret land. However, this place was a little different. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was unbelievably dense. It was pretty good to cultivate here. This was no different from a paradise. Therefore, an idea popped into Lin Fei's mind. I'll occupy this place first. Fishing and drinking tea here isn't a bad thing. As for managing this place, I'll leave it to the sacred leader. As for the primogenitor dragon 1,000 feet, he was no longer in the divine dragon's secret land. That fellow had used a secret technique to detonate his physical body. It could be said that his vitality was greatly damaged. Even if he could revive, he wouldn't be able to reappear so easily. Lin Fei suspected that this fellow might have gone to the Kunlun's secret land. Now that he had his eyes on the divine dragon's secret land, Lin Fei wouldn't let anyone else get it. Hearing this, the sacred leader heaved a sigh of relief. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fei condensed 10 sword intent seeds and sent them into the sacred leader's body. The sword intent seeds formed the 7 stars and Big Dipper in the sacred leader's body. A mysterious relationship caused the sacred leader's heart to skip a beat. He felt as though his body had been replaced by a furnace that could explode at any moment. The sacred leader finally understood that his life was in the hands of the other party. Help me manage the sacred mountain well. I believe you should be able to do it. The sacred leader nodded his head repeatedly. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I guarantee that I'll manage this sacred ground properly. No, I should say the entire divine dragon's secret land. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the sacred leader's reply. You alone aren't enough. I've decided to find 2 more helpers for you. The skeletal dragon left the sacred mountain once again. Bringing the sacred leader with him, Lin Fei controlled the skeletal dragon and went to the Demon King's region. Actually, before reaching the Demon King's region, Lin Fei had already discovered the Vajra Monarch and Mo Ying, the 2 Demon Kings. The Vajra Monarch and Mo Ying had suffered a lot and were covered in injuries. Fortunately, they were able to return. When the powerful bloodline pressure from the skeletal dragon assaulted them again, the Vajra Monarch and Mo Ying smiled bitterly. This time, they really had nowhere to run. Especially after seeing Lin Fei and the sacred leader on the skeletal dragon, the Vajra Monarch and Mo Ying understood one thing. That primogenitor had lost. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. The 2 demon kings were very decisive. How could they fight? There was no way to fight at all. One skeletal dragon had completely crushed their combat power. In front of the skeletal dragon, they only had 10 to 20% of their combat power left. Since you know this, then come with me. The sword intent turned into a cage, trapping the 2 of them and bringing them to the sacred ground. Chapter 43-25. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all that the Diamond King and Spectre had submitted. After placing a restriction on them, he brought them back to the sacred mountain. When they returned to the sacred mountain, he also let the 2 demon kings unify the demonic beast's forces. Long Qianzu's subordinates were also unified. King Kong and Demon Shadow loved to do such things. Although Lin Fei had used violent means to subdue the 2 of them, he had also given them some benefits. It was the Demon King's cultivation technique. Lin Fei didn't have many other things, but he had a lot of cultivation techniques. Whether it was the demonic beast's cultivation techniques, ghost cultivators' cultivation techniques, or even the human race's cultivation techniques, he had them all. Any one of them would cause a bloodbath. King Kong and Demon Shadow were indeed a little unwilling, but after seeing the demonic beast's cultivation techniques, they didn't have any objections. They would never obtain such a cultivation technique in their lifetime. They didn't expect to obtain such a cultivation technique by submitting to someone else. With this cultivation technique, their strength could continue to break through. The divine dragon's secret domain was a good place to cultivate. They really had to thank the primogenitor for his help. Otherwise, their cultivation would have ended. They were so interested in the primogenitor's tomb because they wanted to obtain something that would help them improve their strength. They had unintentionally planted a willow, but it turned out to be a good thing. They were sincerely convinced. They also realized that this extraterrestrial visitor, Lin Fei, was definitely not someone from the secular world. He might even be an old monster or antique. Since King Kong and Demon Shadow obtained the cultivation technique, the Sacred Lord naturally obtained it as well. The Sacred Lord continued to be the Sacred Lord, but with King Kong and Demon Shadow, his authority as the Sacred Lord was greatly reduced. Of course, he didn't dare to have any opinions. The huge bone dragon was also kept by Lin Fei, turning into a small bone dragon. The sacred ground announced its unification. This matter was naturally handled by the Sacred Lord. King Kong and Demon Shadow also appeared. The people of the Sacred Mountain were originally anxious about this disaster. They didn't expect to be pleasantly surprised. Amidst their shock, they heaved a sigh of relief. From now on, they would no longer have to fight with the demonic beasts. Over the years, it was unknown how many experts of their holy lands had died. The corpses could be piled up like a mountain. They could finally cultivate in peace. The divine dragon arcane realm would no longer be a dangerous place. At the same time, in an inconspicuous forest in the depths of the Kunlun Mystery Land, crack, crack, a pile of rocks exploded. A few demonic beasts seemed to have smelled something and followed the path to the place where they came from. A figure rushed out. Balls of bloody light flew out from the bodies of these demonic beasts and directly entered the body of this person. This was an extremely ugly middle-aged man. He opened his cold eyes. Lin Fei, this old man will remember you. You caused me to lose Long Qinzu's excellent physical body. This person was none other than the primogenitor. However, the current primogenitor was indeed very weak. This old man's strength has been greatly affected. It can be said that it has damaged my foundation. Fortunately, this old man was prepared back then and left behind this body. Although it is broken, it can still be used. However, I have to recover my strength first. If those old things find out, I will definitely be in trouble. The primogenitor was filled with hatred. All his preparations were ruined in the hands of that Lin Fei. If there were no accidents, the entire divine dragon arcane realm might be controlled by that brat. This was a holy land for cultivation. Even the primogenitor was tempted to make a move. No, the divine dragon arcane realm must not be given to that brat. No matter what, I have to find some trouble for him. If this old man can't get it, that brat can forget about getting it. Lin Fei controlling the Sacred Lord was equivalent to controlling the entire Sacred Mountain. Four Kings, I am not a bad person, right? It didn't take me long to invite you guys over. The Four Kings were all invited over by Lin Fei. Once King Kong and Demonic Shadow made a move, Death King had no choice but to come. The changes in the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm were rather huge. Heaven and Demon King and the others looked at each other. Before they could react, the Arcane Realm seemed to have changed owners. The seemingly ordinary Lin Fei had actually become the master of the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. Even the Sacred Lord of Sacred Mountain, including King Kong, had submitted to him. The huge difference made Heaven and Demon King and Heaven Eye King suck in a breath of cold air. What replaced it was fear and uneasiness. I didn't plan to do anything to you guys. I just wanted to understand the Kunlun Arcane Realm. Just tell me everything you know about the Kunlun Arcane Realm. Heaven and Demon King and Heaven Eye King were already prepared. However, when they heard this voice, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fei didn't want to kill them, it was fine. No matter what Lin Fei wanted them to do, they had no objections. After heaving a sigh of relief, they also told him everything about the Kunlun Arcane Realm. Even if it was the secrets of the higher-ups, they didn't hide anything. Although they had such thoughts, they still had to see where they were and who they were facing. They spoke for a full 2 hours. Lin Fei also had a deeper understanding of the Kunlun Arcane Realm. He even knew many rumors about it. Poison King and you can leave first. Heaven and Demon King and Heaven Eye King's hearts sank. They realized that they were in trouble. Why didn't he mention their names? With a plop, the two of them knelt down. Spare us! Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven and Demon King wished they could slap themselves. The ordinary Lin Fei already had the ability to control their life and death. The Ancestor Dragon and the Thousand-Legged Bull, for example, were still defeated. What qualifications did they have to fight with Lin Fei? It was better for them to shrink their necks. Don't worry, I won't kill the innocent. After all, the two of you are the 4 kings below the Supremes. Your strength is not bad, so my request is very simple. Protect 2 people for me in the secular world for 10 years. I believe you should be able to do it. It would be a pity if he didn't use such good fighters. If he didn't kill them on the spot, they could burn incense and pray to Buddha. No problem, no problem. We are willing to protect people. 10 years wasn't long, but compared to losing their lives, protecting people was nothing. Moreover, there weren't many experts in the secular world. Lin Fei placed a seal on the two of them and told them that the seal had a time limit of 10 years. Once the time was up, it would naturally be undone. They didn't dare to say anything. Did they want to die? Chapter 43:26. The strength of the four kings was decent in Lin Fei's eyes. Of course, it was even better in the secular world. If the Heaven Eye Monarch and the Heaven End Demon King were to protect someone, it would naturally be to protect his parents. After sending the two kings away, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. As for Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, they started to cultivate in seclusion on the sacred mountain. Master, this is the core of the sacred land. Previously only Master, no ancestor could enter. I don't know what is inside. The sacred lord carefully brought Lin Fei to the depths of the ground, in front of an inconspicuous door. If not for the sacred leader leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to find such a door. The door looked extremely ordinary. However, Lin Fei could see layers upon layers of restrictions on it. Of course, these restrictions were very crude. However, it was a headache for Xian Tian and even energy-cultivating experts. It wasn't easy to break it. Lin Fei sent the sacred leader away. After checking it out, the sword intent slammed into the door like water and instantly triggered the restrictions. With such a violent method, the restrictions were smashed into pieces by the sword intent. However, the door was undamaged. Ancestors set up a method on it. I want to see what is inside. The door was not ordinary. At least, Lin Fei couldn't feel anything inside. After the restrictions were broken, Lin Fei opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a dragon's roar assaulted Lin Fei's face. It was as if a huge dragon had rushed out, directly crushing Lin Fei's body. This was the attack of a divine dragon. It was very powerful. Lin Fei had long since been prepared for this. His sword stood in front of him, blocking off all the attacks in an instant. Furthermore, this attack lasted for a very long period of time. It was truly capable of catching one off guard. Lin Fei walked into the secret room. He was surprised when he walked in because there were bones everywhere. These skeletons were everywhere. His gaze fell on the place in front. There was a furnace there. It was a three-legged furnace. It was huge and gave off an ancient aura. Inside the cauldron, Lin Fei could smell the scent of raging flames. If one were to approach, they would be completely evaporated by the aura of the raging flames. The primogenitor is still hiding something. There's actually a drop of divine dragon blood sealed inside this cauldron. There was indeed a drop of divine dragon blood inside. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, this drop of divine dragon blood was nothing much. He couldn't even be considered a true god. As for being able to transform one's physical body after consuming it, that was naturally impossible. This drop of divine dragon blood was filled with an endless fiery aura. Anyone who consumed it would be vaporized immediately. It seems like the ancestor was unable to completely refine this drop of divine dragon blood, so he could only leave it in this cauldron. This drop of divine dragon blood wasn't that rare. However, for the current Lin Fei, the divine dragon blood was a pretty good item. At the very least, it would be useful for his tree of life. The storm of sword intent shrouded the cauldron and launched a fierce attack. It was unknown what material was used to refine the furnace, but it was very sturdy. However, no matter how sturdy the material was, it would still be able to hold out for a long time under such an airtight attack. In just an hour, it was broken. The moment the cauldron was broken, a dragon roar surged into the sky. A dragon's might swept out in all directions. It contained a frightening destructive power, especially when it was directed at one's physical body. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of divine dragon blood. After he swallowed the drop of divine dragon blood, the tree of life within his body grew a series of tendrils that dragged the drop of divine dragon blood over. Even though this drop of divine dragon blood was extremely strong, even though it was within Lin Fei's body, it couldn't disintegrate Lin Fei's physical body. Instead, its strength was being devoured by the tree of life bit by bit. For the time being, the tree of life won't lack nourishment. For Lin Fei, this drop of divine dragon blood was nothing but nourishment. Where else could he find such nourishment? After the divine dragon blood was taken away, the suppressive force in the secret chamber disappeared completely. After searching for a while, Lin Fei managed to find some useful items. For example, some ancient books that were left behind. The books were all written in ancient texts. Of course, this didn't stop Lin Fei. After studying it for a while, he read it out and understood its meaning. This is really interesting. Lin Fei didn't stay for too long. He turned around and left. No one knew what was recorded in the books, because Lin Fei had taken them all away. Lin Fei's figure soon arrived outside the sacred mountain. The divine dragon's secret realm wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After searching for a while, Lin Fei finally arrived at an inconspicuous valley. This valley was really inconspicuous in the dense forest. There were many monsters living in the valley. The moment Lin Fei arrived, he released his aura slightly, scaring away all the monsters. There were caves within the valley. These caves were all inhabited by monsters. With a wave of his hand, his sword intent swept away all the unpleasant smell in the cave like flowing water. He arrived at the innermost part of the cave. The sword intent swept through the thick layer of rocks. It was a very violent way of breaking through. A stone door appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. The information in the books was right. There really is a place in the Divine Dragon's secret realm that leads to the Kunlun secret realm. If I'm not wrong, it should be here. This door led to the Kunlun secret realm. It was well protected. Although Lin Fei had broken it with brute force, if it were an inborn expert or a chi refinement expert, they wouldn't be able to break it. They wouldn't even be able to tell what was wrong with it. The disguise was too good. No matter how strong one's mental strength was, one wouldn't be able to tell that there was something wrong with this rock wall. There was a restriction set up on the door. There was a huge talisman pasted on the restriction. The talisman gave off a dangerous aura. It seems like someone doesn't want the Kunlun secret realm to be connected with the Divine Dragon's secret realm. It would be the same even if it was me. Lin Fei had been to the Kunlun secret realm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth there was indeed average. It couldn't be compared to the cultivation speed in the Divine Dragon's secret realm. This place was better than the 36 blessed and heavenly lands. Luckily, I came here earlier. Knowing the primogenitor's temper, he might expose the entrance to the Divine Dragon's arcane plane after suffering such a great loss. I'll have to set up a formation here first. The sacred ground was rich in resources. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't lack materials to set up a formation. Lin Fei knew of countless formations, such as the ancient ominous formation. Any one of them could turn this place into hell. Anyone who entered would be doomed. I hope the ancestor can help me do something good. I can use this formation to take them down a notch. I'll let them know that the Kunlun secret realm and the Divine Dragon secret realm are separated by heaven and earth. It's not a place they can enter just because they want to. Bookseller's website. Chapter 43-27. Lin Fei spent a few days and finally set up a super formation. This formation was called Azura Hell. There were a total of 10 levels, and each level had different powers. No matter who it was, as long as they broke into this Azura Hell, they would either die or lose a layer of skin. After the Azura Hell was set up, Lin Fei was completely relieved. He really did not believe that the ancestors or the Supremes could break this formation. They would take care of everything that came in. The Divine Dragon's secret realm was under his control. Lin Fei would not hand it over to anyone easily. There were not many things that could interest Lin Fei. And the Divine Dragon's secret realm was one of them. After setting up the formation, Lin Fei left. This place was located in an inconspicuous valley in the forest. Lin Fei was not worried that someone would find this place. Back at the sacred land, Lin Fei left after giving some instructions. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were still in seclusion. Lin Fei told the sacred lord that if Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan wanted to leave this place, he should send them out personally. Before leaving the Divine Dragon's secret realm, Lin Fei had one more thing to do. He had to destroy all the previous entrances and set up a formation. After all, that entrance was set up by the ancestors for them to enter the Divine Dragon's secret realm. After reading those books, Lin Fei knew that there were other exits to the Divine Dragon's secret realm. It was just that they were very secretive. Even the sacred lord did not know about them. At the edge of a cliff in a dense forest. Looking at the void in front of him, Lin Fei's lips curled up as he stepped forward. Who would have thought that this seemingly sky was actually an illusory formation? However, this illusory formation was very clever. Ordinary people would not be able to tell. Even the sacred lord would not be able to tell. This was the exit to leave the divine dragon's secret realm. From the moment Lin Fei entered to the moment he left, he had indeed stayed for a long time. He really did miss the outside world. Speaking of which, the divine dragon's secret realm was very boring. Lin Fei was probably the only one who could say something like that. I wonder what will happen after we get out of here. I am really looking forward to it. After the world turned upside down, Lin Fei fell into the water. When Lin Fei got out of the water, he found himself near a beach. It was not a deserted beach, but a beach by the sea. Lin Fei glanced around and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He seemed to have arrived at the subtropical Vietnamese province. This place must be a provincial one. Lin Fei could guarantee that, because the weather here was simply too pleasant. The air pool was filled with a damp odor. It was impossible for them to exist in Shanghai. Where else could it be other than Yu province? Lin Fei found it hard to believe. This was a huge leap. A moment ago, he was still in the northern desert. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the end of the south. The person who set up this exit was truly a weirdo. He actually didn't know about this place. Lin Fei really didn't expect this. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't stand out when he appeared. After all, there were too many people swimming here. Who knew when someone else would appear? Lin Fei didn't bring any swimsuits. He walked up drenched. After asking around, he confirmed that this was South Asia in Vietnamese province. As a scenic tourist attraction, South Asia was naturally crowded, especially during the season. Lin Fei decided to find a place to stay first. The place he wanted to stay was naturally a 5-star hotel. Lin Fei. Not long after walking on the beach, Lin Fei heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw a familiar person. Charlene, why are you here? The person he met on the beach was the first girl he met on his way back, Charlene. Charlene went to Bai Shengnan's company to be an assistant. Lin Fei was quite surprised that Charlene would be here in South Asia at this time. Boss, you really know how to have fun. You actually came to South Asia without a word. If I didn't feel that your back looked familiar just now, I really wouldn't have recognized you. Charlene ran up with a smile. Even at the seaside, Charlene's dress was still relatively conservative. Her one piece was still youthful and cute. Lin Fei knew that Charlene must have thought too much. Aren't we going to give our beauty Charlene a surprise? Lin Fei also laughed and teased. Charlene was amused and giggled. Big boss, don't tease me. You are such an honest person. Even though Xia Lin knew that Lin Fei was talking nonsense, Xia Lin was still very happy. I have swimming trunks over there. Do you want to change into them? After arriving at South Asia in Vietnamese province, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go back. Sure, no problem. Although Lin Fei could easily evaporate the water on his body, there were too many people here, so he decided not to do so. Charlene was in a good mood after meeting the big boss here. Lin Fei was in a good mood. After chatting for a while, Lin Fei also found out that Charlene was out on vacation. Ever since the cloud shapewear became popular, Charlene, the assistant, had not been idle. It wasn't easy for her to find a vacation time. She didn't expect to meet the big boss, Lin Fei, here. Charlene recalled the bits and pieces of Lin Fei living in her room. I bought these swimming trunks by mistake and kept them. I was going to throw them away, but now it's a bargain for you, big boss. In the drawer not far away, Charlene rummaged through a pair of swimming trunks. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and put it on. It wasn't the first time that Charlene had seen Lin Fei's good figure. Compared to other people with big bellies, Lin Fei's figure was top-notch with an 8-pack and a vest line. Anyone who saw it would be envious. It was the same for Charlene. After Lin Fei joined, Charlene had even more fun. This time, Charlene didn't just come alone. She came with a best friend. However, when that best friend saw Lin Fei, her face was a little unhappy, but it returned to normal immediately. You're really good to your friend. You even let him wear this swimming trunks. Also, you look at him with drooling eyes. Don't tell me you have a crush on this kid? Charlene's best friend was called Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei's figure was also very good. She was also a great beauty. Her looks were around 85 points. Nonsense, Lin Fei and I are good friends, okay? Charlene said seriously. Zhang Weiwei didn't believe Charlene's words. Those eyes and actions couldn't deceive her. Charlene didn't tell Zhang Weiwei that Lin Fei was the big boss of her company and the creator of the cloud shapewear. Look at yourself. You're smiling. Zhang Weiwei rarely saw Charlene smile like this. Her eyes never left Lin Fei. Chapter 43-28. Kunlun Mystery Land. The six Supremes all received a piece of news. It was about the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. This was because everyone who entered had basically gained nothing. What was even more terrifying was that it was a trap set by one of the ancestors. As the news spread, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. While everyone was still in shock, the six Supremes unexpectedly received a piece of news that piqued their interest. Someone had exposed the entrance to the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. According to the news brought back by the four kings, one thing was certain. The cultivation in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land was indeed better than the Kunlun Mystery Land. The heaven and earth spiritual chi became denser, which naturally allowed everyone to break through faster. If I'm not mistaken, it should be here. A short figure arrived at a valley. At the end of the valley was a small lake that was very inconspicuous. This short figure was one of the six supreme beings. Supremes Tianyun. Despite his short appearance, Supremes Tianyun was actually a midget. However, it was this person who managed to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm in the Kunlun Mystery Land and became in Supremes. His strength was rather terrifying. Supremes Tianyun, you're pretty fast. It seems like you're very interested in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. Just as Supremes Tianyun stood by the lake, another figure rushed in. It was a pink figure. It was a female Supremes. This was the only female Supreme martial artist among the six Supremes. Supremes Phoenixes. Supremes Tianyun smiled when he saw Supremes Phoenixes. Supremes Phoenixes, you really know how to joke. I'm just interested in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. I didn't expect the rumor to actually exist. It seems like the news back then was true. The six Supremes all knew one thing. The Divine Dragon Mystery Land was originally a sacred place for cultivation, and it had always been above the Kunlun Mystery Land. The Kunlun Mystery Land was originally a place under the jurisdiction of the sacred place. However, due to some unknown reason, the sacred place disappeared. No one knew where it went. It was not that the Supremes did not search for it, but they could not find the entrance. As time passed, everyone gave up. I'm just here to see if it's true. Supremes Phoenixes chuckled. Not long after, the other four Supremes arrived. Everyone was very concerned about this news, because this information was only known to the six Supremes. Outsiders didn't even know about this news. While they were shocked, they were also secretly guessing. Who was it that passed the news to them? Because the news came from their territory. After all six of them had arrived, everyone's goal was the same, and that was to break the entrance. The Kunlun Mystic Realm was indeed a good place to cultivate, but it was nothing compared to the Divine Dragon Mystic Realm. If he could enter the Divine Dragon Secret Grounds, not only would he be able to obtain cultivation resources, it was said that there were as many demonic beasts as there were clouds in there, and all of them were good stuff. At the very least, in the Kunlun Mystic Realm, demonic beasts were few and far between. Those who encountered one would basically be captured alive and brought back to the sect to rear. Everyone understood the principle that eating beast meat all year round would greatly improve one's physical body. Although they didn't have high requirements for their bodies, who wouldn't want their bodies to be as strong as possible? No matter what, let's give it a try first. What if we really succeed? Heavenly Cloud Supreme was the first to speak. In fact, everyone's thoughts were the same. Then let's do it together. Not only did they know that the Divine Dragon Secret Grounds was under this lake, but they also knew the way to break the formation. After a loud rumble, the six supreme beings made their move. The small lake was instantly destroyed. A door appeared at the bottom of it. The protective formation almost collapsed. Initially, everyone had their doubts. However, when they saw the door, they heaved a sigh of relief. The news was true. There was indeed a storage area here. The possibility of it leading to the Divine Dragon's secret grounds was higher. When they saw the door, they heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't know what the person who spread the news was about, but they had to confirm it no matter what. It seemed like their trip wasn't in vain. The 6 honorable beings struck out once more and broke through the formation on the door. With that, the entrance below appeared. The news is true. There's an entrance. It seems like the Shenong mystic realm has indeed been isolated by someone. This concealment formation is too advanced. Sovereign Phoenix Cauldron chuckled and was the first to descend. After that, Heavenly Cloud Supreme also came down. They easily entered the door. After the 6 supreme beings checked and didn't find any danger, they relaxed again. I'll go take a look and confirm whether it's true or not. It was impossible for one supreme being to go, so the best way was for all 6 supreme beings to go together. If there were benefits from the other side, they really had to consider it. Without further ado, the 6 supreme beings decided to go to the Divine Dragon's secret grounds together. Without blinking, they rushed in together. When the lake was blasted open, a tattered figure appeared. The figure was still shriveled and emitted a decaying aura. Let the 6 supreme beings test it out first. Those old antiques aren't that easy to fool. We have to let that Lin Fei suffer a bit first. If one supreme being isn't enough, then let's do it with all 6 supreme beings. The strength of the 6 supreme beings was quite good in the eyes of Ancestor Qian Mo was the name of this ancestor. After all, they had existed in this realm for a long time, unlike Ancestor Qian Mo. Once he took over, his strength didn't reach his peak. In the end, he met Lin Fei and suffered a huge loss. It's a pity that my strength hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, it would be great to take over a supreme being's body. It's a pity that my 7-colored glazed pagoda is wasted. It wasn't easy for him to seize a body, but he missed it just like that. It was all because of that damned Lin Fei. When his strength recovered, he would definitely let Lin Fei have it easy. What concerned Ancestor Qian Mo the most was that bone dragon. Such a powerful bone dragon was actually controlled by that kid. This was the most inconceivable thing. After the 6 supreme beings came over, they instantly felt like they had fallen into hell. In an instant, they were bewildered and disoriented. This is the Divine Dragon's secret grounds. No, we seem to have encountered a formation. With a whistling sound, it was as if the sky was falling. One by one, the supreme martial artists spat out blood. They were injured by the formation in less than a second. Let's go. This is a formation. Someone set up a formation. It might be used to deal with us. Chapter 43:29. After being attacked by the formation, they immediately retreated. Even so, they still suffered greatly. This was because the formation was simply too savage. One layer after another, it became stronger and stronger. They did not have the ability to resist at all. Fortunately, there were 6 supremes who entered together, so they had some ability to resist, so they were not injured that badly. If any of them were to come in, they would probably lose their lives here. We've been tricked, we've definitely been tricked. Someone is trying to kill us all, Supreme's Sky Cloud roared. Supreme's Phoenix Color was also frightened, but then said, I think the person who plotted against us is in this valley. If we rush out now, we might be able to catch him off guard. Supreme's Phoenix Color's words made the eyes of the remaining 5 Supremes brighten. They realized that there might really be someone waiting for the result outside. If they rushed out now, it was very likely that they would catch the other party off guard. Although they were all injured, their injuries were not too serious. After a short moment of hesitation, they understood. They had to vent their anger. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes was indeed waiting outside to watch a good show. If they could capture his Supremes, it would be a good thing. Although his current physical body looked decent, it could not unleash its full strength. Therefore, he had to find a Supremes to act against. Even if he could not take over the other party's body, he had to control them into a puppet. That way, he would have a thug. Originally, he had a disciple like the Holy Master, plus the divine dragon's secret realm controlled by the Holy Master, which was equivalent to holding a trump card. He did not expect to lose this trump card so quickly. This was the worst thing that had happened to him. Fortunately, he had successfully lured the 6 Supremes here. No matter what, he had to give that Lin Fei quite a bit of trouble. If Lin Fei killed the 6 Supremes, that would be for the best. The primogenitors behind the Supremes would definitely make their move. What's that sound? Ancestral founder Thousand Motes' expression suddenly changed, and he retreated. In the next second, 6 figures directly rushed out. What's going on? Why did they come out so quickly? No, they are injured. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes immediately understood what was going on. The only thing that Ancestral founder Thousand Motes did not understand was how long the 6 Supremes had been in there. Why did they all come out injured? This was not right. They had clearly just come out. Was there an ambush? Or was Lin Fei, that brat, lying in wait? However, I am the only one who knows about this connection point. Even if Lin Fei obtained the Holy Land, he would not know about this place. During this moment of hesitation, the 6 Supremes discovered Ancestral founder Thousand Motes. Everything was as Phoenix Color had predicted. There was indeed someone waiting outside. To be. Shameless bastard, you actually dared to ambush us. Eat our combined attack first. Supreme Sky Cloud waved his hand and unleashed a wave of heavenly fire, which instantly enveloped Primogenitor Thousand Moths. Sovereign Phoenix Cauldron also unleashed her own attack. Golden threads instantly wrapped around Ancestor Thousand Darkness. In the blink of an eye, Ancestor Thousand Darkness was no different from a silkworm cocoon. A bell-shaped treasure came crashing down. This was the work of another supreme being. The attacks of the 6 Supremes were indeed fierce. To be honest, Ancestral founder Thousand Motes was caught off guard. According to Ancestral founder Thousand Motes' calculations, the 6 Supremes would cause a ruckus there. This would take at least 10 days to half a month. And this was under the condition that things did not go smoothly. If things went smoothly, it would take at least a month. Now they had gone in and out, and all of them were injured. What Supreme's Thousand Motes could not accept was that he had never schemed against them. No, it was an ambush. If nothing went wrong, this was definitely done by Lin Fei. It must be a formation. That brat set up a great formation. That's why those 6 Supremes were injured in a single exchange. What a sinister and vicious fellow. While Ancestral founder Thousand Motes cursed, he had to defend against the attacks of the 6 Supremes. If he was at his peak, it might not have mattered. But now it was a real headache. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes defended while retreating. He could not withstand the attacks of the 6 Supremes. All of them attacked in a domineering manner, all of them filled with rage. Naturally, the might of their attacks had increased. Speak, who are you? You actually dared to lay a formation here to ambush us. Could you be one of those old antiques? The moment the 6 Supremes attacked, they immediately realized something was different. Because Ancestral founder Thousand Motes was very strong. He could actually defend against the attacks of the 6 Supremes. This kind of thing was really rare. My name is not something you can know. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes did not dare to use his famous move. He could only defend passively. But in his heart, he still looked down on these guys. In the next second, a cold light pierced through his chest. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes was actually injured. Unknowingly, one of the Supremes had actually used a secret treasure. Taking advantage of Ancestral founder Thousand Motes' indifferent attitude, he directly gave Ancestral founder Thousand Motes a big slap. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes' strength had not recovered. Now that he was injured, it was like a gap had been opened. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes cursed once more. He turned and ran. This time, he had no choice but to run. Someone touched my formation. In Yu Province, Lin Fei was eating with Xia Lin. He frowned slightly before returning to normal. Just now, his formation was touched by someone. Lin Fei purposely left it behind. They moved really quickly. I wonder if this slap will be like pouring a bucket of cold water on them. I think it should be very satisfying. Brother Lin, what good thing did you think of? Xia Lin was very happy these few days. The only thing that made Xia Lin a little unhappy was that she actually came out with her best friend Zhang Weiwei. Unknowingly, there was another light bulb. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just a bunch of bandits barged into a master's house. In the end, they were beaten up by the host. Don't you think this is a happy thing? Lin Fei did not know that ancestral founder Thousand Motes wanted to take advantage of the situation. In the end, he was chased by 6 supremes. If Lin Fei knew, he would probably be even happier. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a good mood. After all, he had his eyes on the God Dragon's secret domain. He definitely would not allow anyone to touch it. Xiaolin, so you are here. That's for the best. Come with me. Just as he finished speaking, a few people rushed in. Why are you here again? Xiaolin said angrily, didn't I say that you are wrong? I don't have anything on me. Chapter 43:30. As soon as these people came over, Charlene's face darkened. They were martial artists. After a glance, Lin Fei could tell that these people were all martial artists at the level of clear strength. Since when were there martial artists in South Asia? These martial artists seem to have ill intentions. It's not up to you to decide. That thing is in your hands anyway. Unless you let us search it ourselves, you have to come with us. The leader was at the late stage of clear strength. His face was very cold with a hint of arrogance. Lin Fei, who was at the side, was ignored by the other party. He was just an ordinary person. Who would care about him? Didn't you hear what my friend said? I advise you to leave quickly. Don't disturb our meal. Lin Fei said to them indifferently. The leader of the martial artists looked over with a cold look, but then he took a few steps back with a bang, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes fell on Lin Fei. Let's go. Charlene was a little confused. Fortunately, they finally left, which was a happy thing. Boss, I don't know who they are. They said that I took something from them, but I really don't know what is not mine. As soon as they left, Charlene said with a face of grievance. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Don't worry. Tell me the situation briefly. It would be best if you can be more detailed. I will help you analyze and see what is going on. In fact, Lin Fei still believed what those people said in his heart. After all, these martial artists would never talk nonsense. Maybe Charlene really got something, but she just didn't know it. Lin Fei was also curious about what Charlene took that made them come in person. They didn't take action directly, probably because they were not sure and just had some doubts. Charlene was also confused. She thought about it and said, Here's the thing. After I got off the plane with Zhang Weiwei that day, Charlene said as she thought. During this time, Lin Fei also asked some questions. Boss, that's what happened. Do you think they misunderstood? Lin Fei was very sure that Charlene had been used as a scapegoat. If nothing went wrong, that thing was really with Xia Lin, it was just that she did not know. It's not really a misunderstanding. It's just that you've been used. That thing is really on you or in your room. Charlene was stunned. It can't be, I don't think anything is extra. After dinner, just take me to your room. Maybe it's not with you, but with Zhang Weiwei. It was rare that Zhang Weiwei didn't come over to be a third wheel. It seems that I really didn't pay attention to whether there was anything extra in Vivian's place. How could Xia Lin still have the mood to eat? He immediately called Zhang Weiwei. After he made the call, he couldn't get through. His phone kept telling him that he was offline. What's going on? I can't get through to Weiwei's phone. She's a cell phone maniac. She always has her cell phone with her every day. Could it be that Weiwei went swimming? That can't be right. It's so hot outside. She'll shed her skin if she goes swimming. Charlene couldn't help feeling anxious. Then let's go to her room to take a look. Charlene realized that something might have happened to Zhang Weiwei. After paying the bill, she walked to the door. Charlene's phone rang. It was Zhang Weiwei. It's Weiwei, I'm probably thinking too much. She picked up the call. Charlene's expression changed because it wasn't Zhang Weiwei's voice but a man's. Your good bestie Zhang Weiwei is in my hands. You have half a day to bring us what we want. Otherwise, your bestie will be fed to the fishes. We have crocodiles and sharks here. It would be a pity to feed such a delicate girl to the fishes. A cold voice came from the other side. Zhang Weiwei was completely panicking. Don't hurt Wei Wei, we'll go find it immediately. We'll definitely find it for you, please don't hurt Wei Wei. That's for the best. Alright, ask your friend to come over too. Remember not to call the police. If you do, your best friend will be finished. Keep the phone on, I'll call you. He hung up the phone. Charlene hurriedly called again, only to find that Zhang Weiwei's phone was turned off again. Lin Fei, who was beside Charlene, heard everything clearly. He patted Charlene's shoulder lightly. It's okay, your best friend will be very safe. But I really don't know what is in our hands. Charlene was at a loss. The thing should be in your room, let's go over now. Charlene suppressed her panic and stopped a car. The two of them returned to the hotel. Not good, our door seems to have been opened. When they reached their room, Charlene exclaimed because the tightly locked door actually had a small crack. It was obvious that someone had opened it. Lin Fei stretched out his hand to stop her. Stand behind me, I'll go in and take a look. Don't panic. Lin Fei already knew that there was someone inside. And it was a martial artist. Because of this, Lin Fei told Charlene to stand outside and wait. Charlene's room was an apartment with a room inside and outside. At this moment, a figure was looking for something with a hint of anxiousness on his face. Where did the thing go? I clearly stuffed it in their bags, did they throw it away? No, they shouldn't have noticed. It was a young man who looked like he was in his early 20s. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find anything. Friend, isn't it a bit too much to barge into someone's apartment like this? Suddenly, a voice appeared in the room. The young man turned around and broke out in cold sweat. Without saying anything, he kicked towards the window, using both his hands and feet. In a few steps, he reached the window. Outside of the window was a forest. There was a big tree at the side. Although it was only 3 to 4 meters away, the young man felt that he could jump over it. Just as he reached the window, a figure stood in front of him like a ghost. With a gentle wave of his hand, the young man flew out and fell on the sofa. After he got up, he grabbed him by the neck with one hand and lifted him up. In a panic, the young man took out a dagger and stabbed towards the person. With a crack, the dagger broke and fell to the ground. If I were you, I'd be honest and tell the truth. Who knows, maybe I'd be able to see the sun tomorrow. Chapter 43-31. Wang Qingyun never thought that his luck would be so bad. It wasn't easy to steal something good from a place, but he was hunted down before he could even warm it up. He ran to 3 provinces in a row, but he was still being watched by them. He had no choice but to put the thing on someone else and escape with great difficulty. It took him a while to find the 2 of them, but he couldn't find the thing. Wang Qingyun was about to cry. If that was the case, then there was nothing to say. But he met a powerful expert and was caught in an instant. There was even a moment when he felt that he was going to die. Inside the apartment suite, Wang Qingyun stood there honestly. His face was a little pale, and he didn't even dare to move. I remember you. You were the one who touched me, but you said it was nothing. I didn't expect you to be so bad. You actually dared to frame us. Tell me, what did you put in our bags? It was naturally easy to deal with a guy who had just touched the bright side card. It didn't take long for the other party to stand there obediently. Lin Fei's pinch just now made him walk on the edge of life and death. No one was willing to experience that kind of feeling a second time. At most, other people would let you walk around, but with Lin Fei, it was equivalent to taking half a step in. Wang Qingyun seemed to have seen that path, but he was forcibly pulled back. This was the most uncomfortable thing. No, it was the most terrifying thing. If he didn't grasp the timing correctly, he might really walk into the gates of hell. When Wang Qingyun looked at the other party, his whole face was filled with panic. Xia Lin also recognized Wang Qingyun immediately. After all, she had contact with this person on the plane, but she didn't care at that time. Wang Qingyun's appearance was too deceiving. People who didn't know would think that he was a person who had just entered university. Naturally, they wouldn't think too much about it. Charlene was the same, but now she realized that this guy might be the one who framed them. As a result, Zhang Weiwei was taken away by someone. Wang Qingyun didn't dare to move now. I only put a piece of jade in your bag, but I can't find that piece of jade. Wang Qingyun said with a sad face, Actually, I didn't mean to make you take the blame. I only did it because I had no other choice. I caused your best friend to be taken away. I'm really sorry. Xia Lin seemed to have thought of something. She went to the bottom of the sofa and pulled out a piece of jade. Actually, it wasn't really jade, because this piece of jade was the size of a fist and had strange runes carved on it. Yes, that's the thing. They should be looking for this thing. I also stole it from them. I really don't know what it is. Anyway, they are very concerned about this thing. They chased me through 3 provinces. Wang Qingyun nodded his head and explained. However, he no longer dared to look at the jade stone. I thought this thing was left here by the previous resident. It looked strange, so we kicked it under the sofa. I didn't expect that it was this thing that caused Zhang Weiwei to be taken away. Xia Lin finally remembered. She didn't expect that after all the trouble, it was actually this thing. Wang Qingyun was also very helpless. This thing was actually under the sofa. Who would notice that this thing was here? One must know that this was a hotel apartment. He didn't think about this at all. If it was at home, it might be possible, but here, he wouldn't even think about it. If it was under the sofa, then Wang Qingyun wouldn't have to work so hard. In the end, he met the other party, who was also an expert, and took him down without making a move. This isn't an ordinary jade stone. No wonder those people wanted to chase you. Lin Fei took the jade stone from Xia Lin's hand and laughed softly. Then if this isn't a jade stone, what is it? Could it be an antique? But antiques don't look like this. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It was very normal for the other party to chase Wang Qingyun, because this jade stone wasn't an ordinary jade stone, but a piece of soul jade. Soul jade was very rare, because its texture was very special. However, every piece of soul jade contained a special power. This power was left behind by an expert, and whoever inherited this power would be able to be reborn. Although that was the case, it wasn't that easy to inherit the thing inside the soul jade. Of course, this wasn't a difficult thing to Lin Fei. Kid, you're quite gutsy. Of all things to steal, you just had to steal this thing. It's not bad that you're still alive. Lin Fei snorted lightly as he played with the soul jade in his hand. This thing was indeed a priceless treasure, and it just had to appear in South Asia. It shouldn't be South Asia, because the soul jade was stolen by Wang Qingyun. I'm quite curious. Where did you steal it from? If you tell me clearly, I might let you go. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Wang Qingyun didn't dare look at this young man anymore. Although the other party looked a few years older than him, his methods were definitely not something he could compare to. I stole this from a big villa. Because I'm a thief, I like to visit villas the most. The villa is very simple, but there are many people inside. Their tone is a little different, just like people in a sect. I stole it when they weren't paying attention. Wang Qingyun realized that this piece of jade definitely had a great background. It was worth it for them to hunt him down. Lin Fei didn't know what to say about this kid. To think that he could steal the soul jade in front of those experts. Was it because they were useless? Or was this kid too strong? You don't have to hope to get this thing back. Since you're quite honest, scram. Scram as far as you can. I advise you to leave the country for the best. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. Although he didn't know where these people had obtained this piece of soul jade, it was definitely a priceless treasure. Wang Qingyun dared to steal this piece of soul jade from them. Regardless of whether they found this piece of soul jade later, as the culprit, Wang Qingyun wouldn't have a good ending. Wang Qingyun could tell that this wasn't a joke. It was the truth. He had gotten himself into big trouble, and this trouble was so big that he couldn't continue living in the country. Lin Fei wasn't joking. What he said was the truth. Chapter 43-32. To be able to find a piece of soul jade here was indeed an incredible thing for Lin Fei. After chasing Wang Qingyun away, Lin Fei played with the soul jade in his hand and looked at Charlene with a smile. After all, he had a special feeling for Charlene. At the very least, when he returned from the alternate world, it was Charlene who brought him home and took care of him. It could be said that if it wasn't for Charlene, he might not have recovered so quickly. No matter what, Lin Fei owed Charlene a favor. As for Charlene's love for him, Lin Fei could see it clearly. After finding out that it was a soul jade, Lin Fei immediately checked it out to see what was inside. Fortunately, this soul jade should be the power left behind by a female expert. It was gentle and not overbearing. Don't think that anyone could inherit the power in the soul jade. Actually, it depended on the person. If a woman inherited a man's power, she would definitely not be able to bear it. Even if she could bear it, her personality would change drastically. Therefore, there was a certain risk in inheriting the soul jade. After checking the inside and outside of the room, Lin Fei was completely relieved. "Boss, the way you look at me is a little weird. Don't tell me you have some improper thoughts about me?" Charlene giggled. Previously, Charlene was a little worried. Now that she found it, she heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they called again, she would be able to get her best friend Zhang Weiwei back. "Shaolin, I want to ask if you are interested in letting yourself see a whole new world. As long as you say it, I will fulfill your wish." Lin Fei was giving Charlene a chance to see what she would choose. A whole new world? Charlene found it strange, but she was also a smart girl. Ever since she brought Lin Fei back, she felt that Lin Fei had a mysterious aura that made people want to dig deeper. But until now, Charlene had not dug out the secret on Lin Fei. But now, Charlene's gaze suddenly fell on the soul jade. Was it because of this? As a girl, Charlene's feeling was very correct. At the very least, she could tell that Lin Fei's words had a deeper meaning. It didn't sound like something he would say normally. Could it be a chance to get closer to Lin Fei? Charlene realized that this might be her only chance. If she missed this chance, there might not be a next time. He didn't know when it would happen, so he had to seize this opportunity. "I intend to give it a try. I hope you can fulfill my wish." Charlene thought about it and looked at Lin Fei with anticipation. Actually, Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Charlene's choice at all. "Congratulations on making the right choice. I hope you won't regret it in the future." Lin Fei laughed. "Follow me to the room, I'll show you what a new world is." Lin Fei walked into the room with a smile. But Charlene was taken aback by this. What new world? Could it be that he had to go to the room? Charlene's thoughts ran wild, but she still walked into the room in the end. "You can sit here now. I'll help you open up a new world. But before that, I have to ask you, do you know what a warrior is?" Charlene had heard of a warrior before. "I know that. I heard that a warrior is a pugilistic expert. Can I become a pugilistic expert? Those who can fly in the sky and smash bricks with one palm? Wouldn't I become a heroine?" Charlene giggled. She had yearned for this for a long time. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to learn taekwondo or judo as it was too painful. "You can understand it that way. So this time, I'll let you become a warrior. Close your eyes now, and when you open them, you'll realize that this world will become very interesting." Lin Fei planned to use the soul jade on Charlene here. He would guide all the energy out and pour it into Charlene's body. Of course, if it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible to succeed. But with Lin Fei here, it would be easy. Charlene was very obedient. She closed her eyes and sat on the bed, but she was actually very nervous. Lin Fei took out the soul jade. He placed it on Charlene's head. With a flick of his power, the seal on the soul jade was completely undone. Swoosh! A flood-like power surged down. Lin Fei, who was at the side, was already prepared. He split the power. The originally fierce and domineering power became like flowing water as it flowed into Xia Lin's body unhurriedly. That wasn't enough. Lin Fei had to refine the power so that it could be stored in Charlene's body. So this step was very important. Lin Fei had done this many times, so he was able to easily inject the energy into Xia Lin's body. Originally, Charlene didn't have a trace of a warrior's aura. But in the blink of an eye, she broke through from light strength to negative strength, then from negative strength to transcendent grandmaster, and finally stepped into the innate peak realm. Actually, the power in the soul jade wasn't released completely. That was because Charlene's body was too weak. So Lin Fei sealed the remaining power. As long as Charlene continued to cultivate, the power in her body would be released continuously. It would allow her to easily break through to the Qi cultivation realm. Only Lin Fei could do such a thing. The others could only watch. After receiving so much power, Charlene fell asleep. Just like what Lin Fei said, when Charlene woke up, a whole new world would open up. After the power in the soul jade dissipated completely. The soul jade lost its luster and was no different from an abandoned jade. Of course, if such a jade was brought to a jewelry store, it could be sold for hundreds of thousands. Now, let me see just what kind of background these fellows have. To think that they could actually produce soul jades. I am quite interested in them. If there are a few more of them, the strength of the people around me will increase one by one. That will save me a lot of trouble. When he was in the Holy Mountain, Lin Fei had more or less found some clues through the ancient books and information. This Kunlun mystery realm wasn't as simple as he thought. It hid a huge secret. So after dealing with these matters, Lin Fei still had to make a trip to Kunlun mystery realm to get to the bottom of this. Because there were too few things that could interest Lin Fei now. It was rare to find something, so he had to go for a stroll and get rid of some troubles, such as Ancestor Thousand Silence. Remember the mobile website? Chapter 43-33. Xia Lin fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, her phone rang. Lin Fei took her phone and a cold voice came from the other side. Beauty Xia Lin, it's time. I don't know if you found the thing we want. Otherwise, your best friend Zhang Weiwei won't have a good ending. You have to think carefully. I've found the thing. It's in my hands. If you dare to hurt Zhang Weiwei, then don't even think about getting this thing for the rest of your life. I think this thing is pretty good. I don't know if it will attract the interest of those people if I auction it outside. Lin Fei chuckled. The person on the other side was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the person who answered the phone would be a young man. After thinking about it, the person understood. So you're the one who injured my people. You're really arrogant. Now you've brought the thing to teach people. As long as we see the thing, we'll naturally return Zhang Weiwei to you. Tell me your address, I'll send it to you now. But if you dare to do anything to Zhang Weiwei, then don't blame me for fighting to the death with you. You have to know that this thing looks very precious. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll casually throw it somewhere. I'm afraid you won't be able to find it again for the rest of your life. The cold man on the other side was silent for a moment. Don't worry, as long as we see the thing, we'll naturally return Zhang Weiwei to you. We won't hurt a single hair on her head. I can guarantee that. But if you dare to deceive us with a fake thing, then don't blame us for being impolite. He hung up the phone. Xia Lin's phone had an additional address. Lin Fei frowned slightly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. You dare to play such a little trick? I want to see what kind of strength you have. It's best if you have a big fish. Otherwise, this trip will be in vain. It was indeed inconceivable for Lin Fei to encounter a soul jade in a place like U City. Therefore, he was prepared to dig up some roots and understand the process. Maybe he could make an unexpected discovery. If it wasn't for Qian Mo ancestors' last words, Lin Fei wouldn't have paid special attention. Now, he more or less understood some things. The Kunlun mystic realm and the sacred mountain were actually one entity. It was just that there was a problem. Now, there was a big secret waiting for him in the Kunlun mystic realm. Lin Fei was very interested in unearthing secrets. These days, Lin Fei also paid attention to the news on the internet, especially the news in the north. It was said that there was indeed a sandstorm there, and it lasted for several days. However, it disappeared completely recently, and it returned to the state of a desert. As for the so-called heavenly pit, it had long since disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire the Qian Mo ancestor. He actually had such a method. This was also good. The disappearance of the sinkhole naturally wouldn't attract the attention of outsiders. Some things were better left unknown to outsiders. Lin Fei came out of the hotel. He flagged down a taxi and went straight to the address. This was an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of South Asia. The driver didn't ask at all. After sending Lin Fei nearby, he drove away, leaving Lin Fei alone. It seems that you are a very tactful person. You actually came alone. I don't know where Xia Lin is. Don't plan to play any tricks. Your every move is under our surveillance. When Lin Fei arrived, his phone rang. No, it should be Xia Lin's phone. Lin Fei took Xia Lin's phone, while his own phone was in the room. If Xia Lin woke up, she could still find him through the phone. Of course, It was impossible for Xia Lin to wake up all of a sudden. Lin Fei was still quite relieved about this. Lin Fei's eyes scanned the area and quickly locked onto a warehouse. Because there were a lot of warehouses here. It looked like they were all scrapped, but at this time, there were more than a dozen figures in the middle of the warehouse. These auras were not bad, especially one of them, which made Lin Fei's eyes light up. It was actually a Xiantian master. It seemed that this was not a small fish. Whether it was in the Holy Mountain or outside, to be able to cultivate to the Xiantian realm, one could more or less be considered a top figure. If it was just a grandmaster, then Lin Fei wouldn't be interested in it. But if it was a Xiantian master, then it would be a little different. If he caught him, he would definitely be able to obtain more information. Lin Fei was quite satisfied this time. At least he didn't come in vain. He didn't know how many secrets the Xiantian master knew, but he shouldn't be too disappointed. According to what the other party said, Lin Fei walked towards the warehouse. In a short while, he stood at the entrance of the warehouse. At this time, more than a dozen figures in the warehouse stood up and stared at Lin Fei with bad intentions. At this time, a figure walked out. It was a young figure in his 30s, but his eyes were particularly cold. Not bad, not bad. You actually have the guts to come here. Where is our thing? This person looked at Lin Fei with a trace of disdain. The thing is in my hands. Where's my friend Zhang Weiwei? If I don't see her, I can't give it to you. The soul jade fell into Lin Fei's hands. When the soul jade appeared, the young man's eyes lit up. The young man's eyes lit up in an instant. This was what he needed to find. As long as he brought these things back, he would have made a great contribution. Bring her up. The young man snorted lightly. Immediately, a subordinate helped Zhang Weiwei out. At this time, Zhang Weiwei's face was pale. She was indeed frightened. Fortunately, she didn't suffer any injuries. However, sitting with so many strong men was indeed a lot of pressure. Look carefully. We didn't do anything to her at all. It's just that this Zhang Weiwei is a little timid and was a little frightened. But it doesn't matter. As long as we get this thing later, we will naturally compensate her. Just give her 500,000. I am a very generous person. The young man chuckled. Zhang Weiwei saw Lin Fei coming over and heaved a sigh of relief. Until now, she still didn't understand what they had taken from the other party. When she saw the round ball, she finally understood. It was actually this thing. Zhang Weiwei had always thought that it was left behind by the previous guest. She didn't expect that it would cause her to suffer so much. Then you can give us the thing, and I will hand her over to you. The young man stretched out his hand. Chapter 43-34. The young man was indeed happy, and he heaved a sigh of relief. This was a great merit, and he had obtained it just like that. No problem, I'll pass this to you now. However, you have to catch it first. Lin Fei chuckled and tossed the soul jade over. The young man was elated. He was worried that Lin Fan would go back on his word. Fortunately, he tossed it over. Now that he had the item, the rest was simple. However, when he reached out to grab the soul jade, a thought flashed through his mind. Not good. Because the soul jade directly exploded with an extremely powerful force, directly crushing his body. The young man was sent flying and crashed into a huge pillar in the warehouse. Kacha kacha kacha. Cracks appeared on the pillar. The young man's entire body smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Fei walked over unhurriedly. Wherever he passed, the dozen strong men would fall to the ground, clutching their wounds. A single sword will had injured all of them. Of course, this was because Lin Fei had shown mercy. Zhang Weiwei was dumbfounded. These were more than a dozen strong men who had been flaunting their prowess. Now, all of them were lying on the ground. At this moment, she heard a voice. You must have had quite a scare today. Have a good rest. Everything will be fine when you wake up. Zhang Weiwei saw a figure appear in front of her and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Fei gently patted Zhang Weiwei's neck, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. At the same time, he sealed the scene that had happened today. When Zhang Weiwei woke up, she didn't remember anything like this. Even if there was a trace of it, she would feel like she was dreaming. She didn't think that it had happened at all. Who are you? The young man was a pinnacle Xiantian expert. But now, he couldn't move at all. God knew how many bones in his body were broken. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers and pulled the young man over. Then, he easily lifted the young man. "Look at my eyes." The young man looked over subconsciously. But in the blink of an eye, his eyes lost their color. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything to this pinnacle innate realm fish. He directly used the soul-searching technique. In any case, this fellow didn't do anything good. The baleful aura on this fellow was simply too much. There was no point in keeping such a person alive, so it was better to just kill him. After looking through the other party's memories, Lin Fei finally understood the situation. He chuckled. Looks like the origin of this soul jade is not small. It actually managed to mobilize so many experts. It seems like there are quite a number of Xiantian experts in the secular world. Lin Fei had indeed obtained a lot of information from this young man's memory. The most eye-catching thing was the origin of the soul jade. It turned out to be a bounty issued by a faction. Anyone who brought back this soul jade would be rewarded greatly. For example, this Xiantian pinnacle master in front of him. As long as he brought the soul jade back, he would have the opportunity to obtain treasures. Not only would his strength increase, but he would also receive their protection. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Coincidentally, the place where the bounty was issued was in South Asia of the Yu province. If it was somewhere else, it would be fine. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go. However, since it was in South Asia of the Yu province, he had to go and take a look. He heard that there were quite a number of experts in that place. Lin Fei brought Zhang Weiwei back to the hotel suite. Both of them had to sleep for more than a day. Lin Fei left a note beside Charlene and left the suite. He decided to go to that place to take a look. Actually, Lin Fei also wanted to know more about the soul jade. Since he could find such a piece of soul jade, there would definitely be a second and third piece. He couldn't possibly miss out on such an opportunity. The outskirts of South Asia. Near the seaside. There was a huge villa here. It could be said to be a big villa with a sea view. It was very grand. This was a private place. There were security guards constantly patrolling the villa. One look and anyone could tell that this was a place where the rich lived. Lin Fei stood on the beach not far away. He let the sea breeze blow past his face and silently felt it. There seemed to be quite a number of people in the villa. There were 6 Xiantian experts and one of them was actually a qi refinement expert. This was a little unbelievable. It wasn't a big problem to meet a Xiantian expert, but a qi refinement expert was a little rare. I just caught a small fish. I didn't expect a big fish to come. It seems like this guy definitely knows about the soul jade. Lin Fei more or less guessed that this person should have received news that the soul jade appeared in South Asia of the Yu province. He was here to bring it back. Regardless of whether the other party was here to bring back the soul jade, Lin Fei decided to go in and take a look. Lin Fei walked into the villa unhurriedly. The patrolling security guards didn't see Lin Fei at all. This was because Lin Fei cast a spell on himself. No matter where he went, no one could see him. It was the same even if the security guards had some foundation in martial arts. Congratulations, Old Wang. This trip wasn't in vain. You'll be able to get that soul jade soon. When that time comes, it will be a great merit. Everyone in the villa was complimenting the old man. This old man looked to be around 60 years old, but his face was ruddy and he was full of energy. As he sat there, he felt like a huge mountain. In front of this old man, there were more than a dozen warriors, all of whom were respectful towards him. It's all thanks to you guys that I can complete this task. If it wasn't for you guys, it wouldn't be so easy for me to complete the task. Old Wang smiled at everyone and took a sip of the tea beside him. I see that everyone is in a good mood. I hope you don't mind an outsider like me coming over to have a cup of tea. Lin Fei pushed the door open and walked in, interrupting everyone's compliments. These people who were complimenting him turned around and looked a little displeased. Who are you? Why are you here? Get out now. One of the hot-tempered people snorted coldly at Lin Fei. He's not from our villa. Let's capture him and interrogate him first. Someone recognized that Lin Fei wasn't from this villa. Moreover, there were security guards patrolling outside. Anyone who could appear here must be an opponent. Two figures pounced over like leopards and wolves and displayed the eagle claw fist. I'm just here to have a sip of tea. Is there a need to be so violent? Your sincerity isn't enough. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. The two experts let out a groan and flew to both sides. Lin Fei walked in and sat on the sofa. Can someone get me a cup of tea? Thank you. Chapter 43-35. Lin Fei's words were neither light nor heavy. However, to all the martial artists present, it was no less than a mountain. Instantly, their expressions changed. The two martial artists that attacked just now were very strong. They were at the inborn realm. After all, a transcendent master wasn't qualified to stand here in the villa. However, these two inborn experts were sent flying in an instant. In fact, they didn't even see how the fight started and the two of them were already injured. Everyone, let's attack together and get rid of this guy first. Who does he think he is to dare to strut around here? Yeah, let's attack together. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of this guy? You're so young. How dare you cause trouble in our villa? You really don't know how high the sky is. The remaining inborn experts were infuriated and all of them attacked. After all, they didn't like to talk about rules. If they could attack together, they would attack together. There was no such thing as a one-on-one duel. That was a thing of the past. A sword will slid past them instantly. The sword will was like a mountain that swept across their bodies. Kachakot. The rest of the innate experts were sent flying. The sword will entered their bodies directly and they instantly lost their fighting strength. An expert from Sky Sword Mountain. The old man called Old Wang's pupils shrank. He quickly stood up and stared at the young man. Lin Fei chuckled. I think it's better that you don't care about my background. I just wanted to have a cup of tea and chat with you. What do you think? A sword will appeared in front of Old Wang. It pierced through his left shoulder. Old Wang fell onto the sofa. Fresh blood flowed down from his left shoulder and quickly dyed the sofa red. We know Sky Sword Mountain. What you're doing? Before he could finish his sentence, Old Wang's right shoulder was pierced by the sword will again. Fresh blood flowed down again. Lin Fei extended his hand and the teapot flew over. If I were you, I'd sit still. My mood isn't always so good. If I'm not careful, my next sword will pierce through your forehead. If you think your forehead can withstand it, feel free to tell me. I'm a person who likes to help others. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea. This tea was pretty good. The tea leaves cost at least 100,000 yuan per caddy. In this villa, it was indeed quite good. Even outside, not many people could afford to drink this tea. Old Wang didn't dare to say anything else. No matter how sturdy his glabella was, could it be stronger than the other party's sword intent? Senior, I don't know what you want to know. As long as I know it, I will tell you honestly. At this time, he didn't dare to talk about backing anymore. The young man's temper was not small, and he would not give him any chance at all. If he really made the other party unhappy and sent a strand of sword intent over, he would be completely finished. He had to be wary of that. A soul jade appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He smiled and said, I just want to know where this soul jade came from. If it's good, then you can leave today. If it's not good, then you can retire. I think that you are already 60 or 70 years old, so it's suitable for you to retire. Old Wang's heart skipped a beat. What a cruel person. Unless he was a fool, he wouldn't be willing to retire. Of course, he could tell what she meant by retirement. It was just a waste of his strength. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to the Qi cultivation realm. If he retired, he probably wouldn't be able to live for more than a few years. When he saw the soul jade, he understood what was going on. However, he was shocked. This soul jade actually ended up in the hands of this expert from Sky Sword Mountain. Did he not know where this soul jade came from? Old Wang didn't dare to say such a thing. Who knew whether or not this person had a bad temper? It was better to explain honestly. Senior, are you saying that you want to know where this soul jade came from? Actually, this soul jade came from Kunlun's secret dimension. I heard that there are a total of 3 of these soul jades and this one is one of the reincarnated ones. That's why all of us came out non-stop to search for this soul jade. Old Wang explained briefly. At the same time, his heart jumped. He didn't know why the young man would ask such a question. Did he really not know where this soul jade came from? He also didn't know that this was something that reincarnated ones had. Hearing the words reincarnated ones, Lin Fei was a little interested. He came from another world, so naturally he knew about the existence of reincarnation. There are reincarnations in this place? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Senior, how would I dare to joke with you? There is indeed someone in Kunlun's secret dimension who has reincarnated. It has been confirmed, and these 3 soul jades were left behind by her. Old Wang said carefully. Lin Fei smiled. Doesn't that mean that it will be more troublesome for me to get my hands on this soul jade? All right, tell me, which person in Kunlun's secret dimension has this soul jade? Lin Fei knew that this would be the case. There was more than one soul jade. Now that he heard about reincarnated ones, Lin Fei's interest in the other 2 soul jades was piqued. If the one in his hand was strength, then the other 2 must be extraordinary. What if it was strength? Old Wang's heart skipped a beat. Did this fella really not know, or was he just playing with him? That person is the last disciple of one of the 6 Supremes. He is also the strongest among the 6 Supremes. His name is Supreme Xinghai. Lin Fei didn't know much about the 6 Supremes. This time, those Supremes must have suffered quite a bit. His limitless hell formation wasn't set up for nothing. From what you said, the remaining 2 soul jades are in the hands of this Supreme Xinghai. Lin Fei had intended to make a trip to Kunlun's secret dimension to find out more about the secret. Now, it seemed like he had another reason. In other words, he had to take a look at this soul jade. The remaining 2 pieces of soul jades are indeed in the hands of Supreme Xinghai. I've heard that 3 pieces of soul jades are required in order to fully activate the mysteries within, allowing the successor to inherit it. I've also heard that once the successor inherits it, he would become the 7th sovereign of the Kunlun secret realm. No wonder you guys would be so patient in searching for this soul jade. Unfortunately, I've already used up one of the soul jades. Sigh, that reincarnated one is really pitiful. To think that such a good item would end up in the outside world. I think there must be a story behind this. Lin Fei chuckled. However, in the ears of Old Wang, this was definitely a shocking matter. This fella had actually used up the soul jade? How could this be? Didn't they say that all 3 soul jades had to be gathered? Bookseller's website. Chapter 43-36. From Old Wang's mouth, Lin Fei found out a lot of information. He also found out some insider information about the reincarnated people. Hence, he was rather interested in the Kunlun mystic realm. When he left, Lin Fei sealed Old Wang's memories. It was as if he had never been here. He had used up the soul jade and he didn't want Charlene to have any trouble. After sealing the memories of these people, it would be simple. No one would know the whereabouts of the soul jade. As for Wang Qingyun, he had long run away. In Lin Fei's perception, the divine sense that he left behind was getting further and further away from him. If nothing went wrong, that guy would definitely run out of the country. That was the only way for him to survive. When he returned to the suite, Charlene and Zhang Weiwei hadn't woken up yet. They were still in a deep sleep. Charlene's absorption was very good. She seemed to have been reborn. When she completely woke up, she would be able to open up a whole new world. As for Zhang Weiwei, she would forget everything that happened before and wouldn't know that she had been taken away by someone. Everything had become perfect. The next morning, Charlene was the first to wake up. She felt refreshed and she subconsciously flipped over. But when she flipped over, she felt that something was wrong. She actually flipped off the bed and landed on the carpet. She almost fell to the ground. Her body was as light as a swallow. I actually flipped off the bed. Could this be the whole new world that Brother Lin mentioned? Charlene came back to her senses. She didn't forget what she said yesterday. She also remembered the word martial artist. If she did not see Zhang Weiwei at the side, Xia Lin would have jumped in excitement. Now she could even touch the roof. This was definitely an unbelievable thing. In such a short time, she actually became an expert. She felt that her body was filled with energy. It was as if she could smash the table with her palm. Suppressing the urge to attack, Charlene went outside. How is it? Aren't you pleasantly surprised? Congratulations. You are now a great expert. However, you still need to properly train your strength. Otherwise, it will be somewhat troublesome. Lin Fei chuckled. Lin Fei was the first to speak. Brother Lin, is this your world? So this world is so exciting. Charlene jumped 3 feet high and actually jumped towards Lin Fei. Xia Lin only wanted to walk over, but she didn't expect that with a slight movement of her feet, she actually bounced up and crossed a few meters in an instant. Seeing that she was about to fall to the ground, Yi Xiaolong reached out and carried Charlene on his body, casually placing her on the sofa at the side. Xiaolin, you really have to practice your control over your power. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, no one will be able to catch you. Lin Fei joked with a smile. Charlene's ability to accept things was very strong. Ever since she found out about that piece of soul jade, she felt that this piece of soul jade was not simple. Perhaps this was a woman's intuition. Brother Lin, can you help me? I'm really afraid that I won't be able to control my power. I've never learned it before. Xia Lin said helplessly. How could Lin Fei not know what Charlene was thinking, but he didn't expose her. Let me teach you. You're my savior after all. Charlene chuckled. At least you know your place. You even know that I'm your savior. However, you've become my boss now. You haven't come to see me in a long time. Is it because I don't look as pretty as Bai Shengnan? Perhaps it was because of the change in her identity. Charlene finally said what she wanted to say. Brother Lin, actually, I've liked you since a long time ago. Even until now, I've always liked you. Now, I can finally come into contact with your world. Charlene had always wanted to know what kind of person Lin Fei was. She only knew that Lin Fei was very mysterious and that his entire body exuded a mysterious aura. However, she had never thought that Lin Fei's world was so exciting. Lin Fei chuckled. It's just the door to a world. If you want to go further, you still need to work hard. Of course, you can also think of this as my world. However, you're still a little far from me. Charlene suddenly clenched her fists tightly. Brother Lin, I'll definitely work hard to catch up to you. At this moment, Charlene's gaze became very determined. Initially, she was a little worried that Lin Fei would reject her. Now, it seemed like Lin Fei had never intended to reject her at all. He only gave her a path to choose. Even though Lin Fei was standing quite far away, Charlene already knew that she would definitely be able to catch up to him. Because Lin Fei had already given her a chance. Actually, when Lin Fei helped Charlene guide the power of the soul jade into her body, he was actually giving her a chance. If Charlene didn't choose, it wouldn't matter. The soul jade naturally had other uses. Once Charlene accepted it, it would be equivalent to a chance. Whether she could catch up to him would depend on Charlene's talent. As the first woman he met in East Sea and also his savior, even if Charlene didn't save Lin Fei, nothing would happen to her. However, it wouldn't be so smooth. I'll be waiting for you in front. Charlene, Lin Fei, can the two of you stop showing off your affection here? At this moment, Zhang Weiwei walked out of the room and smiled at the two of them. Charlene had a tacit understanding. She didn't say anything about Zhang Weiwei being taken away. She just casually said that. I have to talk about you. You were tired from playing yesterday and actually stayed in my room. I was almost kicked down by you at night. What do you think I should have done? Charlene said. Zhang Weiwei was confused. Really? I didn't feel that I was tired from playing yesterday. But why did I sleep on your bed? Look at you, you can't even remember. You really tired yourself from playing yesterday. That's why you slept on my bed. Now, I'll punish you by making breakfast for me. Show me your culinary skills. Hearing what Charlene said, Zhang Weiwei also felt that she must have been tired from playing yesterday. That was why she slept on Charlene's bed. Consider yourself lucky today. I'll cook a meal for you. Zhang Weiwei really went to make breakfast. The suite was fully equipped. After Zhang Weiwei left, Charlene looked at Lin Fei and blinked. What do you think of my cooking? Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. I was worried that you would expose us just now. It's great that you said it like that. Charlene secretly asked, Brother Lin, did you do something to my best friend? If not, why can't she remember what happened yesterday? But that's good too. She can't remember what happened yesterday. Just pretend that nothing happened. My best friend is still the same best friend. Lin Fei smiled. Your ability to accept things is quite strong. Ordinary people don't have such a mentality. Chapter 43-37. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave South Asia. As he helped Charlene familiarize herself with her power, it was inevitable that there would be some physical contact. In Zhang Weiwei's eyes, it was as if the two of them were hooking up. After a few days, Charlene finally managed to control the power in her body. She wasn't a violent woman who would crush glass and leave marks on the sofa or stool. The current Charlene was still as amiable as ever, but in her heart, she was a fiery heroine. Lin Fei gave Charlene a set of palm techniques. Of course, this was the most suitable palm technique for women to cultivate. It was very feminine, but it was extremely powerful. It was very suitable for Charlene's physique. Currently, Charlene hadn't been able to unleash the power of this set of palm techniques, so she still had to practice more. For this, Lin Fei specially refined a talisman for Charlene. This talisman didn't have much power, but its greatest use was to hide the aura of Charlene's power. No martial artist would be able to tell that Charlene was an expert. At most, they would think that she was an ordinary girl with a strong aura. Even a Xiantian expert wouldn't be able to tell that the current Lin Fei could refine real talismans. This could be considered a form of protection for Charlene. Lin Fei and Charlene didn't spend much time together. This was because Charlene received another piece of news. It turned out that Bai Xingnan wanted to open a branch in Yu province. Therefore, he let Charlene take charge. After all, she was a secretary's assistant, so she was very good at this aspect. Upon receiving this news, Charlene was also very surprised. She knew that the cloud shapewear was very popular in the country, and every first-tier city had started to build such branches. However, she didn't expect it to open in Yu province so quickly, and it was even set in South Asia. I won't be able to take a vacation here. Charlene smiled bitterly at Lin Fei. Lin Fei really hadn't paid attention to the matter of the cloud shapewear and the company for some time. Boss, how are you going to compensate me for my loss? In any case, I was on vacation, but the vacation ended early. Lin Fei laughed. How about this? I'll treat you to a big meal. Sure, of course Charlene has no objections. As for Zhang Weiwei, she had left 2 days ago because of work. There was quite a lot of food in South Asia. For example, now that they had found a decent private home cuisine restaurant, it was a good one. This private home cuisine restaurant was quite famous. The taste inside was also quite good. At the very least, Lin Fei was satisfied. If he really had to give a score, he would give it around 80 points. Being able to get 80 points from Lin Fei also proved that the taste of this private restaurant was really good. Hee, I can finally eat to my heart's content now. In the past, I couldn't let go of my hands and feet, but now I don't have to worry so much. Xia Lin was now a Xiantian expert. Even though she did not have a Xiantian physique, her digestive ability was still very strong. She could finally eat without any worries. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time an innate master had used his strength on eating. If this were to spread, all the Xiantian experts would probably be shocked. The ancestors would even come out of the ground. Brother Lin, how can you say that? I'm just letting myself enjoy this life better. It's rare for people to eat to their heart's content. Xia Lin rolled her eyes and continued to eat the delicacies. Brother Lin, sit here for a while. I'm going to the toilet. I have to eat to my heart's content. Lin Fei was convinced by Xia Lin's intentions. After becoming a Xiantian expert, she was even more interested in delicacies. Of course, Lin Fei liked Xia Lin's casual attitude. After all, not every Xiantian expert would like delicacies. Weren't all of them thinking about how to improve their strength? The more they did so, the more it affected their strength. Sometimes, when one's understanding deepened, they would break through. Lin Fei had seen this happen many times. Lin Fei felt that Xia Lin would sometimes bring him quite a surprise. What are you doing? I already said that I'm not going with you. Lin flew to his ear and heard Charlene's voice, with a hint of anger. So what if I hit you? Didn't your moms tell you not to offend beautiful women? I'm hitting you, you be asterisk stars. A commotion came from the other side. Lin Fei didn't walk over. He extended his divine sense and saw the situation. A few drunk people wanted to take advantage of Xia Lin. In the end, they were beaten up by Xia Lin. Fortunately, Xia Lin had controlled her strength. Even so, these people couldn't get up from the ground. Brother Lin, it was really fun just now. I didn't expect so many drunk people to ask me to drink with them. Don't you think these people are asking for a beating? Xia Lin said angrily when she came back. Do you feel very comfortable? Lin Fei smiled and asked. Xia Lin nodded. To be honest, it was quite comfortable. I didn't expect those men to be so weak. I understand why ancient girls like to be heroines. It's good to help others. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Xia Lin's reply. At least, most people wouldn't be able to control their strength so easily. Xia Lin didn't disappoint him. It's okay for me to hit them like that. They seem to have some background. Lin Fei laughed out loud. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget that you're now a great expert. Once a great expert like you gets angry, these little kittens and puppies will be scared shitless. Xia Lin nodded seriously. Right? I'm an expert now. So, I have to turn my unhappiness into appetite and eat again. Xia Lin wasn't affected by what happened just now. Xia Lin continued to deal with the food. She couldn't let down the food. After a private meal, most of it was eaten by Xia Lin. Lin Fei only tasted a small part of it. Of course, to Lin Fei, this small part was enough. Bitch, you actually dared to hit our people? Let's see where you can go now. Just as they walked out of the private restaurant, a large group of people came. These people were all wearing the same uniform. I see that you're a martial artist. I don't know why you bullied people from our Weijin dojo. Aren't you going to give us an explanation? A middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. His eyes were calm and fixed on Xia Lin. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place. This is what our Weijin dojo said. Chapter 43:38. When the people from the Weijin dojo came over, they surrounded Lin Fei and Xia Lin, especially the person in the lead, who had a savage expression on his face. How did they offend the people from the Weijin dojo? Who doesn't know that the Weijin dojo is a true demon king in South Asia? Those who offend the people from the Weijin dojo will not have a good ending. I heard that the background of this Weijin dojo is huge. That man and woman are out of luck. If I were them, I would kowtow and apologize to the people from the Weijin dojo right now. Only by doing so would they be able to leave South Asia alive. Otherwise, they would suffer a huge loss. The people at the side all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Hai sized up the two of them, especially the woman. He really couldn't tell that this guy was actually a martial artist, daring to injure the people from their Weijin dojo. As for the young man beside him, he didn't have the slightest bit of a martial artist's aura. He should be an ordinary person. Lu Hai could tell that they were probably people from other provinces. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to not recognize the people from the Weijin dojo, and they wouldn't dare to casually make a move. Why should I go with you? It was your people who came to tease me when they were drunk and I beat them up. Is that wrong? You stinking men are really nothing. Xia Lin had grown bolder now and started cursing. In the past, Xia Lin would never dare to say such words. Now that she was an expert, the chivalrous demeanor of a chivalrous woman emerged from the bottom of her heart. Of course, the fact that Lin Fei was standing beside her gave Xia Lin endless courage. Lu Hai couldn't help but admire this girl. She actually dared to speak to him like that. It seems like you are very confident in your own strength, but no matter what, you injured someone from our Weijin dojo, so you have to come with us. Lu Hai clapped his hands, and the disciples behind him rushed forward. Don't think that just because you're a girl, we men won't dare to make a move. In any case, we are from the Weijin dojo, and other than our own people, outsiders don't have the qualifications to do so. The men from the Weijin dojo all pounced forward. Xia Lin also took a deep breath. Lin Fei also gave her a look. There are so many sandbags. You should practice well. After all, it's not every day that you'll encounter these sandbags. The people from the prestige martial arts school were all furious after hearing this. Someone dared to call them punching bags. This was simply not taking them seriously. After dealing with this girl, he would go and deal with this guy. How dare he spout nonsense? He would let him know the meaning of disaster comes from the mouth. Alright. Charlene nodded her head and sprinted over. Not far away, many people didn't dare to watch anymore. She was a delicate girl, yet she was fighting with a group of men. Even if she really had some foundation in martial arts or learned taekwondo, she was still no match for the people from the Wuxia dojo. Who didn't know about the Wuxia martial arts dojo? It was a place that practiced martial arts. In South Asia, who didn't change their expressions when they heard of the Wuxia martial arts dojo? Lu Hai also wanted to see what kind of ability this girl had to actually dare to hit someone from their Might-Jin dojo. Didn't he know that the prestige martial arts school wasn't a place that anyone could fight? Charlene was rather excited. This was the first time she had met so many opponents. Previously, although they had made a move in the private restaurant, those people were all drunk and dizzy, especially their reflexes. The people in front of her had indeed surprised her. At the beginning, Charlene was truly flustered. This was the first time she had met so many experts. Charlene's side was flustered, but she was able to dodge them one by one. On the other hand, the people from the Might-Jin dojo all felt that their eyes were blurred. They were clearly about to hit the other party, but it was gone in an instant. The other party was like a butterfly, constantly moving back and forth between the group of them. On the contrary, they were the ones who were careless and got hit by the force, causing their entire faces to change. You trash, did you not eat tonight? You can't even hold a girl, what's the use of having you? Lu Hai was furious as he watched from the side. He was clearly just a little bit off, but he actually missed. Lu Hai couldn't keep his face any longer. After all, he was a fist master of the Might-Jin dojo. He was quite famous in South Asia. For example, there were already some people who recognized fist master Lu Hai. This made Lu Hai feel even more embarrassed. For a moment, Lu Hai even planned to take action himself. He was a dignified fist master, and if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't be able to rely on these people. But with so many people present, Lu Hai felt that it was a little difficult. If he really made a move, he would really be labeled as a big bully. The Might-Jin dojo had always been paid attention to. As long as he dared to make a move, it might spread in the circle tomorrow. Lu Hai liked to bully the weak. It was fine if he bullied a man, but he had to bully a girl. Where would a fist master's face go? Lin Fei smiled as he watched Charlene make her move. He was quite satisfied with her performance. At the very least, she was used to this method of attack. It was not easy to find a sandbag like this. The Might-Jin dojo had really done a good deed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The people from the Might-Jin dojo couldn't catch Charlene at all. On the contrary, they were attacked one by one. It hurt here and there, and their hands and feet slowed down. In reality, they were a little terrified. She was clearly a delicate girl, but why did she feel pain all over her body the moment she touched her? What the hell? On the contrary, they couldn't even touch her. Looking at senior brother Lu Hai, who was not far away, his expression became abnormally ugly. As one could imagine, their performance was extremely terrible. But there was nothing they could do about it. All of you come down. I'll do it myself. Lu Hai shouted. He really couldn't watch any longer. Even if he lost face, he had to do it himself. Girl, your skills are not bad, but you injured my Might-Jin dojo's people. As the fist master of the Might-Jin dojo, I, Lu Hai, have to ask for a few moves from you. Lu Hai walked out and cupped his hands toward Charlene. My name is Charlene, I am a nobody, but your Might-Jin dojo's people are not good. So many people are bullying a weak girl like me. Charlene also dared to say it. Lu Hai's face twitched slightly, and then returned to normal. Sorry to offend you. Basic etiquette was still needed. After offending him, Fist Master Lu Hai made his move. Walking like a dragon, he directly unleashed a set of fist techniques. This set of fist techniques was majestic and imposing. It was quite extraordinary. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 43-39. As a boxing master, Lu Hai's strength was indeed top-notch. At the very least, everyone could feel the difference. To be able to become a boxing master of the mighty martial arts club, it was indeed a bit different. Xia Lin also had a feeling of fighting. Although the time it took to fight was not very long, These disciples of the mighty martial arts club were still effective as sandbags. At the very least, it allowed Xia Lin to maintain a very good state of mind. Even though Lu Hai's attack seemed to be menacing, Xia Lin still easily resolved it. With a flick of her left and right hands, she swept Lu Hai's hands. Fist Master Lu Hai was just a grandmaster. The strength of the early stage of the grandmaster was indeed quite famous in the mighty martial arts club, but after facing Xia Lin, it was indeed a bit too far off. Lu Hai felt as if his hands were being pricked by needles, and a huge force surged over, almost causing him to lose his balance. How can there be such a great power? Lu Hai's heart sank. His fist technique was also big and wide, but it was actually not as strong as his opponent. Could it be that this guy was also a grandmaster expert? Lu Hai's heart sank once again. If that was really the case, then it would be really troublesome. Lu Hai really didn't want to fight against a grandmaster, especially this grandmaster, who he couldn't see through. This was the worst thing. Xia Lin's one move caused Lu Hai to suffer a loss, and she directly took advantage of him. Her hands were like meteors, and palm after palm followed. With this slap, Lu Hai felt that something was amiss. A wave of feminine energy actually bombarded his body. Lu Hai took a few steps back, and every step caused his blood to churn. With a sound, he sat on the ground. Isn't he Lu Hai's boxing master? How could he be defeated by a girl? Damn, how could there be such a powerful expert? She's definitely a heroine. No wonder she dared to beat up the people of the mighty martial arts club. Lu Hai, this time it's really embarrassing. So many people can't even catch a girl. Now you'll be famous in South Asia. There were indeed many people present who knew Lu Hai. As a fist master, who asked the fame of the Might-Jin dojo to be so great, it was hard for them not to know him. So you're not as strong as I thought. This fist technique looks like a flowery fist. It's too slow. It's not satisfying at all. Xia Lin looked down on this Lu Hai fist master. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just a grandmaster, but he was a Xian Tian master. How could he be a match for you? Fist Master Lu Hai spat out another mouthful of blood. He was a grandmaster, yet a girl dared to insult him in such a manner. If you don't feel satisfied, why don't you go to the Weijin dojo to take a look? In any case, there are a lot of people there, and it just so happens that Lu Hai is still there. Let him lead the way. Lin Fei laughed. Charlene's eyes sparkled. Really? The current Xia Lin was also fearless. Most importantly, she had Lin Fei by her side. Weijin dojo was nothing to be afraid of. On the other hand, Lu Hai, who was lying on the ground, couldn't believe it. This girl still dared to go to the Weijin dojo. Did she really not know the reputation of the Weijin dojo? In this Yu province, in this South Asia, the Weijin dojo was the top dojo. Who wouldn't be polite to the Weijin dojo? It wasn't like what the two of them had said. They didn't take the Weijin dojo seriously at all. We have a lot of experts for the Weijin dojo. If you dare to come, I'll lead the way for you. Lu Hai naturally couldn't beat this girl. However, there were still many experts in the Weijin dojo. Did you see that? They've already invited you, so why don't you go to the Weijin dojo and take a seat? Lin Fei said. Why aren't you guys helping me up yet? Lu Hai shouted. The disciples of the Weijin dojo immediately helped Lu Hai up. Although Xia Lin didn't use a lot of strength just now, she was still a Xian Tian master after all. It wasn't something that Lu Hai could handle, so he could only let the students support him. Originally, everyone thought that this matter would end like this, but they never thought that this girl called Xia Lin would actually want to go to the Weijin dojo. Wasn't this the same as going to the dojo? This was absolutely unbelievable. A big dojo like the Weijin dojo would actually be kicked out one day. It was a pity that they didn't dare to go and take a look. If they were to be hated by the Weijin dojo, then they would really be in trouble. The Weijin dojo was located in the center of a busy city in South Asia. It occupied a very large area, and all 7 floors belonged to the Weijin dojo. It was an office building. Compared to the other dojos, this was obviously much higher. At this time, the Weijin dojo was very lively. The students were all learning. Lu Hai returned. The person at the front desk was shocked to see Lu Hai bleeding. He immediately came up. Lu Hai, what happened to you? Who injured you? Do you want us to call for an expert to help you get back at them? Lu Hai shook his head. No need, they are already here. The person at the front desk really didn't see anyone. However, he did notice a man and a woman. Both of them had an extremely indifferent look on their faces. Could it be them? Lu Hai turned around and said, "This is our prestige dojo. The experts inside are not people you can afford to offend." The news of Lu Hai being injured outside and someone coming to the Might-Jin dojo to spar spread like wildfire. At the very least, the boxing masters of the prestige dojo were furious. Although they did not treat Lu Hai as a fist master very well, they were still colleagues. Hitting Lu Hai was equivalent to hitting the Might-Jin dojo. If they didn't make a move, then their prestige dojo would become a joke. Therefore, the boxing masters came out one by one. These boxing masters were not weak. Basically, all of them were at least at the grandmaster level. 2 or 3 of them were the most powerful. This was because they were all Xiantian experts. One was at the early Xiantian stage, one was at the middle Xiantian stage, and the last one was at the late Xiantian stage. As soon as the 3 of them came out, the crowd quietened down. They were the most qualified experts in the prestige martial arts school. He was also the person who usually oversaw the dojo. When they heard that Lu Hai had been injured by someone, and that it was a man and a woman, they were naturally moved. Although Lu Hai's strength was average, he still represented the face of the martial arts club. When the 3 of them came out, their gazes immediately landed on Xia Lin. They felt that this Xia Lin should be the one who did it. The other party had an aura that was very similar to theirs, and they were very surprised. A female pre-celestial stage expert, but they had never heard of any female pre-celestial stage expert appearing recently. No matter what, since he was already here, he had to spar with him, so that the other party would know the ability of the Might-Jin dojo. He couldn't lose face. Otherwise, he would be laughed at. Chapter 4340. Facing these 3 pre-celestial stage experts. Xia Lin was still a little pressured. After all, Lu Hai's strength was not that great, but these 3 were truly experts in charge. It could be seen from their every move. Therefore, Xia Lin was still a little pressured. This was the first time she had faced such a powerful opponent. Subconsciously, she had already treated them as on the same level. Lu Hai did not have the qualifications to do so. Xia Lin took a deep breath. Your Weijin dojo is really not that great, a group of men bullying a woman like me. You are clearly drunk, yet you still want to bring me away. I really want to ask, is this how your Weijin dojo bullies people? Xia Lin was also very smart. She knew how to gain the upper hand. In any case, she was in the right, and these people couldn't beat her in words. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, nodded slightly. He was very satisfied. At the very least, Xia Lin knew that she had the advantage of taking the initiative. These 3 pre-celestial stage experts were naturally a head shorter. This was a clash of auras. Xia Lin had indeed taught herself, which was worth praising. Why did Lin Fei let Xia Lin come to this dojo? It was to let Xia Lin have a better chance to experience these pre-celestial stage experts. A free sandbag like this was really not easy to find. Although the strength of these 3 people was not bad, if they were to really fight with Xia Lin, it would not be so easy to win. And to Xia Lin, these 3 pre-celestial stage experts were really very suitable. This time, he had really come to the right place. The Weijin dojo had really become a good person for once. Of course, Lin Fei would not tell Xia Lin about this. Just as Lu Hai was about to say something, the 3 experts glared at him and retreated a few steps. Lu Hai, don't you think that's the case? The leftmost early stage pre-celestial stage expert said with an ice-cold gaze. Lu Hai secretly cursed in his heart. Although he knew that their Weijin dojo was very powerful, this time, they truly could not stand on their own 2 feet. A group of drunk people surrounded a girl, and in the end, they were beaten by the girl. In the end, he went up to help, but in the end, he was also beaten. This was not right, and it was no wonder that he was so angry. Look, he can't even speak. Your Weijin dojo might be famous, but you don't have any basic principles. It really disappoints me. So today, I want to learn from you. I want to see why your Weijin dojo dares to bully weak women like us. Don't think that weak women are easy to bully. Charlene once again gained the upper hand with a show of strength. The faces of the members of the Weijin Martial Arts School and the students turned ugly. If it was a man who came, perhaps it would be fine, but it was a woman, which made them feel a little embarrassed. However, the words that the other party said seemed to be reasonable, because Lu Hai did not dare to say anything more. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss. Why don't we start with you? Charlene pointed at the Khanate expert on her left. Of course, the three of you can come at me together. Although I, Charlene, am a weak woman, I will receive as many as you come. I think it's impossible for the three of you to come at me together, right? Who said that Charlene wasn't smart? She was still quite smart. At the very least, he had to use words to stop these three great experts. From the moment these three great experts came out, Charlene could tell that they were the leaders of this dojo. Everyone looked at them with respect and worship in their eyes. Therefore, if he used words to suppress them, then things would be simple. As for the others, Charlene really did not care much about them, especially after defeating Lu Hai. He knew that the majority of the experts in the Weijin dojo should be at the same level as Lu Hai, and only the three in front of him were the most powerful, so he had a chance to defeat all of them. I am Fist Master Su Wen of the Weijin dojo. Su Wen stood up and said coldly, although our dojo did something wrong, since you came to us to spar, we will definitely accompany you to the end. At this time, they naturally wouldn't lose face so easily. No matter what happened, at the very least, they had to fight first. They could also tell that Charlene should be at the same level as them. As for the one beside her, they directly ignored her. They had to defeat this person first to protect the reputation of the Weijin dojo. There are too many people here, why don't we change places? Su Wen said. Charlene shook her head. No need, let's change places. It's boring, why don't we do it here? Everyone can see clearly if I lose, I will leave immediately, but if you lose, then I will not stand on ceremony and take down your plaque, because your Weijin dojo is not worthy of the three words Weijin dojo. As soon as Charlene's words fell, the three Xiantian experts were instantly enraged, and their gazes turned ugly. This plaque was the face of their Weijin dojo. This plaque was even personally copied by a great expert. If it were to be taken away, then their Weijin dojo would become a big joke in the circle. What a girl! You're young, but your tone is quite arrogant. Let me try you. Su Wen snorted coldly and pounced forward. The moment Su Wen pounced, he instantly felt that his entire person had changed. Like a leopard, he was very slippery. In fact, Su Wen was indeed using the movement technique of a leopard. This was something he had figured out himself, and it was very useful when fighting against an enemy. Charlene felt that this pounce was a little unusual. She subconsciously took a step back. This caused Su Wen to laugh. He could tell that this girl called Xia Lin seemed to be a newcomer. People like her were really easy to deal with. Lin Fei watched from the side and didn't intend to make a move. Although Su Wen's movement technique was quite powerful, Charlene just hadn't fought with him before. He wanted to see how Charlene would deal with this situation. Charlene's retreat gave the other party a great opportunity to make a move. Several claw marks came directly at him. A strong gust of wind swept past Xia Lin. Although Charlene was a little flustered, she still spread her hands apart, one to block and one to retreat. Her palm technique was very top-notch and wasn't something that ordinary palm techniques could compare to. With a single clash, she really managed to resolve the other party's attack. On the other hand, Su Wen was slightly taken aback because his opponent's palm technique seemed a little unusual. It actually made him feel a little threatened. Luckily, Su Wen was confident that he wouldn't lose to this girl. He attacked again. Charlene retreated. Charlene retreated. Chapter 43-41. Su Wen was indeed a powerful expert. After facing Xia Lin, he really couldn't find a chance. Instead, he was the one who was injured. This made him cry out in surprise. This was different from what he had imagined. In the end, after being attacked by Xia Lin a dozen times in a row, he was sent flying with one palm. The more Xia Lin fought, the more she felt it. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, knew that Xia Lin was improving. Using a pre-celestial stage expert to hone his experience was quite fast. At the very least, it wasn't something that Lu Hai could compare to. The expressions of the other two pre-celestial stage experts changed as well. They didn't expect Su Wen to be defeated by this girl. The other party relied on pure palm techniques. Su Wen was sent flying, and his chi and blood surged for a moment before he was able to suppress it. His expression darkened, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. As a pre-celestial stage expert, he actually couldn't beat a girl. This made him feel a little embarrassed. In front of so many people, he didn't dare to make a move again. Otherwise, he would really be ridiculed. Now it's your turn. I hope you don't disappoint me. Xia Lin felt something from the fight. After laughing, she actually took the initiative to pounce towards the two pre-celestial stage experts. She also wanted to give herself some pressure, because in a one-on-one fight, Xia Lin really didn't feel any pressure from Su Wen. This kind of improvement, Lin Fei could see it the most clearly. Even if Xia Lin were to face two pre-celestial stage experts at once, Lin Fei wouldn't be too worried. He was protecting her from the side. If there was any danger, he would protect her. The two pre-celestial stage experts were still wondering who would go first. However, they didn't expect Xia Lin to attack first. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately counterattacked. On the contrary, the students present were a little surprised. Everyone knew that these three boxing masters were very powerful. Only now did they realize that the strength of these three people was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Of course, what surprised them even more was that this beautiful woman actually had a good set of martial arts. She was even able to fight with the three of them for so long. They couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy and jealousy. When would they be able to reach this level? As for Lu Hai, he also knew that he was in big trouble. Originally, they had actually met a great expert, and even Fist Master Su Wen was defeated. If the remaining two masters in charge were to lose as well, then the signboard of the Mighty Martial Arts Club would be taken away, and as the instigator of this matter, Lu Hai would definitely be in big trouble. Lu Hai was wondering if he should run away or not. Fortunately, when the two Xiantian experts attacked, Charlene felt immense pressure and was flustered. Of course, that was all, because Charlene was learning as she fought. Although he was in a sorry state, his experience was increasing rapidly. The two experts were only focused on defeating him. But as the fight went on, something went wrong. Because Xia Lin, who was in a sorry state at the start, actually fought with great vigor, their eyes were filled with shock. However, a thought popped up in their minds. Someone was using them as a punching bag. The current Charlene was completely different from when they first met. They felt even more embarrassed. They were dignified Xiantian experts, yet they were being used as punching bags. The more Charlene fought, the more energetic she became. She had gradually grasped the essence of this palm technique. She also knew how to fight, and her heart was filled with ecstasy. "Thank you for your guidance, now it's my turn." Charlene laughed loudly. The palm technique in her hands flew, like a cloud, it continuously enveloped the two of them. Originally, Charlene was stronger than them, her accumulation was deeper, but her experience was like that of a rookie. But now, she, the rookie, had finally grown up. Sometimes, it was so convenient to improve in battle. After dozens of palm strikes, Charlene used one of the killer moves of the palm technique. Dozens of palms turned into one, catching them off guard and directly sending them flying. The hard ground was also stepped on by more than 10 footprints, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. If this were to step on a person's body, then there would be no need to live at all. "Thank you for letting me win." Charlene also cupped her hands in a dignified manner. The three Xiantian experts all lowered their heads, feeling extremely unreconciled. They didn't expect that they would be defeated by a girl one day. The other party's palm technique was very brilliant, and they couldn't find any flaws at all. If the three of them were to attack together, they were quite confident that they could defeat this girl. At this moment, they were a little regretful. Why didn't they attack directly from the start, and instead help the other party? It was obvious that the other party was using them as a punching bag to increase her battle experience, and they couldn't even see through it. What a great Xiantian expert, How dare you come to our Weijian martial arts dojo and behave atrociously? I wonder if you have asked for my permission. A cold voice came from the door. Charlene just turned around, and her body trembled slightly. Fortunately, Lin Fei stepped forward and hugged Charlene. I don't think you're a good person. Aren't you also bullying the weak? I really despise you. The other party's expression changed slightly, and his foot that was originally moving forward stopped. His gaze fell directly on Lin Fei. The three Xiantian experts saw the middle-aged man and said in unison, Curator! Curator? The students of Weijian martial arts dojo were also shocked. One had to know that the curator of their Weijian martial arts dojo had always been a mysterious person, and even now, only a handful of people had seen the curator. They didn't expect the curator to actually come, and it seemed that this curator was a true expert. The two of you are very strong. Why don't you sit down and have a chat? The middle-aged man laughed. Lin Fei said indifferently, There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to talk about with people like you who bully the weak. You should be glad that you didn't go all out, or else you wouldn't be qualified to stand here now. The middle-aged man was indeed the curator of Weijian martial arts dojo. He rarely came here, but sometimes when he was in a good mood, he would come to the dojo to see if there were any good seedlings. He didn't expect to suffer a loss today, and there was actually a great expert here. This great expert seemed to have brought a disciple with him, and they fought the Weijian martial arts dojo. That was why he said that and added a mental strength attack. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary young man was quite strong and unknowingly injured him. The other party used the same mental strength, but it seemed to be of a higher level. He couldn't resist at all, and it was because the other party showed mercy. That was why the curator said that. For a person whose strength couldn't be seen through, it was very likely that he was on the same level as him. If they were to fight, there was no chance of winning at all. Chapter 43-42. Although the curator didn't make a move, the other party's mental means made him realize how terrifying the other party was. At the very least, when they really fought, this invisible means made him fearful. He was sure that this young man wasn't from Yu province, nor was he from South Asia. Fortunately, the other party didn't make a move, which made the curator heave a sigh of relief. At this time, he really didn't want to make a move. My friend just said that your martial arts school is bullying the weak with numbers, so we came to find you. Do you have any objections? If you do, you can tell me. Since Xia Lin was going to take the plaque away, then why would she take it away? Then, Lin Fei would naturally fulfill Xia Lin's wish. After all, this was the first stop of the summer camp. Therefore, this plaque had to be taken away. The three Xiantian masters lowered their heads one by one. After all, they lost to Xia Lin before, but they didn't agree to give the plaque away. But now, the other party was stronger than them. Just like the invisible confrontation between the curator and this young man, they more or less had some eyesight. At the same time, they were shocked. They didn't see through this young man's strength and thought that he was an ordinary person. This was the true meaning of hiding one's strength. The curator's face was a little ugly. This plaque was passed down with great difficulty. If it was taken away, it would really become a joke. One must know that there were still many students in the Weijian martial arts school. If this plaque was taken away, the school would become a joke in Yu province. They wouldn't even be able to raise their heads in the circle. Who knew how many people wanted to see the Weijian martial arts school become a joke? Friend, you are going too far. Although our Weijian martial arts school is in the wrong, this thing is only said by you alone. There is no evidence. Who would believe you? Originally, you planned to let us go, but if you take away this plaque, then you are bullying our Weijian martial arts school. In that case, you don't intend to let us take away the plaque. Then let me see how much confidence you have to say such words to me. Lin Fei smiled and took the first step. The curator groaned as if he had suffered a huge blow. Then, Lin Fei took the second step. The curator took 3 steps back. When Lin Fei took his third step, the curator staggered 8 steps backward, and the blood in his body churned so violently that he almost vomited blood. In the end, he forced himself to hold it in. He knew that once he spat it out, he would be injured. He could not suppress his injury at all. He had never thought that this person would be able to severely injure him in just 3 steps. One had to know that he was a qi refinement expert. Although he hadn't been in the qi refinement realm for long, only 5 years, it was still a high level of qi refinement. He was in charge of the mighty martial arts school, just to look for those monstrous disciples. But now, he was actually injured, and so seriously injured. Wait. The curator raised his hand to block the attack. He knew that if he didn't open his mouth and the other party took another step forward, he would be completely humiliated. Even now, he forcefully swallowed that mouthful of qi and blood. Only by doing so would he not appear to be in such a sorry state. Now that you've thought it through, I thought you would struggle to the end. Why don't I send you one more step? Lin Fei said with a smile. At this time, the curator did not dare to take another step. If he took another step, it would definitely be over. Take this plaque. Our mighty martial arts school has made a mistake. The curator was also straightforward. He also knew that if he did not go along with the other party's idea, today's matter would not end so easily. At the very least, he, the curator, would have to suffer a lot. In his heart, he was cursing the people of the mighty martial arts school half to death. Of all people to offend, they had to offend such an expert. At this time, his mind was almost searching for which force could produce such a young expert. However, such an expert seemed to be unknown. This was the most frightening thing. If he was a disciple of a Ji Zun, that would be the most troublesome. Looking at the other party's young appearance, the possibility was very high. No matter what, he had to get through this first. As for the rest, he would take it one step at a time. They were not that easy to bully. Couldn't you have just said that from the beginning? Why did you have to suffer? Lin Fei snorted softly. The curator took another step back and almost couldn't hold it in anymore. Xia Lin happily jumped 3 feet into the air and kicked down the Might Shakes the Dojo's signboard. You don't say, this plaque is very good. When you feel that you have the ability to take back this plaque, I am from East China Sea. You can come to East China Sea to find me, Lin Fei of Longting Villa. Lin Fei and Xia Lin left with the plaque of the Mighty Martial Arts School. The atmosphere of the entire Mighty Martial Arts School became quite different. All of you come in. The curator's face darkened. He coldly snorted and walked into his office. After entering, he spat out 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood. Every mouthful made his face pale. He quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. What the hell, I actually encountered such an opponent. I almost couldn't hold it in. The curator was glad that his strength was not bad and did not make a fool of himself. Although his face was a little embarrassed, only a few people saw the confrontation between the two. As for the others, they didn't feel anything at all. Because their level hadn't reached that level yet. After taking the pill, his face became much more comfortable. However, he also took out his phone at the first moment. He wanted to know the background of this Lin Fei of Longting Villa. He actually dared to take away the plaque of the Mighty Martial Arts School from them. If he didn't vent his anger, then what face would the Mighty Martial Arts School have? However, after making 7 or 8 calls in a row, the curator's face changed again. Because from these calls, he got a piece of news. That was that Lin Fei of Longting Villa was unfathomable and very mysterious. If only one person said so, he might not take it seriously. However, everyone basically said so, so the curator had no choice but to take it seriously. It seems that I can only go to them. After all, the plaque of the Mighty Martial Arts School is not so easy to take away. This represents our honor. After calming down, the curator knew what to do. The 3 experts, including Lu Hai, all came in. Of course, they were also scolded. Of course, if he wanted to vent his anger, he would have to vent it on them first. Chapter 43-43. What do you think, heroine? You should be happy today. The Weijin Dojo's plaque has been taken away by us. I guess they'll be depressed for a long time. Lin Fei and Charlene returned to the suite. Lin Fei casually placed the plaque in the corner. This plaque still had some value. After all, there was still a trace of spiritual power left on the Weijin Dojo. In other words, it was left behind by a spiritual power expert. Charlene also felt that tonight was very exciting. She never thought that the world of martial artists was so exciting. Charlene actually became an expert for once. Thank you, Brother Lin. If it was you, I really wouldn't have been able to beat them today. Lin Fei said with a smile, actually, you're very smart yourself. As long as you learn and comprehend more, you'll naturally improve. I'll take this plaque away. Anyway, it's useless for you to keep it. As for what you do in South Asia in the future, just be careful. Charlene nodded. I'll definitely be careful. I'm also an expert now. Charlene clenched her fists tightly. Lin Fei also knew Charlene's strength very well. She was still able to do well in South Asia. There was one more thing, and that was that Lin Fei had to make a trip to the Weijin dojo. Originally, if Charlene wasn't in South Asia, Lin Fei wouldn't have minded. However, once he left, who knew if the Weijin dojo would do anything else? Hence, after Charlene fell asleep, Lin Fei left the suite and went straight to the Weijin dojo. He left a trace of divine sense on the curator. Lin Fei could easily find out where the curator was. The curator didn't leave the Weijin dojo. Today was a very bad day for the Weijin dojo. Because their plaque had been taken away, the news had already spread in the circle. The Weijin martial arts school had lost all its face. Those in the same industry would definitely take this opportunity to smear the Weijin dojo. Who would dare to say that the Weijin dojo was strong? Didn't they see that their plaque had been taken away? At that time, 1 would spread to 10, and 10 to 100. Everyone would know that the prestige dojo was in trouble. The curator scolded Lu Hai and the others. As for those troublemakers, they were all chased out of the Meichin dojo, and even the little bit of strength they had was taken back. What awaited them would be an extremely painful price. As for Lu Hai, as a grandmaster, he had also taken 3 punches from the curator and would have to lie in the hospital for more than half a year. Even so, the curator's temper did not subside. He had also found someone to understand the situation. That person was indeed not someone he could deal with in a short period of time, so he just sat there sulking. He even opened a bottle of good wine that he usually couldn't bear to drink. He could only drink to drown his sorrows. You're drinking alone in the middle of the night? You're quite an interesting person. Lin Fei entered the curator's room. The curator was drinking silently and didn't even have a row of peanuts in front of him. When he heard the voice, he swung his hand and a string of things flew out. When these things flew in front of Lin Fei, they all stopped, as if they were blocked by a layer of power. Don't have such a bad temper. It wasn't easy for me to come here, not to fight with you. Besides, can you really beat me? The curator looked up and finally recognized him. Wasn't this the guy who left at night? He actually came back. What do you want? Don't think that our Meichin dojo is so easy to bully. Our backer is the Kunlun secret realm. All right, stop talking. I'm not interested in the Kunlun secret realm. I came here in the middle of the night just to give you a few words of advice. Let's see if you want to listen or not. Advice? Of course, the curator didn't want to hear it, but now that the other party was standing here, coupled with the fact that the other party had a higher level of mental power attack than his expression turned cold. I'd like to hear what advice you can give our Meichin dojo. The curator was actually very timid. He really didn't want to fight with the other party. There was really no chance of winning. Instead, he would have to suffer. He was a chi refinement expert. This was the real tragedy. Fortunately, there was no one around at this time. If he was timid, then so be it. No one would know anyway. The curator comforted himself. My friend is going to be in South Asia for a period of time. I know that your Meichin dojo is quite capable, but if you have any ideas about my friend, I don't mind slaughtering your Meichin dojo. When the time comes, the officials will only think that it was an accident. He was threatened. The curator slammed his palm on the table. How dare you? At first, he thought it was some kind of advice. He didn't expect it to be a disguised threat. He had been the curator for so long, but he had never heard such words before. It seems that you still don't intend to listen to my advice. That's fine. Slap yourself 10 times first. Lin Fei sat down on the sofa and casually grabbed the bottle of red wine. You really know how to enjoy yourself. This bottle of red wine is not bad. It has a history of 40 to 50 years. Lin Fei took a wine glass, poured himself half a glass, and slowly took a sip. When the curator heard the other party's words, his expression changed. Then, he realized that he couldn't move at all. He raised his left hand slowly and slapped it across his face. The strength of this slap was so shocking that it almost knocked him over. However, he didn't move at all. It was as if his feet had grown roots. His right hand also followed suit. Another slap landed on his face. His face was instantly burning hot. Slap, 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 slap. A slap left, a slap right, a slap right, a slap left. After 10 slaps, the curator was a little stunned. He was actually controlled by someone and couldn't even resist at all. He was a chi refinement expert. It seems that 10 slaps don't feel much. Then 100 slaps it is. Anyway, I have plenty of time tonight. I'll slowly waste it with you. Lin Fei smiled and took another sip of red wine. The curator wanted to speak but found that he couldn't speak. His left and right hands started working again. A very rhythmic sound rose and fell in the room. Fortunately, there was no one around at this time. In addition, the curator's temper wasn't good today. Even if someone from the Wuxia dojo heard the sound, they wouldn't come over. No one wanted to go in and be some punching bag. The curator could only watch helplessly as he slapped himself 100 times. After these 100 slaps, his entire face became swollen like a pig's head. Stop, stop. I accept this advice. As long as your friend is in South Asia, the Wuxia dojo won't cause any trouble for her. Lin Fei shook his head. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is, if anything happens to my friend in South Asia, then I'll look for you, the curator. The next time, it won't be as simple as 100 slaps. I'll stab you 100 times. I think with your physique, you should be able to withstand these 100 stabs. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 43-44. Lin Fei didn't plan to do anything to this curator. He just came to remind this curator not to forget what he should do when the time comes. Fortunately, this curator was smart and knew what to do. Otherwise, he would have stabbed himself 100 times. This was something he didn't want to encounter even once in his life. After that, Charlene didn't encounter any danger in South Asia. Instead, she helped Wuxia dojo several times, but she didn't know. After staying in South Asia for a few more days, Lin Fei finally left South Asia and returned to Longting Villa in the East Sea. Longting Villa was as before, nothing happened. After all, Lin Fei was famous enough now. After understanding the situation a little, Lin Fei went to Beijing. 2 of the 4 kings also came to Beijing in advance and were stationed in the courtyard. With them staying here, Lin Fei was completely relieved. At least he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. These 2 were real chi refinement experts. Their strength was definitely enough to dominate everything. As for Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian, they didn't come out of the Divine Dragon's secret realm. Obviously, they were still cultivating in seclusion. Lin Fei wasn't very surprised about this. He believed that their strength would improve a lot after coming out of seclusion. After understanding the situation a little, Lin Fei left. He was going to Kunlun's secret realm to understand the situation. After all, from the information in those sacred grounds, there was still a big secret hidden in Kunlun's secret realm. It was just that the clues Lin Fei got were too few. But this didn't stop Lin Fei from making a trip to Kunlun's secret realm. Last time he went to Danding Gate, so this time he would go to the other sects to understand more. Of course, he would also greet the 6 Supremes. If he could meet Ancestor Qianmo again, that would be even better. That guy was definitely sinister enough to actually attract experts to enter the sacred grounds. Unfortunately, Lin Fei set up a big formation 1 step ahead. At this time, Lin Fei didn't know that Ancestor Qianmo was unlucky enough to meet the returning Supremes. As a result, he fled in a sorry state and was chased for a few days. It could be said to be a big joke. The only entrance in the country was on Mount Kunlun. Lin Fei already had the exact information, so as long as they reached Kunlun Mountain, they would be able to find the entrance. Actually, Lin Fei could enter the Kunlun mystic realm from Thailand. However, after thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that it would be too troublesome. He might as well enter from the entrance of the Kunlun mystic realm. It would save him a lot of trouble. This time, Lin Fei took his time to go to Kunlun Mountain. After 3 days, he finally arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Compared to other scenic spots, the Kunlun Mountains were much more deserted. Plus, the terrain was high. Lin Fei did not see many tourists. Of course, Lin Fei did not want too many tourists to notice him. In a deserted place, Lin Fei began to move quickly toward Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain was very large, but the place Lin Fei went to was very remote. If it wasn't for the information he got from the information, he really wouldn't know that there was such an entrance. After traveling for more than half a day, Lin Fei finally arrived at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. The peak was very cold and the temperature was very low. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, when Lin Fei came up, he realized that there was actually someone moving quickly toward the entrance of the Kunlun mystic realm. It was a young expert who should be at the inborn realm. He did not notice Lin Fei's traces. Instead, he kept running toward an inconspicuous place. Initially, Lin Fei thought that he was the only one who entered the Kunlun mystic realm. But now, it seemed that he was not the only one who entered the Kunlun mystic realm. Those who knew about this entrance were definitely not simple. They might even have a force behind them. Therefore, Lin Fei followed him without batting an eye. He decided to observe the situation first. That person's speed was very fast, especially when it came to movement techniques. Not long after, he passed through a barrier. This barrier was very inconspicuous. It was located outside the cliff. In such a position, even if someone came up, they wouldn't dare to rush over easily. Everyone knew that this was a barrier. Such a door was indeed very well hidden. However, Lin Fei could tell that this was a concealment formation. Those who were blocking it were all below the inborn realm. If one wasn't at the inborn realm, they wouldn't be able to tell. Unless one was lucky and accidentally bumped into it, no one would be willing to jump down from here. Lin Fei followed, and the entire field of vision widened. Unknowingly, he entered the Kunlun mystic realm. He found himself in a small underground palace. After getting used to the weak spiritual energy outside, he entered the mystic realm again. The spiritual energy here was indeed rather good. However, it was still lacking compared to the divine dragon mystic realm. Although this wasn't the first time Lin Fei came to the Kunlun mystic realm. Compared to the previous time, it seemed a little different this time. Underground palace? Who are you? Why are you following me sneakily? Just as Lin Fei landed, a figure came up and dozens of palm shadows shrouded him. This person was very strong. However, when these palm techniques landed on Lin Fei, they were blocked by a layer of ripples. I'm not interested in following you. I just want to know where this Kunlun mystic realm is. What do you think? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. However, the person who attacked him had a change in expression. His palm technique could split rocks. It was also filled with a gentle force. Every time he used it, it would have an unexpected effect. However, this young man was actually fine. This made him realize that he was in trouble. This person was definitely an expert, much stronger than he had imagined. He was already an inborn realm expert. If he couldn't even touch the other party's clothes, wouldn't this person be a chi-cultivating realm expert? Luo Yuan, you finally came back. Not bad. You brought an expert with you. However, even if you brought a helper back, so what? You still have to make a trip to the Wind Cloud Hall. At this moment, dozens of figures dashed into the underground palace. Naturally, the leader's gaze was fixed on Luo Yuan. As for Lin Fei, he was completely ignored. The strength of these people was quite good. Lin Fei could tell with a glance. This was a decent force. As for Luo Yuan, although he was an inborn realm expert, the leader's strength was comparable to his. In fact, the leader was much stronger. There were a few inborn realm experts under him. No matter how he looked at it, the situation didn't seem right. When Luo Yuan saw this person, his expression changed slightly. He subconsciously wanted to retreat. Luo Yuan, I advise you not to leave. If you leave today, your family will be finished. I'll say it again. Make a trip to the Wind Cloud Hall. Chapter 43-45. Lin Fei did not expect to encounter such a situation on his second visit to the Kunlun Mystery Land. He was even misunderstood as a helper. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei would definitely explain himself. However, he could not be bothered to explain himself now. He could also take the opportunity to see what Luo Yuan had done to deserve the attention of so many Xiantian experts. After being targeted by so many people, Luo Yuan's heart sank. He had been very careful in everything he did. Unexpectedly, he was still targeted. Moreover, there were so many experts here. This was hard for him to accept. Luo Yuan said in a deep voice, "Ding Shi, it's not a problem for you to bring me away. However, I feel that you should not make things difficult for this person. He is not my helper. Rather, we entered this place at the same time. I believe that you are not willing to offend others, right?" Initially, Luo Yuan had thought that he was being followed. Only now did he realize that this person was not following him. Instead, he had entered the Kunlun Mystery Land. In other words, they had entered at the same time. The expert named Ding Shi laughed out loud. "Luo Yuan, since when did you become so kind? You are actually speaking up for him. It would have been fine if you had not said anything. However, now that you have said that, I have no intention of letting him go." Luo Yuan said, "Ding Shi, you are being too overbearing, okay? I don't know him at all. If you don't let him go, then don't even think about getting that thing. Let me tell you, I've already hidden that thing somewhere. In this world, only I know where it is. Even if you torture me, don't even think about finding out where that thing is hidden, because I've already used a secret technique to completely seal that part of my memory. If you have the ability, then open that part of my seal." When Ding Shi heard this, his expression changed. He seemed to have fallen into a rage. "Luo Yuan, you actually dare to seal your own memory? How dare you? That is the soul sealing technique. Aren't you afraid of turning yourself into an idiot?" Ding Shi obviously knew what secret technique Luo Yuan had used. He immediately roared. One had to know that Ding Shi had spent a lot of effort to retrieve that thing. However, in the end, it had been snatched away by Luo Yuan. That was why he had been keeping an eye on Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuan had used the soul sealing technique to seal his memories. This was something he found hard to accept. Ding Shi would accept anything else, but this was the only thing that mattered. Luo Yuan roared with laughter. "How about it? Aren't you surprised? Since you guys can deal with me in such a manner, why can't I, Luo Yuan, give you guys a present?" Lin Fei, who was standing at the back, was slightly stunned. He also heard the problem. He narrowed his eyes and realized that this Luo Yuan fellow had indeed sealed a portion of his memories. This was a rather miraculous secret technique, and it was not easy to use it. Yet, this person had successfully used it. Ding Shi's expression kept changing. His gaze kept shifting between Luo Yuan and Lin Fei. Finally, he snorted coldly. "Luo Yuan, consider yourself ruthless. However, that item is not something I want. Rather, it belongs to Paragon Changlong. Therefore, I have no choice but to bring you to Paragon Changlong. The same goes for you. Regardless of whether you know him or not, since you've heard our conversation, all the more I can't let you leave. Do it." The experts led by Ding Shi all attacked. 2 of them were dealing with Lin Fei. The rest went to deal with Luo Yuan. As soon as these people made their move, Luo Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. "Brother, hurry up and leave. They are all disciples of the Supreme Being. If you don't leave now and get captured by them, you won't have a good ending." Luo Yuan turned around and attacked. He threw a dozen palm strikes in front of him. These palm shadows all contained the sound of thunder. The loud rumbling sounds really held them back. As a result, Lin Fei now had a higher opinion of Luo Yuan. At the very least, when an ordinary person encountered something like this, they would try to drag someone else to take the blame. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei was willing to disassociate himself from this. Such a thing was not rare, and it was not easy to encounter such a thing. At the very least, most people would not be so kind. In any case, they themselves wouldn't have a good ending. If they could drag someone down with them, they would. Ding Shi attacked. "Luo Yuan, when you reach the Supreme Being's side, if you can still say something like this, I will consider you impressive." Ding Shi served the Supreme Being. In order to capture Luo Yuan, he had put in a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuan had run off to the secular world. Fortunately, Luo Yuan had been unable to endure it any longer and had returned. This time, however, there was someone else with him. Regardless, Ding Shi had still managed to grab hold of this opportunity. As long as he could bring Luo Yuan back, things would be simple. Lin Fei chuckled. Since you are still aware of this, I will help you. After all, good things will happen to good people. When Luo Yuan heard that good things would happen to good people, he couldn't help but be stunned. Since when did he become a good person? He just didn't want to implicate others. Swish. The Xiantian experts that were charging at him felt as if they had been punched heavily. All of them were sent flying. Even Ding Shi let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. They had no idea how they had been injured. At this moment, sword scars appeared on their bodies, one after another. They were filled with fear. Even Luo Yuan's heart jolted at this sight. This time, he had encountered an expert. Ding Shi and the rest were all Xiantian experts. If they worked together, even Luo Yuan wouldn't be a match for them. But now, they were all sent flying one after another. This made it hard for him to accept it. This is my second time coming to the Kunlun Mystery Land. Since I am in a good mood, you guys can leave. By the way, Ding Shi, you can stay here for now. After all, I don't like your actions. Ding Shi's chest was filled with sword wounds, making him realize how terrifying this person before him was. A certain power even appeared in his mind, the Sky Sword Mountain. After all, the sword intent of the Sky Sword Mountain was famous. Everyone that cultivated in sword arts would, without exception, take pride in joining the Sky Sword Mountain. It was no wonder that Ding Shi thought of the Sky Sword Mountain. Friend, I am a disciple of Supreme Being Changlong. Aren't you afraid of offending Supreme Being Changlong by dealing with us like this? Ding Shi shouted hurriedly. He searched his memories, but unfortunately he couldn't find any. This guy that seemed to be from the Sky Sword Mountain had appeared too suddenly. He didn't recognize him at all. The only thing he could do now was to let him know how powerful Supreme Being Changlong was. Bookseller's House. Chapter 43-46. Unfortunately, Ding Shi's words had no effect on Lin Fei. That was because Lin Fei had no idea what the names of the 6 Supremes were. He had no idea what Supremacy Changlong's rank was. Therefore, his words were destined to be useless. On the other hand, Luo Yuan was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, after all this time, it turned out that the person beside him was the strongest. Even Supremacy Changlong did not seem to care. Friend, thank you for helping me. However, you should leave. That Supremacy Changlong is an extremely petty person. Although he is only ranked 6th, his strength cannot be underestimated. Although Luo Yuan was extremely grateful for Ding Shi's help, he still took the initiative to speak. Just stand there and don't say anything. Don't think that I helped you because I was curious about your great soul-sealing art. That's why I helped you. Otherwise, do you think I would have helped you? Lin Fei snorted. Luo Yuan was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His blood and energy were in turmoil, as if something big was about to happen. With this, Luo Yuan no longer dared to say anything. Lin Fei raised his hand and Ding Shi flew over. With a tap of his finger on Ding Shi's forehead, he instantly obtained all of Ding Shi's memories. With a casual fling, Ding Shi fainted completely. Even after waking up, he was still an idiot. Lin Fei's strength was gradually recovering. Naturally, a person who wanted to capture Lin Fei would have to pay a price. Therefore, Luo Yuan decided to take these memories away. Next, Lin Fei walked out of the underground palace. Luo Yuan followed behind him. He had never expected that Ding Shi, who was so powerful, would not even be able to block a single attack from Ding Shi. From the looks of it, Ding Shi had been crippled. After leaving the underground palace, the warm sunlight shone down on Luo Yuan. Lin Fei turned around and glanced at Luo Yuan. I didn't expect you to be so daring. You actually dared to steal the treasure that Supremacy Changlong spent 10 years searching for. You can be considered formidable. From Ding Shi's memories, Lin Fei finally found what he was looking for. As it turned out, Ding Shi was in charge of collecting treasures for Supremacy Changlong. One of the treasures had taken him a total of 10 years to find in an inconspicuous place in the Kunlun secret realm. However, it had been snatched away at a crucial moment. That person was none other than Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was someone who specialized in treasure hunting. In Ding Shi's memories, this Luo Yuan had ruined the plans of countless people. Everyone knew that Luo Yuan was a dog. Wherever good things appeared, there would be traces of this fellow. This also caused the factions and even the supremes of the Kunlun mystic realm to be extremely dissatisfied. During this period of time, quite a number of people had been sent to hunt Luo Yuan down. Every time they were chased, they would hide outside. Furthermore, there were rules in the secular world and the Kunlun mystic realm. Because of that, Luo Yuan was able to live well. On the other hand, the autarchs were as disgusted as if they had just swallowed a fly. Unless absolutely necessary, Luo Yuan would not return to the Kunlun secret land. This time around, he was truly out of options. Supreme Changlong had set his sights on their family. Thus, he had no choice but to make a trip back. However, he had not expected to fall into a trap the moment he entered. Fortunately, he had managed to jump out of the trap. However, from the looks of it, he was about to jump into another trap. This trap seemed to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Luo Yuan lowered his head and said honestly, "Senior, this little bit of ability of mine is really nothing before you. I'm just a person with a slightly better nose." He already knew that this person before him was definitely an expert of the senior generation. At the very least, he was at the level of a chi cultivator. Indeed, this person could easily deal with him. Even 10 Luo Yuans would not be a match for him. Since that was the case, he might as well be more polite. At least you know how to speak properly. You are much better than that Ding Shi. If Ding Shi was half as good as you, he wouldn't have woken up as an idiot. Lin Fei snorted lightly. Luo Yuan inhaled a breath of cold air. He knew that Ding Shi would be in trouble. Unexpectedly, Ding Shi's memory had been spoiled and he had become an idiot. This was a Xian Tian expert. But soon, this thought flashed through his mind. "Senior, I don't know what you wish to know. As long as I know, I will tell you honestly. I'm very interested in the things you took away. Although you used the soul sealing technique to seal your memories, that's only for ordinary people. It's not true for me. As long as you open your heart and let me open this memory, I'll naturally let you go after I've seen it. Otherwise, I'll have to use violence." Luo Yuan took a deep breath. "Is it that after using violence, I will become the same as Ding Shi?" "That's right. If you open your heart and let me look at your memory, I will guarantee your safety. I will even give you a small gift. As long as you are willing to look at it, I, Luo Yuan, will not have any objections. Senior, feel free to look at it." At this point, Luo Yuan did not dare to say anything else. Since Ding Shi had forcefully looked at his memory, it would be better for him to be obedient. Although Luo Yuan's great soul sealing technique was powerful, it was still something that Lin Fei could easily break. From the beginning to the end, Luo Yuan's heart was in his throat. Only later did he realize that he had been overthinking things. From the start, Luo Yuan was much stronger than him. That insignificant great soul sealing technique was nothing more than a joke. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the memories of the soul sealing technique. "You're quite good at hiding, huh? To actually hide it right under his nose. I will have to trouble you to lead the way. I will take the opportunity to meet this Paragon Changlong." The sealed memories were restored. Luo Yuan laughed bitterly. "I had no other choice. Later on, I thought that the most dangerous place would be the safest. Therefore I left it there. However, even after 3 months of research, I have yet to make any progress. Senior might be able to gain something from it. I will always be willing to hand over this treasure. In any case, this Paragon Changlong is not the rightful owner of this treasure." Naturally, Luo Yuan knew what to do. In any case, that treasure would only be troublesome in his hands. However, if it was in the hands of this senior, things would be different. To be honest, Luo Yuan was truly somewhat afraid of this Paragon Changlong. He was unscrupulous in doing things. Unexpectedly, this Paragon Changlong had been so persistent toward him that he had even dared to threaten his family. Luo Yuan's family was under the tutelage of another paragon. If possible, Luo Yuan was truly unwilling to return so quickly. Alas, he had no other choice. Fortunately, he only needed to make a single trip. This was more or less better than what Luo Yuan had expected. Bookseller's website. Chapter 43-47. Initially, Luo Yuan had been very worried. After all, this was a senior. He suspected that this was an expert from the Heavenly Sword Mountain who had unleashed his sword intent. Fortunately, along the way, Luo Yuan didn't feel any fear. This was because this person didn't exude such a strong aura. For a moment, Luo Yuan even suspected that this person was a senior. However, this person was able to easily suppress several innate experts. One could imagine how powerful this person was. Facing such a senior expert, Luo Yuan's heart was actually rather nervous and depressed. This was because these people were not easy to deal with. However, he had no choice. Now that his trump card had been seen through, apart from leading the way obediently, he had no other thoughts. The only thing that made Luo Yuan feel fortunate was that along the way, Supremacy Changlong's men had come to hunt him down. The news of Luo Yuan's return seemed to have spread. If this was in the past, Luo Yuan would definitely hide like a tortoise and hide as far away as he could. But this time, with the help of this old senior, it was simply smooth sailing. No matter what kind of expert came, they would be killed on the spot after the sword intent swept past them. The thick and boundless sword intent was too ferocious. Regardless of whether they were innate experts or those who had entered the Qi cultivation realm, they would face a terrifying sword intent attack in a single move. It was a direct suppression. This made Luo Yuan realize that this person before him was a true expert in the Qi cultivation realm. He was probably not far from the supremacy realm. To become a supremacy, one had to enter the Qi cultivation realm. Only by entering the Qi cultivation realm would one have the chance to enter the supremacy realm. Luo Yuan had seen quite a number of Qi cultivation realm experts. They were all very strong. However, compared to this person before him, they seemed to be much weaker. This person's sword intent was extremely ferocious. More importantly, there was no trace of it. One wouldn't even know when one was hit. It was as if the entire place was filled with sword intent. Anyone who entered this area would instantly be attacked by the sword intent. After walking for a few days, they had finally arrived at Supremacy Changlong's territory. Along the way, the number of people who came to hunt Luo Yuan decreased. It seemed like they were all very afraid of him and no longer showed up. If it weren't for the fact that so many experts had died along the way, Luo Yuan would have thought that he was dreaming. That's Changlong City, the place where Utmost Exalt Changlong resides. The item that I'm hiding is inside Changlong City. The two of them stood on a hillside. From this hillside, one could see a large city in the forest. This city seemed to be quite large. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense the aura of a supreme Tao master in Changlong City. The aura of this supreme being surpassed the realm of Qi refinement. It was the 9th level of Qi disciple that was unique to supreme martial artists. No, it should be the 10th level of Qi disciple great perfection. This was because only those who had perfected the 10th layer of Qi refining could be called a supreme expert. Because he was already infinitely close to the next higher realm. He could already use the power of the next step. That was the power of foundation establishment. At that time, the spells he cast would become very powerful. It was no longer as useless as it was now. Once he encountered some powerful close combat experts, the power of his spells would become weak. It wasn't easy for him to arrive at the territory of a supreme. Therefore, Lin Fei did not plan to encounter Utmost Exalt Changlong so early. That would be pointless. It was better for him to get his hands on the item first. Lin Fei casually took out a talisman and tossed it at Luo Yuan. Instantly, a dazzling light landed on Luo Yuan's body. Alright, you can now walk around Changlong City without worry. I've placed a talisman on your body. With this talisman, no one will be able to see through your true body unless it's a supreme being expert. Luo Yuan said gratefully, "Thank you, senior. I was still worrying about how to enter Changlong City. After all, with my current appearance, the moment I reach Changlong City, those fellas will definitely not let me off." Although Luo Yuan did not know what had happened to his body, he still believed in this senior's words. That talisman must be an extremely powerful item. When he was passing through the city gate, Luo Yuan's heart was in his throat. He was really afraid that he would be recognized by the guards. Even though the guards here did not seem to be very strong, the moment they recognized him as Luo Yuan, it would not take long for them to arrive. In less than 3 minutes, at most, experts would arrive to kill him. This was the efficiency of Changlong City. Luo Yuan passed through the city gate without any mishap. Only then did he realize that this senior's talisman was really useful. Those people did not change at all. Obviously, they treated him like an ordinary person. This was the first time Luo Yuan had seen such a talisman. If it was sold at an auction, it would definitely fetch a shocking price. "Senior, please follow me. My item is hidden in a courtyard in Changlong City." At this time, Luo Yuan was also relieved. He brought Lin Fei to an inconspicuous place in Changlong City and entered an alley. At the end of the alley was a courtyard. This courtyard was very shabby and inconspicuous. When they were about to reach the courtyard, Luo Yuan's expression changed slightly. This was because he realized that his courtyard had changed. It had been renovated by someone. This made Luo Yuan feel unwell. He had promised this senior that the item was hidden in this courtyard. But now, it seemed that this courtyard had been occupied by someone. How was this possible? At the very least, when Luo Yuan left, this courtyard still belonged to him. But now, it seemed that this courtyard no longer belonged to him. He, Luo Yuan, had been cheated. "It seems that your courtyard has been occupied by someone." Luo Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I did not expect the person who sold my house to be so shameless. He actually sold my house for the second time. I reckon that he was aware that I was not in Changlong City. These people are just bullying outsiders." Lin Fei also laughed. "This is the Kunlun mystic land. Could it be that you, Luo Yuan, are still an outsider? That's really interesting." "Senior, don't worry. The item is in this courtyard. No matter who moves in, I will take it out. Just give me 3 days. No, just 1 day. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will take it out." Lin Fei said faintly, "There's no need. As long as the item is in this courtyard, it will be simple. There's no need to be sneaky. We can just go in and take it." Lin Fei had already scanned the courtyard with his divine sense. There were no experts in this courtyard. There was only a young girl and an old woman. Other than them, there was no one else. Chapter 43-48. The courtyard wasn't very big. The rooms inside were arranged one at the front and the other at the back. There were only 2 rooms. Despite the small courtyard, it was very clean and tidy. Inside the room sat a young girl. She didn't look very old, but there was a chill coming from her body. The whole room felt like a world of ice and snow. At this time, the room outside was like an oven, constantly suppressing the invasion of the cold. At this time, the old woman sitting outside suddenly opened her eyes, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she slowly stood up and pushed the door open. "Granny, did something happen?" "Don't worry, it's just a few rats. I'll go and drive them away. You just need to be quiet inside," Wang Yao said. The old woman walked out and closed the door behind her. At this time, Lin Fei and Luo Yuan walked over. Luo Yuan's eyes met the old woman at first glance. Instantly, he felt as if he had been hit in the head by a club, and cold sweat broke out. What? A clump of flames emerged from Luo Yuan's body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a flaming man. Luo Yuan was scared out of his wits. He had never expected that this old granny would be so powerful. She could kill him in an instant in a single move. Lin Fei, who was beside him, lightly patted Luo Yuan's body with his palm. The clump of flames was instantly suppressed and disappeared without a trace. However, in that instant, Luo Yuan felt as if he had taken a walk on the edge of life and death. He knew that if this old senior hadn't acted, he would have died without a doubt. He had truly encountered a top-notch expert. In the past, there had been a saying that it would be lucky to encounter a top-notch expert in one's lifetime. However, Luo Yuan had never expected that he would encounter a top-notch expert so soon. Not one at a time, but 2. These 2 top-notch experts could easily take his life. For a moment, Luo Yuan felt that his luck was too good. It was not easy to survive in front of 2 top-notch experts. So many people have died. Could it be that you still want to take advantage of this old granny? As soon as the old lady spoke, strands of flame appeared where Lin Fei was. These strands of flame were as thin as silk. They covered the area and enveloped Lin Fei and Luo Yuan at the same time. That blazing aura caused Luo Yuan's limbs to go limp. He could no longer stand, as he was simply unable to endure it. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He didn't expect to meet a great master here. This was a qi cultivating stage expert. The fire spell he cast was very powerful. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was covered with fire filaments. These filaments were extremely terrifying. Each one of them contained a terrifyingly high temperature. If it landed on a person's body, it would burn them into ashes. Just like what had happened to Luo Yuan. It was just that he had unknowingly fallen into the flame threads. As the saying goes, sword qi like silk, there were also thin threads of flame. This required extremely powerful strength to achieve, especially since they had to be spread all over this area. This wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. For a moment, Lin Fei felt that the treasure that Luo Yuan had hidden might have been taken away by this old lady. Otherwise, how could there be such a powerful person here? Senior, that item must still be in this courtyard. I don't know this person at all. I don't know who he is either. Luo Yuan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly explained. He was really afraid that this old senior would misunderstand him. When the fiery threads approached Lin Fei, they broke apart with loud bangs. No matter how many flame filaments there were, they were unable to get close to Lin Fei. The old lady's turbid eyes narrowed slightly. She recognized this sword intent and said with some surprise, "Which expert from the Heavenly Sword Mountain are you? Are you thinking of getting involved in this matter? I advise you to leave this place. Don't force this old lady to use her killer move." Lin Fei said with a smile, "Who said that I'm an expert from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? I'm only here to take something. If you let me take it away, then it's naturally for the good of both of us." The old lady did not believe Lin Fei's words. After all, this person was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. She had to be on guard against him. "There's nothing that you want in my courtyard. If there really is something that you want, you can tell me. This old lady will actually help you take it out." Of course, the old lady would not let anyone enter the courtyard so easily. "I must enter the courtyard. After all, the item is in the courtyard. Don't you think so, Luo Yuan?" At present, Luo Yuan was trembling in fear. To think that something like this would happen to him. He had originally thought that the person in the courtyard was not an expert. As such, he would naturally be able to relax. However, a formless attack from the other party had nearly put him on the brink of death. This had caused Luo Yuan to feel afraid. However, he still plucked up his courage and said, "Old lady, I was the one who rented this courtyard. That person told you that the previous owner of this courtyard was called Luo Yuan, right? As for me, I'm called Luo Yuan. I'm quite famous in the Kunlun Mystery Land." The old lady knew that the previous owner of this courtyard was called Luo Yuan. This was because the person who sold them the house said that something had happened to Luo Yuan. Therefore, this house had been taken back by them. Unexpectedly, the previous owner of Luo Yuan had appeared. Most importantly, there was a great expert beside him. The old lady seemed to understand what that person had said. Perhaps there was really something good hidden in this courtyard. "Old lady, regardless of whether you are Luo Yuan or not, I'm the one who bought this courtyard. Therefore, no one is allowed to enter this courtyard." The old lady's gaze was fixed on Lin Fei. Her words were also directed at Lin Fei. "Looks like I have to personally come to this courtyard to take the item." Lin Fei shook his head and walked forward with large strides. The moment he walked forward, the old lady felt an immense pressure. A storm-like sword intent surged over like a tide, and the surrounding fiery filaments collapsed completely in an instant. Lin Fei's sword intent was overbearing. It was not something that the flame strands could withstand. The old lady knew that she had to use a killer move when she saw this. Lotus plucking from the fire. A huge lotus flower appeared beneath Lin Fei's feet. It was unknown when this lotus flower had been set up. A huge wave of scorching heat surged up into the sky. The entire void was instantly burned into nothingness. After the old lady executed this move, she retreated a few steps before stabilizing herself. Luo Yuan, who was standing far away, had cold sweat all over his forehead. Chapter 43-49. This move of the granny was quite terrifying. A fire lotus rose up, and the huge force directly obliterated the void. This was not something he could resist at all. An old granny like this could kill dozens or even hundreds of him by herself. There was no way he could resist her. At this moment, the old granny looked over with an extremely cold gaze. Luo Yuan felt that it was better for him to surrender. He might be able to keep his life. Otherwise, he would become a corpse. Luo Yuan regretted hiding this thing in this courtyard. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a terrifying existence. How could he encounter such a thing? You're really good at using magic. You actually set up a fire lotus here without anyone noticing. An ordinary person would really be caught off guard by you. A voice suddenly sounded. A figure walked out from the original spot. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? Lin Fei seemed to be completely fine. He had a faint smile on his face. On the other hand, the old woman's expression darkened. With a crash, another fire lotus appeared. However, as soon as this fire lotus appeared, the old woman's face darkened. However, the moment this fire lotus appeared, a ripple appeared in front of Lin Fei, easily blocking the fire lotus. I wonder how many times you can use this fire lotus. If I'm not wrong, 3 times is your limit. You might even have to pay with your life. Lin Fei walked over and said, "Didn't I tell you very clearly just now? I only want the thing in this courtyard. As for who you are, I'm really not interested. You don't have to make a fuss." Lin Fei was really doing this for the thing in the courtyard. He was really not interested in the background of this old granny. This old granny was indeed very strong. Although she had not reached the Supreme Being level, she was probably not far from it. Everyone had their own secrets. Naturally, Lin Fei would not expose them, nor would he try to understand them. As long as he obtained the thing, he would naturally leave. "Who are you? You're actually fine after taking my fire lotus. You're definitely not an ordinary chi cultivator." The old granny's fire lotus technique was indeed very terrifying. The entire area was covered in thin threads of fire. The sudden eruption of the fire lotus often caught many people off guard. This was also one of her killer moves. Not only did this person easily withstand it, but he also knew that she could not use this fire lotus too many times. 3 times was indeed the old granny's limit. She might even have to pay with her life. If she could kill this person 3 times, the old granny would definitely attack him with all her might. From the looks of it, even if she used the fire lotus a 3rd time, she might not be able to catch this guy. Was he really here to take the thing? Are you really here to take the thing? Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a surge of sword intent shot over. Have a taste of this sword intent of mine first and see if what I said is true or not. It's a bit troublesome for a great expert like you to kill, but it's not difficult at all. Have a taste of my sword intent first. See if I'm telling the truth. It's a little troublesome to kill a great expert like you, but it's not difficult. The sword intent came and disappeared quickly. However, the old granny knew that she would definitely not be able to block it. Even if the old granny had a defensive treasure, she would not be able to block the attack of the sword intent. The sword intent was simply too overbearing. As long as you're here to take the thing, the old granny will allow you to take it. However, if you have any ulterior motives, the old granny will risk her life to severely injure you. In the end, the old granny decided to let him take the thing. If anything went wrong during the process, she would immediately take action. She would not give anyone a chance. If I wanted to kill you, it would be very simple. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in you. I'm only interested in that thing. Lin Fei looked back at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan nodded repeatedly and said, "Senior, I'll go and take the treasure right now." Luo Yuan took a deep breath and walked towards the courtyard. He was also on tenterhooks. What if the old granny did not keep her promise and killed him? Luo Yuan felt that he had to go into seclusion after this matter was settled. He would not come out until he became a chi refinement realm expert. It was too dangerous. Who said that an innate realm expert was very powerful? Facing a Qi refinement realm expert was simply like a grandson. Lin Fei did not follow Luo Yuan in. He was not worried that Luo Yuan would dare to play any tricks in front of him. About 15 minutes later, Luo Yuan came out of the room once more. This time, he came out with a wooden box in his hand. There was a talisman on the wooden box. With the talisman, the quality of the entire wooden box looked different. Lin Fei could see that the talisman had isolated the aura within the wooden box. That fellow really did hide something inside. I wonder what it is that gave Autarch Changlong the courage to hunt Luo Yuan down. The old granny heaved a sigh of relief. She actually did not find any treasure hidden in her courtyard. She felt somewhat regretful. Fortunately, the other party was not after them. That was enough for her. The guy in front of her was not someone the old granny could deal with. It would be best if they could leave as soon as possible. Just now, the old granny had been very careful when she had made her move. Although the killer move she had unleashed was quite fierce, she had controlled it within a small area. Therefore, no one would notice it. Yes, this is the item I hid in the wooden box. It's inside. I did not do anything to it. Luo Yuan explained. The talisman is used to isolate the aura of the treasure inside. It must not be opened within Changlong City. Once it is opened, Supremacy Changlong will sense it. Naturally, Lin Fei would not open the talisman. He knew that if he did, it would be the same as telling others that a treasure had appeared. Haha, I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Old Granny Hua, I did not expect you to dare to hide in Changlong City. You really made it hard for me to find you. In order to find you, I wasted 3 months. Let's see where you can run to this time. Suddenly, a cold laughter came from the alley. Following that, a gust of wind blew. A figure appeared in the alley. A chill soon followed. The old granny's expression changed when she heard this voice. Whoosh! A sea of flames enveloped the alley. Chapter 4350. The fire wasn't an ordinary fire. It was a purple flame. It covered the entire alley, filling it with a terrifying, blazing aura. At the very least, a Xiantian expert like Luo Yuan turned pale and kept retreating. He didn't notice the danger at all. Don't move. If you move again, you'll be dead. Lin Fei's voice drifted into Luo Yuan's ears. Just stand there obediently. Lin Fei didn't expect this old granny to have such a strong background. She actually had an enemy chasing after her. This enemy was also very strong and was actually a Qi cultivator. Old Granny Hua, your attack is much weaker than the last time. It seems that your injuries haven't recovered yet. You won't be able to escape this time. In the midst of the purple flames, earth walls soared into the sky, forming a barrier that blocked that person from walking over. The person waved his hand and an earth dragon came out. The huge earth dragon swung and smashed the purple flames, greatly reducing its power. Lin Fei could also see that the old granny's strength wasn't as strong as the other party. It was just as the other party had said. Her injuries hadn't fully recovered and she couldn't unleash her full strength. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He was only here to take the item on the treasure box. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with him. They could fight however they wanted. It wouldn't matter even if they fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Old Granny Hua changed her techniques several times, but she still couldn't block the attack of the earth dragon. In the end, the earth dragon exploded in front of her and turned into a pure force that sent the old granny flying. She landed at the entrance of the courtyard. I already said that your injuries aren't light. You managed to escape last time because you had a treasure. This time, your treasure won't be of any use. I advise you to accept your fate. The person was dressed in black armor and walked over step by step. He was like a moving mountain, giving off a very steady and majestic feeling. Luo Yuan, who was at the side, exclaimed, "Earth element, he's earth element." Luo Yuan's cry of alarm caused the armored man's gaze to turn cold as he looked at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan grunted and retreated a few steps before stopping. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's Luo Yuan. Kid, you're quite courageous. Of all places to hide, you chose to hide here. Looks like I've searched far and wide for you, only to find you here. I've actually managed to capture 2 of you. Earth element had the same expression on his face. One ought to know that this Luo Yuan was someone who had stolen Paragon Changlong's treasures and was being chased all this time. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuan was hiding right under Paragon Changlong's nose. If not for Luo Yuan's exclamation, Earth Elemental would not have been able to recognize Luo Yuan. After retreating a few steps, Luo Yuan panicked. He knew that he was finished. He had actually been recognized by Earth Elemental. He was just an innate expert. You are mistaken. I am not Luo Yuan. I am just a passerby. You guys can continue fighting. I will leave now. Suppressing his injuries, Luo Yuan turned around and prepared to leave. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Just as he turned around, an earth prison charged out from underground, trapping him in an instant. This earthen prison was extremely tough. Even when Luo Yuan slammed his palms against it, he couldn't do anything to it. An expression of despair appeared on his face. Since you are together with Luo Yuan, you should know quite a lot of things. Just stay with Luo Yuan. An earth prison charged out from beneath Lin Fei. Lin Fei snorted and stomped down. Cracking sounds could be heard as the earth prison shattered, turning into dust. You are quite proficient in using earth-type magic. Looks like you have used this to trap people quite often. However, you have used it on the wrong person. With a stomp, not only did Lin Fei shatter the earth prison beneath him, but it also shattered Luo Yuan's earth prison as well. The strength of Lin Fei's stomp was not to be underestimated. One could definitely sense how terrifying it was. Earth Elemental had never expected that his earth-type magic would be broken so easily. Due to the young age of his opponent, he couldn't see through him. Naturally, Earth Elemental would not let him off just because of a few words. It was rare for him to encounter such a good opportunity today. Naturally, he would capture everyone here in one fell swoop. You are quite capable. However, you are still lacking compared to me, Earth Elemental. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Huge earth spikes pierced through the ground, instantly unleashing a fierce attack. Luo Yuan, who was beside Luo Yuan, was paralyzed on the ground. If he was the target, he would be killed by these earth spikes in an instant. Lin Fei stood there without moving. A wave of sword intent drifted with the wind. Everywhere it passed, the earth spikes would be sliced apart. If you have any earth spells, feel free to use them. But I don't think your mastery of earth spells is good enough. Lin Fei snorted. Let me show you what earth-type magic is. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Big wooden pillar. Even a kid like you knows how to use magic. Just as this thought appeared in Earth Elemental's mind, a huge earth pillar shot up from the ground and slammed into Earth Elemental. Caught off guard, Earth Elemental was sent flying. Wave after wave of energy exploded on his body. Earth Elemental was blasted more than 10 to 20 times. Finally, he landed heavily in the alley. Although my earth pillar isn't very big, it is much more powerful than your earth spikes. Your earth-type magic is too weak. Lin Fei sighed. Both Luo Yuan and the granny were shocked. Everyone knew that the more powerful a magic was, the more energy it consumed. However, not everyone could learn such a powerful magic. For example, the Earth Dragon and Earth Spikes that Earth Elemental had used were actually very powerful Earth-type magic. Now, it seemed that this young man's big wooden pillar was the one with the true explosive power. It caught Earth Elemental off guard. After Earth Elemental was hit by the big wooden pillar, his mind went blank. He was really attacked by a powerful Earth-type magic. The sudden burst of power affected his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This was the scariest thing. Who are you? How can you execute such a powerful magic? Could you be a sovereign? That's impossible. There are only 6 sovereigns in the Kunlun mystic realm. It was normal for Earth Elemental to have such a thought. After all, that Earth breath was something that even he couldn't execute. What about this? Bang 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 bang. Over 10 big wooden pillars soared into the sky and slammed into Earth Elemental. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4351. Earth Elemental spat out a few mouthfuls of blood after being hit by a dozen wooden stakes. He couldn't even stand straight and retreated to a corner. He looked at Lin Fei with fear. How is it? My wooden stakes taste pretty good, right? If you're not satisfied, I can give you more at any time. Lin Fei chuckled. However, in Earth Elemental's eyes, this chuckle was too much of a blow. Do you have to bully me like this just because you know powerful spells? I'm an expert below the Supreme Being level after all. Don't you have any shame? However, Earth Elemental didn't dare to say this. He really couldn't see through this guy. Even Earth Elemental himself couldn't use such powerful spells. Only a Supreme Being expert could use them. Could you please leave your name so that I can know who I lost to? Earth Elemental didn't dare to attack again. However, he still had to know who this person was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. I only have an ordinary name. You wouldn't know me even if I told you. Lin Fei smiled. However, since you asked, I'll tell you. My surname is Lin, and my name is Lin Fei. If you want to cause trouble for me, come at me. Earth Elemental quickly searched for this name in his mind, but he really couldn't find anything. There was no information about Lin Fei in his mind. It was as if this person had appeared out of thin air. After learning this person's name, Earth Elemental used an Earth Escape technique and left just like that. At first, Old Granny Hua and Luo Yuan thought that Earth Elemental had left. However, Lin Fei suddenly stomped on the ground and a huge wooden stake rushed out. There was a figure on top of it. You've already left. Why are you still hiding underground? You're too dishonest. Earth Elemental was sent flying by a huge wooden stake and disappeared in an instant. What Old Granny Hua thought was a very troublesome matter had been resolved in an instant. That was Earth Elemental, an expert in earth spells, yet he had been defeated just like that. The problem in front of them would be solved. If you don't want to be hunted down by Earth Elemental, you should leave this Changlong city as soon as possible. Lin Fei naturally didn't plan to leave the items he had obtained here. Even though the earlier commotion wasn't too great, Lin Fei knew that Autarch Changlong must have sensed it. He might even be on his way here right now. Although Lin Fei did not fear that Supremacy Changlong, he still found it troublesome to deal with. After all, he had a treasure in his hands, and he wanted to see what it was more than anyone else. Now, Lin Fei only had this little bit of interest. Luo Yuan blanked out for a moment before recovering. It was indeed as Lin Fei had said. If he didn't leave now, when Earth Elemental returned, he would definitely not be able to escape. Everyone knew that he, Luo Yuan, had robbed quite a lot of treasures. He was akin to a moving treasure. With that, Luo Yuan slipped away. If they didn't leave now, when would they leave? Could they wait until Autarch Changlong arrived? Luo Yuan definitely wouldn't have the confidence to leave. Even though his movement technique wasn't bad, it couldn't compare to an Autarch. After Luo Yuan left, Lin Fei decided to leave as well. He was prepared to take a good look at what this treasure was and why it was worth being hunted down. From the looks of it, this talisman seemed rather decent. One could imagine how extraordinary the treasure inside was. Just these few points alone were enough for Lin Fei to take a good look at it. Thank you, Autarch Lin, for helping me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to escape Earth Elemental's pursuit. Old Granny Hua said sincerely. When Lin Fei heard this, he was somewhat surprised. Old Granny Hua had actually called him a Autarch. However, after thinking about it, he realized that his current strength was indeed comparable to an Autarchus. After all, his injuries were constantly being healed by the Tree of Life, and his strength was slowly increasing as well. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was an Autarch. However, he wasn't interested in Autarchs at all. After all, he was merely in the Foundation Establishment realm. To put it bluntly, the Foundation Establishment realm wasn't much. Since you know that Earth Elemental is here to kill you, I think you should hurry up and find another place. After all, nothing good ever happens. Lin Fei smiled. Old Granny Hua continued, if I didn't see wrongly, the treasure in Autarch Lin's hand should be that thing. As for this talisman, it should be the legendary Heavenly Origin Talisman. Old Granny Hua's words suddenly changed, and she actually mentioned that treasure. Indeed, Lin Fei was planning to leave. He wasn't too interested in this fight. However, when this Heavenly Origin Talisman was mentioned, he knew that it was this talisman. After all, this talisman was rather decent. It was especially so because the refining method was very advanced. It wasn't something an ordinary person could refine. A talisman like this was probably hard to find in the entire Kunlun mystic realm. You even know about this heavenly origin talisman? It seems like you know quite a lot. I wonder if Sovereign Lin is interested in knowing more about this treasure. I'm not exaggerating, but in the entire Kunlun's secret realm, the number of people who know about this treasure can be counted on 2 hands, and I'm one of them. Granny Hu's gaze also turned serious. That's right. That's right. Lin Fei didn't doubt her words at all. Old Granny might really know the whereabouts of this treasure. The heavenly origin talisman that you mentioned sounds very powerful. However, it's just a talisman to me. I can easily take it off. Lin Fei laughed and took out the treasure. The heavenly origin talisman was as ordinary as ever. After hearing Old Granny's words, Lin Fei knew that the heavenly origin talisman was definitely not something simple. He snorted and raised his hand to grab the heavenly origin talisman. However, just as he grabbed the heavenly origin talisman, a force bombarded the center of his palm. The force seeped into his palm and showed signs of disintegrating his body. This kind of power was quite extraordinary. Old Granny Hua was also paying attention. In fact, she had recognized this treasure from the start. However, she didn't say anything. She just didn't expect this treasure to fall into the hands of this person. Autarch Lin seemed to know nothing about this treasure. This was quite surprising. The power of the heavenly origin talisman's counterattack had indeed surprised Lin Fei. However, an even more violent force surged down. Kacha kacha. The heavenly origin talisman collapsed in the blink of an eye. It turned into pieces and drifted away with the wind. The wooden box opened. See, it's that simple. Chapter 43-52. Old Granny Hua had not expected Lin Fei to be able to destroy the heavenly origin talisman so easily. One must know that the heavenly origin talisman contained immense power. Most importantly, the heavenly origin talisman was extremely tough. It was not something that could be destroyed so easily. However, the supreme Lin Fei before her truly made her feel how powerful he was. This made Old Granny Hua even more certain that the person in front of her was a supreme expert. If he was not a supreme expert, how could he have destroyed the heavenly origin talisman so easily? After the heavenly origin talisman was destroyed, the wooden box opened. Yi Xiaolong opened the wooden box and saw that there was a black token in it. However, there were no words on the black token. It was as simple as it could be. However, it was precisely this token that caused Lin Fei to be slightly moved. He could feel that the token was indeed quite different. There was a vast and invincible aura coming from the token. It was as if there was a world inside it. It was quite extraordinary. Lin Fei took the token out casually. It was heavy, but Lin Fei was stronger now. Hence, he could easily hold it in his hand. He had wanted to admire it for a while. However, he did not expect the tree of life in his body to suck the token in. In the blink of an eye, the token was surrounded by the tree of life. Lin Fei saw the tree of life start to grow. In a short period of time, it had grown 20 to 30 centimeters taller and was even more luxuriant. The divine water of life that flowed out was also more than before. After it flowed through his body, Lin Fei's injuries recovered quite a bit. The recovery was like a roller coaster ride. It made Lin Fei feel different. He had never thought that the black token would be so useful. It was completely beyond his expectations. Before Lin Fei could figure out what was going on, the token was absorbed and refined by the tree of life. Old Granny Hua looked at each other. She did not expect the token to disappear all of a sudden. She could not even feel the aura of the token anymore. Could it have been stored away? However, she immediately noticed that the aura around Lin Fei seemed to have become much stronger. Tell me, how much do you know about this token? Lin Fei's tone suddenly turned heavy as he stared at the old lady. Old Granny Hua felt that if she didn't say anything, she wouldn't be able to leave this place. She didn't know why Lin Fei was so interested in this token, but she more or less knew that there must be some secret behind it. It was just that she didn't know. Supreme Sir, if you don't mind my simple courtyard, why don't you come in and have a seat? I can have a good talk with you. What kind of person was Lin Fei? He saw through Granny Hua's thoughts with a single glance. Something must have happened to this guy. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not have minded it. However, this token was really important to him. Lin Fei had never thought that this token would have such a miraculous effect on recovering injuries. This was really surprising to Lin Fei. If he could get a few more tokens like this, his injuries would at least recover faster. There's no need to sit inside. I'm afraid that I might scare the young lady inside. I might as well speak openly here. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei's sword intent enveloped the entire alley, transforming into an invisible barrier of light. When the sword intent appeared, old Granny Ho felt a chill down her spine. The sharp aura destroyed all the fire-based techniques in the surroundings, rendering all her techniques useless. Old Granny Ho knew that this was something that Sovereign Lin Fei had set up to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Supreme Sir, what you just obtained is an extremely rare Supreme Heaven token in our Kunlun mystic realm. Supreme Heaven token? Lin Fei frowned slightly. He could indeed feel a boundless and invincible aura from this token. Although the Divine Dragon Key also had an unusual aura, it was far inferior to the aura of the Supreme Being token. I don't know what material this Supreme Heaven token is made of, but it's rumored that there are very few of them in the entire Kunlun mystic realm. However, every single one of them will bring about a great opportunity. It's said that one can obtain the treasures left behind by the number one expert in the Kunlun mystic realm, Supreme Heaven. Lin Fei did not know much about the Kunlun mystic realm. He only knew that there were currently 6 Supremes in the Kunlun mystic realm. Now that he heard this, it seemed like the Kunlun mystic realm once had a number 1 Supremes. This Supremes was quite famous as well. He actually dared to call himself Supreme Heaven. Most people without some strength would not dare to call themselves such a name. Supreme Heaven is the number 1 Supremes in our Kunlun mystic realm. He's also the strongest Supremes. It's rumored that his realm has always been at the Supreme's realm. However, his strength is the real deal. It's rumored that there was an expert who surpassed the Supreme's realm. In the end, Supreme Heaven killed that expert with a single sword strike. He killed more than 10 experts of that level, thus maintaining the peace of the Kunlun mystic realm. Lin Fei knew that the Supreme's realm was equivalent to the Foundation Establishment realm. Above the Foundation Establishment realm was the Core Formation realm. In other words, this Supreme Heaven in the Foundation Establishment realm could actually kill experts of the Core Formation realm, and more than 10 of them at that. His strength was truly unfathomable. It could even be said that his accumulation was rather terrifying. If it was anyone else, they might have some doubts. However, Lin Fei did not doubt the old granny's words at all. If Supreme Heaven was the number 1 Supremes, then he would be the number 1 Supremes. If that was the case, it would explain why the Supreme Heaven token had such a miraculous effect. It was actually absorbed by the God Tree of Life as nourishment. In other words, this Supreme Heaven was rather capable. As far as I know, there are a total of 10 of such Supreme Heaven tokens in the entire Kunlun mystic realm. Now that Supreme Heaven has taken one away, there are 9 of such Supreme Heaven tokens left. Then where are these Supreme Heaven tokens? Each of the 6 Supremes has 1. The remaining 3 are occupied by the 3 major powers. It's rumored that using the Supreme Heaven token to cultivate can increase one's cultivation speed. Therefore, it has always been a top-notch treasure in the Kunlun mystic realm. Supreme Chang Long somehow found out about this Supreme Heaven token and arranged for people to search for it for countless years. In the end, it was snatched away by Luo Yuan. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Doesn't that mean that there are far more than just 10 Supreme Heaven tokens? Perhaps there are even more in the Kunlun mystic realm. That's unknown. However, based on the current situation, the 6 Supremes and the 3 major powers all have this Supreme Heaven token. Chapter 43-53. Lin Fei couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Even if there were only 9, no, 10, Heaven's Path medallions, he would still get them one by one. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Lin Fei was even more confident in recovering his strength now that he had the Supreme Sky token. More importantly, the Life God Tree was extremely satisfied with the token and was beaming with joy. Zhao Chan, I've finally found you. To think that you could still hide right under my nose. Now I can answer to Supreme Xinghai. A burst of laughter could be heard. In the alley in front of them, a figure appeared. A gust of wind blew over and turned into a figure standing in the courtyard. Supreme Changlong. Zhao Chen's face sank. That was the old granny's name. There were not many people in the Kunlun secret realm who could accurately call out her name. This Supreme Changlong was one of them. Zhao Chen could not be more familiar with this person. He was one of the 6 Supremes. Supreme Changlong. Unexpectedly, the commotion from earlier had attracted Supreme Changlong. This was what Zhao Chen was most worried about. Supreme Changlong was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no facial hair. Right now, he was clearly surprised and overjoyed. He was originally cultivating and meditating in his own residence. However, that slight ripple had startled him awake. Hence, he had followed the direction of the ripple. He had not expected to reap such a harvest right under his nose. This was truly unexpected. Who didn't know that Supreme Xinghai was chasing after Zhao Chen? Anyone who could bring her back would receive a generous gift from Supreme Xinghai. One must know that Supreme Xinghai was the #1 Supremes in the Kunlun secret realm. He was ridiculously strong. Even Supreme Changlong was not a match for him. He was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest of the 6 Supremes. No one knew exactly what level this Supreme Xinghai's strength had reached. However, the remaining 5 Supremes were simply not a match for him. This was something everyone knew in their hearts. After Supreme Xinghai issued the bounty, these Supremes were naturally moved. Where else could they find such a good opportunity to obtain something good from Supreme Xinghai? Unfortunately, Zhao Chen had disappeared without a trace. This caused these Supremes to feel somewhat frustrated. "You are Supreme Changlong," Lin Fei laughed. He had originally planned to go look for Autarch Changlong. He wanted to obtain the Supreme Sky token from him. He didn't expect that this person would take the initiative to come to him. This was really a good thing. "What are you? You don't have the right to speak here. Scram to the side." Supreme Changlong swept a glance over and raised his hand, sending a large number of wind blades flying over. These wind blades were densely packed, and they were innumerable. Every wind blade was extremely powerful, surpassing the level of qi refinement and reaching the level of foundation establishment. Using such a method to deal with him was indeed a little overkill. However, Supreme Changlong was just that arrogant and domineering. How could a brat dare to call out his name in such a manner? How could Supremacy Changlong think too much about it? He simply raised his hand and destroyed the brat. When the wind blade arrived in front of Lin Fei, the sword intent emerged. Bang bang bang. He blocked the kites. An expert from Heavenly Sword Mountain. After Changlong gave it a glance, he recognized the sword intent. In the entire Kunlun mystic realm, only the experts from Heavenly Sword Mountain could display perfect sword intent. It was one thing if it was an ordinary expert from Heavenly Sword Mountain. However, those who managed to cultivate out sword intent were all potential seeds of Heavenly Sword Mountain. If the Heavenly Sword Mountain were to get involved with Zhao Chen, things would get troublesome. Everyone knew that Heavenly Sword Mountain had a supreme expert as well. The Supreme of Heavenly Sword Mountain was a lunatic. His sword intent swept through the world. Supreme Changlong really didn't want to go up against that fella. There was simply no benefit in doing so. "I heard that the Supreme Sky token is in your hands. I'm rather interested in this thing. Hand it over." Supreme Changlong frowned. "To think that you know about the Supreme Sky token as well." The matter of the Supreme Sky token had not spread much in the Kunlun mystic realm. That was because it was limited to the circle of the Supremes. Coupled with the fact that a few Qi refinement realm experts knew about it, no one else knew about it. Not even a single word about it had been passed down. However, to think that this fellow would ask for his Supreme Sky token the moment he opened his mouth. Was there something wrong with this fella's brain? Even Supreme Changlong was starting to doubt himself. "The Supreme Sky token is indeed in my hands. However, you are rather gutsy. Even if the Supremes of Heavenly Sword Mountain are here, they can forget about getting me to hand over the Supreme Sky token." Supreme Changlong was starting to get angry. It had not been easy for him to find Zhao Chen unexpectedly. Another fella popped out and asked for the Supreme Sky token. What an arrogant tone. Did he really think that the Supreme Sky token was an ordinary item? That was a top-notch treasure of the Kunlun mystic realm. At the mention of the Supreme Sky token, Supreme Changlong was infuriated. He had arranged for people to search for the Supreme Sky Token and spent several years searching for it. In the end, when he finally managed to obtain any news about it, it had been snatched away by that Luo Yuan. Now, someone was eyeing his Supreme Sky Token. Wasn't he just courting death? Did he really think that he, Supreme Changlong, was a pushover? So, you don't intend to hand it over? That's fine. I'll just take it myself. Who asked me to be interested in this Supreme Sky Token? What? A huge sword formation instantly enveloped Supreme Changlong's body. A myriad of sword intents descended upon him in a single move. Supreme Changlong did not notice the sword intents circulating around him at all. As such, he was caught unprepared. Numerous wind blades appeared around his body to form a protective barrier. When the wind blades collided with the sword intents, they crumbled without stop. They had no way of resisting at all. Supreme Changlong realized that he had underestimated this kid. His opponent's sword intents were simply too powerful. The power of the sword formation did not change at all. From start to end, it continued to suppress him. The rate at which Changlong's wind blades were being depleted was extremely fast. Soon he started to feel the pressure. Supreme Changlong had no idea when such an expert had appeared in the Kunlun mystic realm. Armor of Wind. Seeing that the wind blades were getting harder and harder to block, Supreme Changlong snorted lightly. Autarch Changlong let out a soft snort, and a suit of armor instantly materialized on his body, protecting most of his body. This was Changlong's strongest treasure, the Armor of Wind. It possessed extremely powerful defensive capabilities. He had never expected that he would have to use this treasure so quickly. His opponent's sword intents were boundless. With a single move, he had no way of breaking through it at all. Now that he was enveloped by the sword formation, he had no other choice but to take it head-on. This time around, another great expert had appeared from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. What worried Supreme Changlong was that this sovereign of the Heavenly Sword Mountain might be hiding in the shadows, waiting to deal a blow at him at a critical moment. The sword formation suddenly changed, transforming into a single sword that slashed out towards Supreme Changlong's body. It was simply too fast. Even the sudden change in technique left Supreme Changlong no time to react. The power of the sword had already smashed into his body, sending him flying. Chapter 43-54. A formless sword slashed out, sending Autarch Changlong flying. The power of this sword was far greater than he had imagined. A rumbling sound crashed down on Supremacy Changlong's body. Countless layers of defenses appeared on Supremacy Changlong's body, but he was still unable to withstand the power of this sword as wave after wave of attacks assaulted him. After landing on the ground, Supremacy Changlong was basically unable to stand up anymore. Supremacy! You are in Supremacy! Which Supremacy are you? Autarch Changlong's face turned grim as well. A wind barrier appeared around him, covering him tightly. Supremacy Changlong already knew that this young man before him was in Supremacy. What was even more outrageous was that he was a Supremacy who used the sword. Could there be a second Supremacy in Heavenly Sword Mountain? Why hadn't he received news of this? Supremacy Changlong finally understood why this young man had asked him about the Heaven Ascension token. This young man truly had the strength to do so. Are you still not planning on handing over the Heaven Ascension token? That was just the appetizer. I'm going to unleash my ultimate move soon. Lin Fei smiled calmly, not replying to Supremacy Changlong's question. Supremacy Changlong could not figure out when such an expert had appeared in Heavenly Sword Mountain, let alone in Supremacy. The other party's sword intent contained the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That was the most terrifying thing about it. There was no way he could defend against it. Supremacy Changlong had never believed that anyone could cultivate all 5 elements. No, the 5 elements. Even the strongest of them all, Supremacy Xinghai, had only cultivated 2 elemental powers. That alone was enough to make him the strongest out of the 6 supremacies. Are you really planning on snatching the Heaven Ascension token from me? You'll incur the wrath of the public. Lin Fei walked over. To me, there's no such thing as wrath of the public. I'm only interested in this Heaven Ascension token. That sword earlier did not teach you a lesson. In that case, I'll have to send you another one. Explode. Lin Fei snorted softly. Supremacy Changlong's face instantly changed. He discovered that the 5 elements within his body had actually fused into one. Boom. A surge of power exploded within Supremacy Changlong's body. A myriad of sword intents shot out from his body. In the blink of an eye, Supreme Changlong was grievously wounded as he fell to his knees. You can actually guide the power of the 5 elements in my body? I'm convinced. Don't attack me. A single wave of the power of the 5 elements was more than Supremacy Changlong could endure. He was afraid that there would be a second wave of the power of the 5 elements. Even if he was a supreme being expert, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the second wave. This attack was simply too terrifying. It was so powerful that even he found it hard to withstand it. In any case, as long as you let me see the Heavenly Passage Medallion, you can leave. Otherwise, if I can detonate it once, I can detonate it a second time. Unless you have the confidence to completely remove my 5 elements' power in an instant, I don't think you have the ability to do so. I'm not trying to discourage you, this is the truth. Monarch Changlong was feeling extremely vexed right now as well. Because the other party's words were indeed correct. He really couldn't withstand the second and third round of explosions. The main point was that the power of the 5 elements was too difficult to remove. They protected each other and formed a powerful force. Unless Supremacy Changlong was given a few days' time, there was no way he could dispel it at all. Even Supremacy Changlong was regretting coming out. Couldn't he just cultivate properly if he had nothing better to do? What the hell was he coming out for? And now, he was struck by the power of the 5 elements. Supremacy Changlong felt that if this news were to spread out in the Kunlun's secret realm, the remaining Supremes would definitely be scared out of their wits. And Supremacy who wielded the power of the 5 elements had appeared. Zhao Chan, who was standing in the distance, had a look of unimaginable joy in her eyes as well. To think that she would be able to witness the power of the 5 elements in her lifetime. This was a top-tier power. Any single power would become extremely strong once it was cultivated to its limits. This was even more so when 5 different types of powers complemented each other. This was something that was absolutely horrifying. Supremacy Changlong was strong, right? But to think that he would choose to lower his head after being struck by the power of the 5 elements. I'll give you the Heavenly Passage Medallion right now. Sir, you must keep your word. Right now, the only thing Supremacy Changlong wanted to do was to leave this place before anything else. In truth, he did have some secret arts of his own. However, he had been struck by the power of the 5 elements earlier, and it had even seeped into his body, causing him to be at a disadvantage. Even though he did not know why the other party wanted to use the Heavenly Passage Medallion, Supremacy Changlong felt that the other party would not be able to do anything about it for now. He might as well leave it on the other party first and retrieve it when the time came. Right now, escaping was the most important thing. He had to go ask that old antique for help. Supremacy Changlong took out the Heavenly Passage Medallion and exerted some force in his hand, causing the Heavenly Passage Medallion to fly over. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion, causing the Heavenly Passage Medallion to land in his hand. Right now, Supremacy Changlong was extremely smart. He did not leave any tricks on the medallion. That's more like it. If you had handed this Heavenly Passage Medallion to me from the start, you wouldn't have suffered so much. All right, you can leave now. Of course, I welcome you to come back for revenge. Best if you can call the other Supremes over as well. Supremacy Changlong was no fool. Right now, what he needed to do was to recover from his injuries. First, he needed to recover from his injuries. That strike of the 5 elements had caused him to only be able to unleash 50% of his strength. This was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If others were to find out about this, then he, Supremacy Changlong, would be in grave danger. Don't think that all Supremes could sit back and relax. The 6 Supreme Beings were constantly fighting each other in the dark. Supremacy Changlong carefully left. He was extremely worried that this expert from Heavenly Sword Mountain would deal him a fatal blow. Even after returning to his manor and activating multiple formations, he still felt rather nervous. Only when he finally entered his private room did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Supremacy Lin, How could you let that person leave? Given his personality, he will definitely gather others to deal with you. Zhao Chan said. Lin Fei said in a very casual manner, do you think I'm someone who would worry about others taking revenge on me? You're overthinking things. Alright, thank you for helping me obtain this heavenly passage medallion. I'm a very straightforward person. Since you helped me with one thing, I'll help you with one thing. Remember, there's only one thing. As soon as the heavenly passage medallion landed in his hands, Lin Fei knew that it was the genuine heavenly passage medallion. The Tree of Life had reacted. He knew that Supremacy Changlong wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Zhao Chan was rather surprised as well. She suspected that she had misheard. To think that this Supremacy Lin Fei would actually help her with one thing. Zhao Chan truly did not expect him to help her with anything at all. Revealing the matter of the Heavenly Passage Medallion was just a small matter. She believed that this senior Lin Fei would definitely know about it. She had never thought too much about it. But now, this was truly a pleasant surprise. Chapter 43-55. Lin Fei was such a straightforward person. Since he had benefited from it, he had to share some with others. If not for this, he wouldn't have known about the existence of the Supreme Sky Token. Although he would be able to dig it out sooner or later, it wouldn't be as fast as now. To Lin Fei, this matter wasn't a big deal. Now that he had obtained the second piece, he would be able to obtain all the Supreme Sky Tokens in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, helping Zhao Chan with something wasn't a big deal. No one knew the cause and effect relationship better than Lin Fei. He didn't want to leave any consequences in the future because of this cause. Therefore, it was better to end this quickly. Outsiders didn't know what Lin Fei was thinking about. In any case, Zhao Chan was extremely excited. Even Supreme Changlong wasn't a match for Supreme Lin Fei. What about the others? One could imagine what the situation was like. Even now, Zhao Chan couldn't tell the depth of Lin Fei's strength. It was fine as long as he was stronger than Supreme Changlong. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Therefore, Zhao Chan didn't hesitate to speak up. I hope that Supreme can help us with a small matter. That is to escort my daughter to the 1,000 Yuan Mountain. Such a small request was really insignificant to Lin Fei. It also surprised Lin Fei a little. Lin Fei could tell that Zhao Chan was in big trouble. Perhaps it was the girl inside the box. As for what the girl was, Lin Fei couldn't tell. However, she definitely had some secret on her. Lin Fei didn't expect this small request to be so simple. Escort her to the 1,000 Yuan Mountain. It was really a very insignificant matter. At the very least, it was easy for Lin Fei to do it. Sovereign, my daughter has another identity, the reincarnated one. Previously, she went to the 1,000 Origin Mountain to completely awaken all of my daughter's memories and obtain the inheritance of her previous life. I'm afraid that there will be various sovereigns and even old monsters making a move. Zhao Chan didn't dare to hide anything now. She simply didn't say it out loud, afraid that Lin Fei would misunderstand. She is the reincarnated one. Of course, Lin Fei had heard of the reincarnators. One must know that he had taken one of the 3 soul jades, which allowed Xia Lin's strength to improve by leaps and bounds. She stepped into the door of a martial artist and was now at the Xiantian realm. This situation was really a little coincidental. It was so coincidental that Lin Fei found it a little hard to accept. If that was the case, it would explain one thing. Why would Zhao Chan hide here? Why would she be so cautious after seeing Luo Yuan and himself? It was all because of this reincarnate. Sending it to the 1,000 Origin Mountain was no problem. In any case, it was a small matter. Yi Fan was also intending to absorb this Supreme Sky Token and consolidate it properly. Therefore, he wasn't in a rush to do so. At the very least, he could let the Long Dragon Sovereign inform the other Supremes first. Lin Fei was prepared to cast a long line to catch a big fish. It would be best if he could lure the other supremacies over. That way, he wouldn't have to make a wasted trip. Actually, Supremacy Changlong wouldn't dare to look for trouble even if he had 100 guts. Who knew if Lin Fei was still here? Changlong was hiding in his mansion and didn't dare to come out. He would just focus on dispelling the 5 elemental energy in his body. Lin Fei brought Zhao Chan and left Changlong City. In order to not be noticed, they rented a carriage and placed the girl on it. She was a girl. Actually, she wasn't young anymore. She was already 18 years old. However, her physique was extremely weak. It seemed like she would collapse from a gust of wind. Her body was also emitting a cold aura. Everything couldn't get close to her. That kind of cold was bone-piercing, so cold that it reached deep into the bones. Anything that got close to this girl basically had no chance of survival. Only Zhao Chan, who was proficient in fire energy, could suppress this cold aura. As the cold aura got stronger and stronger, Zhao Chan also felt that it was rather strenuous. Zhao Chan was afraid that one day, she wouldn't be able to suppress it. With Lin Fei's escort, this matter was handed over to Lin Fei. He easily suppressed the cold aura. Sword intent enveloped the outside, isolating all the cold aura from leaking out. Even if a trace of it seeped in, it would be minced into pieces by the sword intent. It was rare for Lin Fei to study it. He was very sure that this person might really have the inheritor's memories. Because this girl's eyes weren't the eyes that an 18-year-old girl should have. It was a very complicated gaze. The girl didn't speak much. At least, that was what Lin Fei felt. Thousand Essence Mountain was south of Kunlun Mystic Realm. Over there was a world of ice and snow. These were the four great lands of Kunlun Mystic Realm. The land of spring, the land of summer, the land of autumn, and the land of winter. The place they were heading to now was the land of winter's Thousand Essence Mountain. As for how this climate was formed, Lin Fei didn't really care. It was just because there was a treasure here. As long as Lin Fei sent her to the Thousand Essence Mountain, he would end the cause and end the effect. This really wasn't a problem. It was fine as long as he felt at ease. Then he wouldn't owe her anything. Along the way, he didn't face any trouble. Lin Fei successfully absorbed the Sky Connecting Token, allowing his strength to recover by a large amount. The Tree of Life also grew lush. Although its height didn't increase by much, it had more leaves. Although it was still some distance away from the tree, there were already some signs of growth. Lin Fei felt that he had to continue to put in more effort. The Tree of Life still had a long way to go. He walked for about 6 to 7 days. A vast expanse of white world leaves appeared in front of him. Traces of coldness started to appear. Lin Fei knew that he had reached the land of winter and wasn't far from the Thousand Essence Mountain. Lord Supreme, that is the Thousand Essence Mountain, the most special mountain in Kunlun Mystic Realm. Other than Supremes, no one else can go up that Thousand Essence Mountain. Zhao Chan pointed to a faintly discernible snowy mountain in the distance. Such a snowy mountain was the most obvious in the land of winter, because it was the tallest snowy mountain. Lin Fei did see that snowy mountain. It was extremely majestic. There seemed to be black dots on the snowy mountain. There are people on the Thousand Essence Mountain? I'm not sure. Anyway, only Supremes can go up. Those below Supremes are still a lot weaker. If they go up, they will definitely die. Lin Fei had already sensed the abnormality of the land of winter. Then, is there a Supremes here? Lin Fei asked curiously. Lin Fei knew that there were 6 Supremes in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. Who knows, there might be 1 Supremes in this place. Bookseller House. Chapter 4356. Although the land of winter was unusual, to Lin Fei, it wasn't a big deal. He just wanted to bring her over. He didn't really care whether she was a reincarnator or not. After all, if she really inherited the experience of her previous life, it would be impossible for her to suddenly increase her strength. If she could suddenly increase her strength, then it would be too amazing. At the very least, Lin Fei hadn't seen it before. Hence, Lin Fei leisurely brought her to the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. There were indeed not many people in this area. The temperature here was also very low, and it was filled with coldness. This coldness would constantly seep into one's body and freeze one's flesh and blood. If there were no accidents, this place should be a land of death. Only such a land of death could prevent people from entering, and only a supreme being expert could withstand it. Zhao Chan's strength was quite good. Her fire attribute power was actually able to follow behind Lin Fei. However, her speed was a little slow. Lin Fei released a sword intent that enveloped Zhao Chan. The coldness was torn into pieces by the sword intent as soon as it came over. The sword intent seemed to be like spring, but the girl was indeed very comfortable. It was as if nothing had happened along the way. After walking for another day, they finally arrived at the foot of the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. Standing at the foot of the snow mountain, Lin Fei finally saw clearly what the black spots were. They were actually caves. These caves were spread all over the snow mountain. At first glance, it seemed very strange. Lin Fei felt that this place was a little unusual. "Supreme Sir, there is a cave at the top of the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. That is our destination." Zhao Chan also raised her head to look. It was already quite good that she was able to take a breath and come this far. "Then let's go up the mountain." Lin Fei continued to lead the way and walked towards the snow mountain. There were no roads on the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. They just had to keep walking up, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go up at all. They also needed a lot of strength. Lin Fei led the way. The two behind him were much more relaxed. Along the way, Lin Fei found many traces of corpses. It seemed that many people had died in this place. Those caves were also very ordinary. There was nothing special about them. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, these caves were not as simple as he had imagined. If he guessed correctly, this place should have been a place for ascetic cultivation a long time ago. Only a place of ascetic cultivators would have so many caves. Moreover, ascetic cultivation in such a place would be of great help to improving one's strength. Lin Fei could see this. "This place must have produced quite a number of experts in the past," said Lin Fei with a smile. After Zhao Chan heard this, she nodded her head repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. In the past, this place did produce many experts. I heard that this place was a holy land for cultivation. However, it was later abandoned. I heard that the people who came here to cultivate were not ordinary people. I think they were called ascetics or something." Lin Fei knew it would be like this. The Thousand Origins Snow Mountain was indeed different from what he had imagined. It was a holy land for ascetics. However, ascetics were too difficult to find. Not everyone could withstand that kind of loneliness. As for why the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain was abandoned, it was definitely because the ascetics on the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain had disappeared, especially the most powerful one. Hence, this place became an ordinary Great Snow Mountain. Lin Fei felt that on this Thousand Origins Snow Mountain, it was still possible to find a corresponding expert. Because just now, Lin Fei had sensed a few auras. These auras were very strong. Even though they were well concealed, Lin Fei could more or less sense them. They must be around the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. Lin Fei's first suspicion was that they were ascetics. This was because these ascetics would cultivate in their own desolate and uninhabited places. As soon as this thought arose, Lin Fei rejected it himself. Because among these auras, he sensed a rather familiar aura. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. "We have to wait for a while. I met an acquaintance on this Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. I have to greet him. Otherwise, he will be very disappointed." Lin Fei made a slight turn on the originally straight road and headed to the left. Because the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain didn't have a specific path up the mountain. If you wanted to go up, you had to rely on yourself. You also needed strength to hold on. Hence, this change of path wasn't much to Lin Fei. Moreover, his sword intent enveloped the surroundings. Whether it was Zhao Chan or that girl, they walked very easily. If it was just the two of them, it would be a little troublesome. The world of ice and snow wasn't something ordinary warriors could go up. 8 or 10 of them would end up as corpses if they came up here. "Haha, Ancestor Thousand Shadows, so you also have such a difficult time. I thought your luck was still very good. I didn't expect you to have to come and beg us." "Who said it wasn't? Ancestor Thousand Shadows, you really suffered a big loss this time. You were actually chased by 6 Supremes and escaped in the Kunlun Mystic Realm for an entire week. You can be considered impressive." When Lin Fei walked along the snow mountain, he heard a faintly discernible voice. It became infinitely magnified in Lin Fei's ears. He heard it clearly. There was indeed someone on the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. This person's identity seemed to be similar to that acquaintance's position. Ancestor? This thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. The acquaintance he met on this Thousand Origins snow mountain was none other than that ancestor Thousand Shadows. Even Lin Fei himself felt surprised. In this deep mountain, no, on the Great Snow Mountain, he could still meet ancestor Thousand Shadows. That fellow ran very fast last time, and he escaped alive. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet him so soon. From the looks of it, he still found a companion. To be able to become a companion, it was undoubtedly the ancestor. These fellows really knew how to play tricks. After dying for so long, they were still controlling the Kunlun mystic realm. Speaking of which, this Thousand Origins snow mountain was really a good place to hide. Because other warriors couldn't come up at all, unless they were Supremes. Even Supremes might not come. Who would be willing to come to such a desolate place? If they had the time, they might as well go into seclusion to repair it. Thousand Shadows, do you think that the reincarnator will come? You must know that Supremes Xinghai spent a lot of effort to find this reincarnator. Is there really any use for us to wait here? This was a voice that wasn't very sure. The voice of primogenitor Qian Mo rang out. Don't worry, they will definitely come to the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain. We just need to wait here. No one understands them better than me. What is a sovereign?